The story Lisa wants to share today is about a girl named Alaz, whose assets were stolen by her father after her mother passed away, and she had to live alone in the monastery's hut. As soon as she heard about her father's death, she immediately fled the monastery to inherit the legacy and title. But if she wants to inherit, she must marry. At this moment, a man suddenly rolls towards Alaz. Her late mother once said, choosing a husband must be done with caution, which is indeed true, but she couldn't do that. Alaz proposed to a man named Lakshan. Alaz never dreamed that Lakshan was the emperor's younger brother and the mercenary King Harkon. How did things turn out like this? Let's see how things unfold. The story begins with a scene of delicate hands tilling the soil next to a lush green plant. Finally, a strong force pulled the leaves and the roots beneath the ground, and then all of them flew into midair. A beautiful long-haired girl, wearing a straw hat, wiped the sweat from her forehead and admired the bunch of potatoes she had just harvested, happily exclaiming, "Looks like they're all grown. Finally, my efforts have paid off." Looking at the basket of fresh, colorful fruits and vegetables shimmering radiantly, Alaz felt as if a garden of flowers was blooming in her heart, proudly declaring, "To be honest, it's not surprising that the results are this good." She looked down at the land, where rows of various plant species were neatly planted, and thought to herself, look at how fertile and rich this garden is. Alaz skipped around, clutching the basket of her hard-earned harvest, feeling as excited as if she had experienced something wonderful. Great, I think that's enough for today. She turned her head to look at the strawberries neatly arranged below, thinking to herself, no one will know that there's a field hidden behind this forest, right? Suddenly, Alaz's expression faltered slightly, but she walked amidst nature, where vast green leaves and gentle breezes swayed her skirt. Alaz hadn't felt very interested in farm work before. Time gradually rewound according to Alaz's recollection, the space being a castle with purple as the main color as the sky was gloomy, precisely 14 years ago. At that time, a woman lay in a coffin with her eyes closed as if sleeping. She was Alaz's mother, the one who owned the assets of Espentia, had passed away, and according to the law, everything she had. Alaz was very young at that time. She sat on the luxurious green chair in the palace, sobbing miserably, almost uncontrollably. The flowers representing the innocent emotions of children were gradually covered by the night. Everything she had would be inherited by Alaz, her daughter. According to common sense and the law, that was the case, but the Duchess of the Espentia family, the wife of Duke Bazelon, cruelly took all the assets. After that, the man stood next to another woman in the center of the palace, holding a lavish wine party together. The Duke quickly remarried and replaced all the servants in the castle with his henchmen. And then he made a decision that frightened her to the point of panic. Alaz, hearing this news, suffered a major blow. The child will be taken to the monastery to recover. Alaz looked blankly at the back of the person leaving. He did not say any more words, not leaving in the lost and sad eyes of the child a pathetic last hold. Alaz, those nights when she was abandoned and a rainy night. She left home, crossed the winding road to get to where she needed to go. There was only one path on the hill to get to Vieira Institute. In the dark night, behind the Vieira forest was a cliff. The rain still pouring down nonstop. Alaz knew that there was no way to leave the forest without going through the monastery. A man in a monk's robe put his hand forward, guiding her in, before the frightened eyes of a little girl who was away from home for the first time. He didn't even have any mercy to say unfriendly words. Surely a noble like you needs a quiet and private place. As the sun began to set, the sunset dyed the sky with a fiery orange color. At this time the birds also flew back to find their nests, under a tree, the simple house hidden in the foliage. Simple and humble, far from the space Alaz lived from childhood to adulthood. Since then, the monastery sent her food every day, but it was so bad that I would rather starve to death than swallow it. Dishes of strange colors with small pieces of fish bones that had been boned. Alaz reached out and took her hat off her head. Those days were enough to die, but now she was still alive. She picked up the basket filled with fruits and walked away. Silently trying, she pretended to be sick so they wouldn't suspect and find a way to survive. It would be great if she could continue to live like this. While walking in the middle, something caught Alaz's attention. She curiously looked over. When she saw that, Alaz was startled. Those men appeared again. She was surprised. Why are they from the monastery? In the blue sky, there was a girl frantically running away from their sight. Get home first. After returning to the small house, with skillful movements, she hid the spoils of today under the large bed. Then Alaz took the brown cloth on the table, secretly praying in her heart, hurry, hurry. She had perfectly transformed with a ragged brown cloak. The people in the monastery had now arrived in front of Alaz's house. They called, "Miss Alaz, we brought you food." The wooden door slowly opened after the rustling sound outside. Different from the lively look just now, she now hugged her stomach and walked out the door. The dark and foul smells also escaped. The monks were startled and stepped back a little. The shouts rang out. Allah's acting skills were truly magical. She pretended to tremble and looked at them, stammering weakly, Thank you, for today. The monk with a distorted face horrified slightly stepped back, covering his face with his hand. Sweat poured out like a bath. Okay, don't say anything. Before the girl's terribly ugly face, a monk nodded slightly to the other person. Both of them made an excuse to run away, looking so anxious that they wished they had the power to teleport. So we're leaving. After they left, Alaz returned to her dilapidated room with the food the monks brought. Alaz pulled the hood of her cloak back, taking a deep breath, as if she couldn't stand it anymore. She threw the brown cloak aside, uncomfortably complaining. No matter how many times she smelled it, she still couldn't get used to this foul smell. Alaz tossed her hair back, feeling strange. It was really strange. Normally only one person brought food, but today there were two people. Her finger rested on her chin, still unable to figure it out. Why was it so sudden? Night fell in the stately city. Alaz determined she had to figure it out. Alaz entered another space. This time she was wearing a scarf of the same color as her dress on her head. On the wooden table, food was scattered. The wine bottle lay sprawling on the table. The water glass next to it was also knocked over. The bread was unfinished with a few pieces left, and the mice were trying to steal the butter. Alaz quickly reached out to touch the things on the table. She had to take a little butter and sugar while she was here. At this time, her bad mood had been relieved a lot. She happily looked at the results she had worked hard to win. She could find vegetables, fruits, and meat in the forest. But there was no way to find flour, butter, and milk. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind. Alaz turned her head in fright and realized someone was coming. The monks opened the door and walked in as she pretended to be a dishwasher, constantly reassuring herself, calm down, are they the monks she met before? Both of the guys were very young monks. They hesitated for a while and then thought to themselves, are they in charge of cleaning here? The black-haired monk turned to ask his fellow disciple, what guest made the director so excited? It seems like there was a large donation. He looks very happy. While Alaz was still pretending to wash the dishes, hearing them talk about her made her stunned a bit. Don't you know, there is a girl abandoned in that wooden house. She thought to herself, so that's it. She thought they wouldn't care. The black-haired monk asked, is it Miss Alaz? The guy next to him stole the wine bottle. What miss? She was stunned when she heard them say a truth, but it was too cruel. She came to this monastery just to wait for death. They gave a shocking piece of information. Anyway, her father was executed by someone else. Alaz was confused. Why? Her expression worsened. What? My father is dead. The black-haired monk was extremely curious. So now she will be a countess. His companion acknowledged. That's right, but I asked who came today. The next sentence made Alaz extremely shocked. The person was sent by the wife of the late duke. She had different thoughts. If it was the duke's wife. A noble red-haired woman appeared, cunningness combined with seductive beauty. She was Duchess Camilla. Images of inheritance certificates appeared according to the story of the two monks. I don't know either, but according to the law, the procedure for dividing the inheritance must be carried out within a week after death. If the estate is not resolved within that time, everything will become complicated. The black-haired monk finally drew a conclusion. So they want to lock Miss Alaz here for a week. The guy next to him looked with half an eye. Really stupid. Then they just need to leave her alone. Why send someone to do it? The guy looked behind, just smiled slightly. He said to his companion, they probably want to solve the problem by sending someone here and donating a large amount of money to the director. The words that followed really scared her. Maybe they wanted to deal with her without leaving a single clue. Looking at the cunning smile hiding behind the cloak, Alaz secretly made up her mind. She had to deal with this mess. When Alaz escaped, she blankly leaned her arm on a large tree in the dark and desolate space. Alaz took off her cloak. Her long blonde hair suddenly became messy. She panicked and realized, they came here to kill me. She remembered when she was still a little girl. At that time Alaz sat leaning against the wall hugging her face. When Alaz was abandoned here, she cried for a whole day because the shock was too great. Every small movement, such as when the window suddenly popped out, could scare her. When the door completely fell to the ground, Alaz realized that the window was broken. Tears fell all over her beautiful little face. Alaz said sadly, it's so cold. At that time, she picked up the door, observed and studied how to fix it. At home the adults always do these things for me. Day turned into night, time passed. Alaz had grown up and gradually accepted such a lonely life. Every day she still read books carefully. She understood that she had been abandoned. No one was by her side. Alaz picked up the food on the plate, just silently, couldn't say any more words. Her face suddenly turned green. I'm so hungry. Couldn't move at all. She thought to herself, she should just take a look at the pictures of the fruits. She was too hungry to read any words. Just thinking, Alaz swiped her hand through the books with different topics about survival, including the topic of cuisine and the topic of society and hunting. In the dark night, in the hut that the hunter left when he left, Alaz learned quite a few important things for survival by reading the books and diaries that the hunter left. She continued to take the basket out into the sky, seemingly hoping to harvest something. Then Alaz discovered that fertile land. She smiled when she saw it, a piece of land that could be cultivated. Alaz readily held the long shovel, the joy could not be hidden, it was too stable. She started tilling the soil enthusiastically and passionately, quickly turned this place into a field, eggplant, beans, potatoes, I'm coming, I'm fed up with black bread. Alaz quickly cleaned up the things in the small wooden house, her vitality was really strong, she couldn't die here after such survival efforts, every 2 days they would bring food. Today they just brought food, so tomorrow no one will come until the man comes. She made a very bold decision and quickly had to escape immediately. Alaz changed her clothes, a red dress with a brown cloak, the skirt was slightly flying in the wind. She held the emerald stone tightly, understanding that this was the only thing she had to bring. The image of the magnificent, luxurious, and vast castle appeared in Alaz's mind. At first she planned to leave here, but thinking about it, that option was not much better. Later she might return to the capital one day, the clear voice in the memory of a little girl was calling, Mom. The image of Alaz when she was young was radiant like a flower, not tormented by 2 disasters, now she was like a little princess with a floral skirt, happily raised her hand and called again. Mom. A beautiful and noble woman hugged her tightly, she was her beloved mother, she called her, Alaz, she responded with a long and cheerful smile. Alaz cuddled her mother by hugging her waist between the mansion's balcony, Alaz, oh my daughter, one day you will be the one to take over this beautiful campus, can you protect this place? Hearing her mother say that, the little Alaz at that time became confused, not daring to believe in herself, can I do that? Alaz's mother was indeed a gentle and kind woman, she smiled and looked at her daughter, of course, you can do it, because you are my daughter. She unfastened the chain with the emerald face from her neck. Then put the chain around her neck and told her, always cherish this chain. Every time you encounter difficulties, look at the garden and wear it to pray, then you will get help. She held the chain tightly, her mood became sad again, she softly called, Mom. She clenched the chain in her hand, naturally had her own calculations, if tomorrow someone comes to eliminate me, they will find out I have run away, even if I have an extra day. I will be caught soon, if we ask people from the monastery to help find. The image of the 2 people talking to each other again appeared in Alaz's mind, that guy said that no one was allowed to approach this wooden house until he returned. Alaz smiled, turned her head to look back one last time, that's it, she could escape. She flowed through the large trees, the brown cloak, the red dress and the bag flew in the direction Alaz went, hurriedly in the middle of the night. A north wind, Alaz's footsteps stopped, she suddenly startled. Alaz thought of the lush vegetable garden over there, it's almost harvest season, but she can't eat them. She sighed sadly, she could have the opportunity to plant and cook another time or not. Suddenly Alaz's mood became terrible, she lowered her head silently unable to say anything, in the end she could only say one word goodbye, remember to take care. She raised her hand to her head trying to prevent the wind from messing up her blonde hair, her eyes resolutely moved forward. But deciding to do one thing and reality are 2 different things. When looking at such a high mound, Alaz suddenly felt numb, sweat secretly flowed, no matter how many times she came here. This place was really terribly high, probably no one thought she would dare to run away. She suddenly remembered a content in the book she had once known, at first it was a bit hard to believe when reading the hunter's diary. Alaz put her hands in the middle of the air, the background was nothing but lush trees, she continued to think about the story, about the job. Finally, she found a rope hook hidden on the cliff, it was true that there was equipment to climb down on this cliff. Alaz held one end of the rope, the other end was freely dropped along the length of the cliff. She tried to concentrate, grabbed the rope tightly with a slightly frightened expression, she was so scared that she cried when she climbed like that for the first time. Alaz continued to recall when she could escape from the town, on the weekend, the monastery didn't even bring the junk food to Alaz, she had to climb down the cliff and enter the village. She put on her cloak to hide her face a bit, always smiling to greet the customers, because Alaz started selling the books she had read and remembered clearly. The transaction between her and others became smoother, gradually Alaz became better at bargaining to buy at the right price, Alaz used that money and exchanged for many things. Such as the plants grown in the field and then the other casual clothes. She resolutely looked at the cliff ahead, secretly telling herself, you think I will give up in a place like that? She jumped down, grabbed the rope hanging in the air. The space below was just trees and darkness, nothing else. After successfully overcoming the obstacle, Alaz breathed out, her hand resting on the base of the rock. She opened her palm to observe, her palm was scratched all over, Alaz couldn't stop the natural trembling of her body, she clenched her fist tightly. Alaz became resilient like a warrior, she had to endure. In the dark forest, she decided she had to become strong. From now on everything was just beginning. In that forest, there was a figure quietly carrying a roll of rope and a sword behind his back. Between that white shadow, the black sword hilt appeared extremely prominent. Arriving in front of the wooden house, he observed and made a judgment: she must be asleep, which means he can deal with her easily. He quietly opened the door and stepped inside. Arriving at the door, the rope stopped him. The monk couldn't defend himself and fell to the ground. He widened his eyes in surprise. What is this? The monk accidentally touched a sharp circular saw blade, painfully screaming. He widened his eyes, his face extremely surprised. In the empty house lying lonely, the miserable cry echoed. A beautiful sunny day has begun. The blue sky gently covers the stately campus. Next to it is a hill with rustling leaves. Elaz held the reins of a white horse walking on the lawn, looking at the sky and the earth happily and freely. Her face was really happy when she looked back at the familiar scene. She finally returned back to the capital where her mother used to live. The capital was crowded with people coming and going. It seemed like the atmosphere was bustling in trade relations. Elaz still carefully wore her cloak. Looking at the people who were still running their lives, she determined this place was more crowded than before, probably because of the war. 5 years ago, a rainy day with thunderstorms came. The beast tribe crossed the eternal mountains in the north. They were not human, using sharp weapons to invade the empire. The fire of war broke out. The empire almost did not know of their existence, was not prepared to face this large-scale invasion, and almost lost the entire territory in the north. The scene in the north became desolate, gradually burned by the terrible poisonous fire, leading to a series of homeless people having to come to the capital to take refuge. The group came to the capital overnight. The empire quickly gathered their army and recruited people from many other families to join the army. The banners of rebellion were erected everywhere, diverse and colorful. And the most famous among these people was a guy blindfolded with a white cloth, holding a sword in his hand, riding a horse forward in a surging atmosphere. That person was the mercenary King Harkan. He always covered his face so very few people knew his real identity, but the reputation of the mercenary king was more than 30 years. So Elaz guessed that he was probably more than 50 years old. A year ago the emperor bestowed titles and many other rewards on Harkan and many others. At that time, that person knelt on one knee showing his loyalty in front of the king when he was rewarded for their service to the empire. She still moved forward. The war was over, but the consequences after the war were still in the northern land, and the recovery only started this year. For that reason, Elaz knew that the people here could not return to their homeland yet. She naturally felt a bit gloomy. What should she do? She was sure there were many people working for Camilla in the mansion. Images of the pages of the book reappeared in Elaz's mind. Based on the laws of this empire, those who are not married will not be recognized as legally adult. What kind of wedding dress she will wear? Elaz has thought about it and pondered. Moreover, if one of the two people, father or mother, dies, and the child, when they are legally adult, must declare that they intend to inherit the title. If that does not happen, the title will be passed on to the remaining wife or husband. The cunning image of Camilla appeared in her mind as a symbol. Elaz also has her own steps. And to let a week pass after her father's death, she needs to get married now. She calculated very carefully and finally could draw a few basic conditions. Marrying a normal person would only cause more trouble, so this is not okay. The first condition is to be a nobleman. The second condition is to still be single. The third condition is to report our marriage to the administrative office within 3 hours, because the office closes at 6 o'clock. Elaz's eyes suddenly lit up, so there was only one choice left. She stopped in front of a large house. This is it. Elaz smiled confidently. People here can ask for anything, as long as they pay. She was holding a small bag, which contained all the money she had, about 50 gold coins. She hesitated for a moment. Anyone too greedy will be troublesome, so I have to find someone with a good reputation. If I don't have money, I'll give them something else. A voice echoed from inside, startling Elaz. 10,000 gold coins? She muttered to herself, what the heck? She eavesdropped. The silver-haired man felt very surprised. I've never seen anyone pay so much just to find someone. The black-clad young man next to him waved his hand. I knew it. Isn't this a very easy task? He added, but there is something a little strange. A girl about 22 years old, with blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes, someone from the monastery recently. After hearing their conversation, she unconsciously pointed at herself in shock. Is that me? He went out and shrugged. How do they think they can find someone with just those descriptions? She broke out in a cold sweat and ran away from the door in shock. He left without noticing the girl trying to disguise herself. Well, let's try before someone else finds her, right? Elaz hid on the side, speechless, her heart full of cobwebs. She could only think of one name, Camilla. On the highest tower, the clock caught her attention. Elaz felt tense. It's almost 6 o'clock, I don't have much time left. Elaz clasped her hands in prayer, now surrounded by only flowers, leaves, and birds. Oh God, can you find a husband for this servant? She closed her eyes and begged, send anyone to me now, if possible. As soon as she finished speaking, another figure, also wearing a cowhide-colored cloak, fell in front of her. Elaz was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Did he fall from the sky? A man quickly chased after him. You bastard, did he just jump out of the window? She didn't understand anything, while the man was groaning in pain. The man who had chased after him shouted, give me back my money. While the other man was still holding his face in pain, Elaz looked at him and then at the fierce man. The man shouted a few more times, I heard that you've been going around bragging to the ladies. That you're a baron. So you made a fortune collecting beastmen during the war, huh? The bald man got closer and closer, sneering in the most obscene tone. Now you can lend us a few coins to eat, right? Seeing this, Elaz pondered, are they guards from a gambling den? I guess this guy is really unlucky. I'd better stay away from him before I get caught up in this trouble. She suddenly stood up. Her face pale, she ran frantically, surprising the men. One of them asked suspiciously, who the hell are you? Elaz replied awkwardly, I'm just a passerby. In her heart, she felt, oh no. Elaz, covered in sweat, tried to explain, please don't mind me. The man was angry when he heard this, get lost. At this moment, the young man seemed to notice her movements. She bowed her head, politely saying, yes, sir, I'm getting lost. But the man behind her grabbed her clothes tightly. Elaz wanted to turn into stone on the spot, turning her head to look at the culprit. He was still holding onto her clothes, even though she said, what? What's wrong with you? He looked up, his handsome face clearly visible after the cloak. His first words were, my love. Lakshan's words were like honey in her ears, don't go. Elaz looked at him in horror, as if he were a strange creature, her face blank, ugh. While she didn't understand anything, Lakshan knelt on both knees on the ground, the atmosphere naturally ambiguous and sweet, my love, darling. Elaz burst out laughing, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. Lakshan was trying to say the words put in his head, you told me to go make money, right? Lakshan suddenly stood up, tears falling from his eyes, about to cry, I'm doing this all for you. She was stunned, no, when was that? Elaz tried to resist as much as possible, I don't know anyone like you. The bald man, eavesdropping, said, it seems like that woman is very young. The bald man raised a finger, seemingly having an idea, I swear I heard the voice of an older person before. Elaz turned around, startled, he's still here? The two hooligans slowly approached Elaz and Lakshan, cracking their knuckles as they walked, hey, are you really his wife? Elaz trembled, standing next to the young man. Trying to stall for time, wait a minute, her heart extremely struggling, no, I'm not. He continued, if that's the case, you're lucky to have another source of income like this. The bald man's eyes stared, if your husband wants you to be more proactive in bed, shouldn't you give us 50 gold coins to make up for the money he borrowed? He didn't forget to add, including interest. Proactive or not, these words made her panic. Elaz blushed and retorted, I don't have to go to bed with this man. She waved her hand, no, I'm not his wife. Lakshan leaned close to Elaz, my love, it's just 50 gold coins, hurry up and give it to them. Are you going to abandon me? I'm so hot and handsome. She was a very opinionated person, letting him grab her wrist. Elaz still refused to compromise. He's crazy, let me go, I don't know you. Elaz looked at the arm holding her wrist, suspiciously strange, I feel like I'm being held tightly even though I'm not moving, what kind of power is this? The man's soft voice fell into her ears, do you have 50 gold coins right now? He suggested with a daisy-like innocent smile, if you do, can you lend it to me for a moment? Elaz was confused, what? Elaz's mind was spinning, thinking, what's wrong with this guy? While Lakshan was still trying to persuade, I promise I'll pay you back. In her head, she thought in confusion. Is he using magic? How can he steal someone's soul with just his voice? The dirty hands of those guys touched Elaz again, scaring her. The bald man was shocked looking at the scene in front of him. Elaz was also surprised to see the person blocking her. It turned out that Lakshan was standing in front of her, holding the bag of gold. Elaz was stunned when she saw Lakshan's appearance. He handed the bag of money to them, here, take the money. While she was extremely excited, he's really handsome up close. Elaz looked in her bag and then at him, when did you take it? The dirty hand held the bag of money tightly in his hand amidst her miserable cries, no. He opened the bag of money and counted, great, exactly 50 gold coins. The gold coins appeared sparkling in his hand. The brazen bald man made an offer, but if you don't have money, would you consider working for us? He commented, customers will love you, with that face you'll be able to make a fortune. Lakshan grabbed Allah's hand, smilingly refusing him, sorry, but that's not going to happen. He kissed the back of her hand, looking like a real couple, I'm the type of person who will only obey one person. Lakshan smiled brightly and asked her, right, my love? Elaz, sweating in panic, thought to herself, what the heck is he saying? Suddenly, she heard a sound coming from afar, the sound of a flute. While Elaz was looking around, Lakshan made an excuse to retreat, well, we've given you the money, so let's stop here. A moment later, he and she ran quite far. Lakshan crossed his arms and smiled, hey, are you okay? While Elaz was leaning against the wall, coughing with her head down. He scratched his neck, gently explaining, I'm sorry for suddenly pulling you into this, it just happened. The clock continued to tick. Lakshan announced, we'll have to walk a bit, but if we go to my place in the west, She was sweating profusely, sadly, I don't have any time left. Allah's slump in spirit made Lakshan a little worried. He stepped forward to check, hey, are you listening? Allah's turned around uncomfortably, are you really a nobleman? Lakshan pointed at himself, stunned, well, I am a nobleman, an heir, at least that's what I am. Elaz grabbed his collar, startling Lakshan, you owe me 50 gold coins. She made a crazy offer, aren't you going to repay me with your body? In the vast grounds, the sunlight had fallen to the west, the late afternoon appeared with the fiery red of the sunset. Camilla sat in a chair, taking a long breath. The maid worriedly reminded, madam, lying like that will wrinkle your clothes. She breathed out, so what? After the funeral, I won't wear it again. Camilla lay comfortably on the chaise lounge, ordering, forget it, go get me some wine. I haven't had a drink all week. A guest will be coming here later, so take them to the guest room. The maid bowed her head and obeyed, yes, madam. Time returned to a few days ago. The chairman of the Merchants' Association came to offer condolences, you must be very grieved, Countess. He was willing to make an offer even during the funeral, but it's rare to find such a large mansion in the capital. This is the perfect land for the large shopping complex we're planning. When the funeral is over, please sell it to us. She hid her satisfied smile behind her fan when she heard him add, of course, we'll pay you handsomely. Camilla answered without hesitation, okay, let's sign the contract as soon as the funeral is over. Camilla fanned her wide-brimmed hat, saying with interest, although it used to be at the top of the empire, now it's just at the level of a local business. Just thinking about buying it with all the problems I can't solve, it's a perfect deal. Luckily, I sent that little girl to the orphanage when she was young. In the past, the little lady was led away by someone, struggling and crying, no, I want to inherit my mother's mansion, let me go. She felt satisfied, the child should have taken over the inheritance today, but she hasn't appeared yet. She must have given up. Camilla fondled the precious jewels on her hand. Those Baselon people will never know my true intentions. I'll sell everything and move to the south with the luxurious life that awaits. The room was so grand and magnificent, but in the end she felt strange, but why is he so late? A noise outside caught her attention. Camilla grabbed her skirt, preparing to welcome him, he seems to be here. She walked into the waiting hall with the servants standing around on both sides. Outside was a carriage stopping right in front of the grounds. Camilla curtsied, smiling very happily, welcome. Lakshan took her hand and helped her down from the carriage, while she still didn't realize that Elaz had returned. Both of them looked at her, smiling meaningfully. The butler with 2 maids ran to the 2 of them, trying to stop them, sorry, but we're not receiving guests today. At this time, Elaz decided to take off her hat and cloak, slowly explaining, I'm not a guest. When the cloak was completely pulled down, the beautiful face of the young girl appeared full of radiance and determination, I'm here to take back what's mine. She was stunned, the old servant next to Camilla exclaimed, that eye color and hair color. Finally, the image of the beautiful mother and daughter of the past appeared in the old maid's mind, Miss Elaz. She stood next to Lakshan, smiling brightly, I'm glad you still remember me. Camilla thought to herself, that child is Elaz? Her expression suddenly turned evil. Camilla pointed at her, you grew up in the monastery, so you don't know anything about the law. You have to get married if you want to inherit the property. She felt complacent, you're not married, so you don't get anything, understand? Hearing Camilla say this, Elaz reached into her pocket, intending to take something out. A piece of paper was taken out, it was the marriage certificate with the names of Elaz and Lakshan. Different from before, Elaz had become much more proactive now, let me introduce. She pointed to the man covered in a cloak next to her, this is my husband, Lakshan. The young man waved his hand, hello. She was a little taken aback, the child must have heard about the inheritance laws somewhere, that's all, with a northern barbarian. Camilla shrugged, Elaz, I'm quite surprised that someone who has always been in the monastery like you got married. When did you meet him? She added, what if he's a suspicious person? Elaz coldly replied, that's not something you need to worry about. She covered her mouth and laughed when she heard her say, my husband, Lakshan, is completely normal. Looking at his mysterious attitude, Camilla also had other plans. His hands and feet are as if he has a problem with his face. I have to crush that confident attitude first. She approached the two, trying to question, then why are you hiding your face like that? It's like you're trying to hide something. Elaz hesitated, that matter. Camilla finally caught a weakness, pressing forward, if you're so confident, then show us his face. Elaz turned to look at him, that's right, Lakshan also intended to raise his hand to pull down the hat, really? He officially spoke at this time, everyone has been so worried about my wife. Lakshan's expression made everyone stunned, including her. Lakshan's hat was completely pulled down, his handsome face like flowers meeting flowers appeared next to her, so. He winked and smiled playfully, are you all relieved now? Elaz witnessed this scene, and had to admit nodding, he's really handsome. Lakshan put his arm around her shoulder, creating a loving scene, Elaz, is the greeting enough? I can't wait to be alone with you anymore. Elaz blushed and stammered, yes, that's right. She remembered, he didn't act like this at the administrative office. The scene at that time was quite strange. Elaz put pen to paper and asked, my name is Elaz, what's your name? He replied, Lakshan. She finished her work and asked him hesitantly. But are you sure you're okay with this? Lakshan smiled, didn't you say this was an emergency? Elaz showed hesitation and remorse, no, but marrying for money is a bit, I don't think that's a good idea. Lakshan didn't seem too serious either, he winked, I don't think the person who told me to repay with my body should say that. He took the paper from her hand, it's okay, you also said we'll get divorced when the trouble is resolved. Lakshan's smile became gentler. He reassured Elaz, come on, let's do it. When holding the paper in her hand, Elaz had read it very carefully. She looked at him, secretly telling herself, I should have been careful when choosing a husband. Elaz felt a headache, I never thought I would pick up a husband on the street. The red stamp had been stamped on the marriage certificate of the two people. After finishing the procedures, he asked Elaz, are you going straight to the mansion now? Elaz rolled up the paper, replying differently, no, there are a few people I need to meet first. She took out the rolled paper, affirming, Camilla, no matter what you think, this is a document approved by the government. Elaz firmly replied to her, that means that now I am the Count Baselan and the owner of this house. Many carriages had arrived in front of the door, Camilla seemed very happy. A group of people appeared from the carriage, she happily exclaimed, you've finally arrived. Before Camilla's excited attitude, Lakshan sighed, oh my, you're surprised, do you know them? He replied, a little, but they don't know me. They are mercenaries, they are a little scary. The evening sky was dark, maybe there will be a big tug of war. The chairman of the Merchants Association got out of the car and greeted her, Duchess Camilla, I am very happy to be welcomed like this. She flattered in a flurry. Of course, I have been waiting for a long time. Camilla scratched her face, smiling pretentiously unwilling, but there is a little problem. He was surprised, what do you mean, what's the problem? Camilla leaned close to his ear, there are a few uninvited guests here. All eyes fell on Lakshan and Elaz. She asked annoyedly, who are you people? He politely introduced, we are here to meet Duchess Camilla, this is the head of the Merchants Association. Elaz put her hand on her chest, trying her best to present, I am Elaz Baselan, from today I am the Count. She lamented, if Elaz had come a little later, our contract would have been signed smoothly. The chairman of the Merchants Association breathed out, I understand, if the new Count had come a little later. The surrounding hooligans were trying to call Black white, what are you saying, didn't the Count come after the contract was signed? Perhaps that day will never come, these mercenaries were approaching the two in the satisfied eyes of Camilla and the chairman. Elaz put her hand across her chest, extremely tense. 3 subordinates of Camilla, holding weapons, approached Elaz and Lakshan. He lowered his head, leaning close to her and said, Elaz, let me get rid of these guys for you. Elaz couldn't hide her worries, she asked Lakshan, how? Are you going to fight them all by yourself? He replied very confidently, there is nothing I can't do. Elaz laughed, saying, I know that's just empty talk, but thank you. But in her heart, she thought, I almost asked him to help me. Seeing her attitude, he was a little disappointed, don't you want me to help you? Elaz pondered and then replied, because this is my own problem. Lakshan froze, he didn't know what he could do for her. At the same time, Camilla led a group of fierce subordinates, she pointed and ordered, hey, what are you doing? Quickly arrest them. Very quickly, both were approached and arrested by Camilla's men, they used weapons to threaten and harm Lakshan. Elaz tried to struggle and resist, wait. She worriedly and frantically shouted, please spare him, he has nothing to do with this. In contrast to Elaz, he calmly looked at her and said, darling, how can I have nothing to do with this? Lakshan smiled affectionately, saying to Alaz, I'm your husband. He continued, I'm very happy that you're worried about me, but I'm a little sad to hear you say that. Lakshan's words surprised her, her eyes widening, and the amorous atmosphere moved even Camilla's subordinates. She slowly approached the two of them, shouting, Stop talking nonsense. Lakshan remained cheerful, not afraid at all, while Alaz was angry with him, thinking, what's wrong with this guy? Camilla used the fan in her hand to lift Alaz's chin and scolded, Humph, you fool. She lectured her condescendingly, you think a child who's been lost for so long would be appointed as a countess upon returning? Even though you've been in a convent for nearly 14 years. It seems you still haven't learned to listen, have you? Camilla looked at Alaz's resentful face, continuing, that look is exactly the same as when you were little. She questioned her, what kind of deal did you and that merchant make? Camilla smiled smugly, replying, nothing much. She fabricated a story, because she lost her husband, the countess fell into depression, too grief-stricken to live in the mansion filled with beautiful memories. And tried to appear calm. Because your father wanted to maintain the pride of a count, he resisted and didn't sell this mansion until the very end. She complained, even though we could have lived in a more magnificent mansion if we had sold it and moved to the south. Camilla fanned herself with her fan, gloating, but this is the time to put an end to that foolishness, my husband is no longer alive and you arrived late, when you open your eyes again. She looked at Alaz with a malicious smile, perhaps, you'll meet your parents in the afterlife. She quietly lowered her head and smiled as if she wasn't surprised by Camilla's plan. Alaz retorted, you think I didn't foresee this? Immediately, her face changed and she exclaimed, what? Alaz calmly said, I know my situation, there's no one on my side anymore. Camilla looked at the weak girl in front of her, feeling skeptical, how can she still be so confident? Suddenly, the sound of horses' hooves grew nearer, an announcement rang out, someone's coming. The coachman in a red uniform controlled 4 fine horses, pulling a luxurious carriage slowly down the road. Upon seeing this, Camilla exclaimed in shock, that uniform, it's someone from the imperial palace. Immediately, she turned around and ordered her subordinates, quickly release her. They obeyed, understood. Camilla had a plan in her head, if Alaz exposed this, there would be big trouble. The subordinates who were controlling Lakshan also followed the order and released him. Lakshan ran to Alaz and asked worriedly, are you okay? She replied to him, yes. The carriage stopped right in front of the mansion gate. The car door opened and an elegant man stepped out in a long overcoat, white gloves, with a dignified air. The royal minister of finance, Marquis, spoke, is everyone out here? Camilla and her subordinates looked at him, all showing confusion. She began to worry, wondering in her heart, why is Minister Lakshan here? Marquis stopped, his eyes surprised when he saw someone. He stared intently at Lakshan's face, wondering to himself, why is this person here? Marquis said sternly, more people than I thought, do I have to wait? Alaz excitedly said, no, they're all uninvited guests, I'll tell them to leave immediately, thank you for coming. He bowed, replying to her, I should be the one saying that. Marquis said, because you said you would donate all your assets and land to the royal family, including this castle. Camilla's group immediately jumped back, mouths agape. She exclaimed, what do you mean? Camilla thought, even if the Earl has been extravagant, he still owns a lot of land, jewels, and works of art in this mansion. The Earl's assets are countless. She regretted in her heart, but she wants to donate everything, including this mansion, to the royal family. Switching to the time when Alaz had just escaped from the convent to find a way back home, she hesitated all the way to the capital. Alaz muttered to herself, I need to take measures to protect the Earl's mansion from Camilla. She suddenly had an idea, give everything to someone Camilla wouldn't dare to contend with. That person with the highest position, no one else, is the Emperor. Returning to the meeting, Marquis bowed to express his sincerity, such a large-scale donation is the first time in history. I've troubled you by coming at this time. Alaz politely returned the greeting, no, I'm very grateful that you prepared immediately, even though it was just a sudden request. She sincerely said, I will entrust everything to you, Minister, please pay attention to the condition I mentioned. He promised her, certainly, then I will pay attention to it. What Alaz mentioned was, she would donate everything, however. The condition was to preserve and maintain this mansion and garden. The wish was granted, Alaz happily looked around the mansion. She felt satisfied, in this way, she was able to keep her promise to her mother. Switching to the night, Lakshan stood leaning against a lamppost waiting. Alaz hurried over, flustered, I'm sorry, did you wait long? He casually replied, it's okay, you seem busy, is it okay to come out like this? She smiled brightly, no matter how busy I am, I still have to repay my benefactor. Alaz gave Lakshan a bag and said, here, take this, consider it a fee for helping me, I found these things while checking Camilla's room. she offered. Minister Lekshan turned a blind eye to this. If you want, you can sell them, of course, you don't need to return the 50 gold coins from before either. He exclaimed in surprise, you're so generous. Alaz happily replied, what's generous about it? If you weren't here today, I wouldn't have been able to do this much. She continued, not to mention, I think the money is still too little, and also. Alaz expressed her feelings, thank you. Lakshan looked at her curiously, for what? Alaz recalled what happened this morning. He asked, Alaz, should I help you deal with those bastards? She recounted, when you said you would help me then. Alaz continued, honestly, Camilla's heart is terribly scary, but thanks to you saying that I should take them down myself, I unknowingly laughed, thank you for calming me down a bit. She smiled brightly and said, honestly, thank you. He froze, his eyes wide as he looked at Alaz. Lakshan regained his composure and asked her, but what are you planning to do next? You've lost everything. Alaz was silent for a moment, she had her own plans. Alaz replied, everyone thinks that I've lost everything, but it seems like only I think that I've kept them safe. She muttered in her heart, that garden and mansion will be preserved forever, is there any other way to protect it better than this? Lakshan cared about Alaz, aren't you sorry? They were all originally yours. She smiled wryly and said, it would be a lie if I said no. Alaz confided, but if I stubbornly wanted to keep it for myself, it wouldn't be as safe as it is now. She optimistically declared, besides, it's not like I've lost everything, I'll take good care of myself, in my own way. Lakshan asked curiously, so what will you do next? Alaz replied to him, well, probably leave the capital. The servant's voice echoed, Countess Alaz, please come back inside. Before leaving, she said goodbye, I have to go, be careful on your way back. Alaz whispered, don't forget to meet me at the administrative office at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday, we'll do the divorce procedures. Lakshan quietly stood watching her turn back into the mansion. He wore a long coat that covered him from head to toe, approaching the door of the large, ancient house. Lakshan reached out to open the door but stopped. A young man asked him, are you back, sir? Lakshan glanced at that subordinate and said, I didn't expect you to still be waiting for me, have you completed the matter at the casino yet? He bowed deeply and replied, of course, thanks to your highness's help, I guarantee to collect all the evidence carefully. He looked uncomfortable, seemingly probing something. The subordinate continued, excuse me. Lakshan sighed and questioned, never mind, did you tell my brother that I wouldn't be coming back? He pressed, you told him, right? He trembled and replied, I'm sorry, it's because His Majesty has strictly controlled the information I can report to your highness, so. Lakshan said to his subordinate, anyway, I'm safe, and still focused on the task that my brother entrusted me with. He ordered, you don't need to guard around here, don't do unnecessary things, I will definitely report everything to my brother tomorrow, just go. Hearing this, he hesitated, this. Lakshan glared, sternly, this is an order. The subordinate hurriedly left, unwillingly. Lakshan's shoes were taken off on the floor. He sprawled on the bed contemplating, what a long day, I even got married. Lakshan picked up his marriage certificate and thought, a marriage recognized by just a piece of paper, how ridiculous. He mentioned her name, Alaz, and then thought, I didn't expect things to progress in this direction. Lakshan recalled what happened this morning at the casino, he calculated in his head, I need to stall for time to check the upper floor, so I'll divert the guard's attention. He approached and sweet-talked a beautiful girl, haven't we met before, miss? Causing her to shyly exclaim, oh my. Lakshan continued to ask another girl, can I borrow some money from you, miss? He winked, promising, I'll pay you back later. The guards flared up and chased after him, shouting, hey, what are you doing? Lakshan thought, should I run? They chased and shouted, stop there, stop him, everything was in his calculations, if he didn't want to be suspected by them. While running away, Lakshan accidentally met Alaz, a strange encounter. He remembered the first time he met her, how could it have happened in that place? Lakshan muttered, and also. The image of Alaz smiling brightly appeared in his mind, that really was a shining golden hair. Lakshan lay down, closing his eyes and imagining, it must be very soft to touch. Suddenly he woke up, I'm crazy. Lakshan left the bed, walking and muttering to himself, I need to return to where I belong, His Majesty will definitely keep me in the capital. He returned to bed and daydreamed, he must be very sad if he knew I got married, well it's just fake, if it were true, Alaz would be next to me right now. Lakshan's train of thought continued. Because tonight is our wedding night. He was startled again, sweating. Lakshan sat up and shouted, what am I thinking? I'll take a bath and go to sleep. Switching to Alaz standing pensively alone in her mansion. She looked into the distance, muttering to herself, I can't believe I got married, even more unbelievable that I'll be divorced so quickly, I'm back to a life of just being alone. Alaz unconsciously pondered, again. I've always been alone, ever since I was abandoned at the convent. Elaz remembered her memories with her mother. She gave her a gift and said, "When you feel stuck, wear this necklace and look at the garden, then you will receive help." She clenched the necklace, hugged it to her chest and said, "I haven't encountered any difficulties yet, Mom, but..." Elaz wondered, what should I do now? Suddenly, the pendant lit up. Some kind of miracle was waiting for her to discover. Switching to outside a magnificent castle. Lakshan sat at the reception table, talking to himself. He's been gone for a while. He jumped up with an idea. Should I go to the flower garden and see? Feeling inappropriate, he told himself, never mind, it's not good for me to go there. Lakshan quietly admired the portrait of the former Queen Eucrasia hanging on the wall. He mused, am I really like her? Childhood memories returned. Lakshan sat next to him and asked, Dad, what does Mom look like? Come to think of it, I've never met my mother. Harkin held a paintbrush, smiling and saying, your mother is a wonderful person. He described his mother, she always shines. Lakshan clearly remembered, the look on his father's face when he sketched his mother's portrait, looked very happy. He as a child often teased his father with that smile. Lakshan looked at the white bouquets placed all over the house. He wondered, Dad, why did you buy these flowers, Dad? Harkin sat in front of the bouquets, holding his head in pain. He replied, the queen has passed away. Harkin sadly said, Dad wants to be alone for a while. Later when Lakshan grew up, he told the truth, Lakshan, your mother is the former queen, Eucrasia. Harkin covered his face, recounting the old story to him. After severely punishing the rebels, she came to see Dad and gave birth to you, then lived together in secret. Lakshan replied, is that so? He gave him a necklace and instructed, Mom told you to take this with you when you need help, but... Harkin continued, you know you can't go there, right, but, you should keep it. Soon after, war broke out. Harkin was seriously injured while evacuating people from the battlefield. Lakshan ran from afar to where he fell, calling out, Dad. Harkin took off the hat he was wearing, instructing him, my son, from now on, you will be. He accepted the hat, he said, the mercenary king, Harkin. He impersonated his father, took command of the mercenaries and evacuated the villagers. The group he led returned victorious. Everyone shouted, Harkin, Harkin. Harkin's passing was only known to him and his father's colleagues. At the same time, he thought it would be good to disappear quietly after the war. Returning to reality, the door opened, His Majesty and his entourage entered the room. He happily called, Lakshan. Lakshan solemnly bowed, greetings, Your Majesty. His Majesty thoughtfully reminded, I've said that you don't need to greet me like that. He cheerfully replied, anyway, I can't just wave when I see the Emperor. Lakshan remembered the past. In the final battle with the strength of the imperial army and the people of Suan, the Emperor was also there. Initially, the imperial army seemed to have the upper hand. The Emperor's army was surrounded when the enemy hid in the crevice of the mountain. A soldier reported to him, the Emperor has been completely surrounded by the Suan. Lakshan worried, he wouldn't survive if there was any mistake. He spurred his horse to the rescue, despite others' protests, Harkin, it's dangerous. Lakshan was injured by the enemy in battle. He launched an attack against the enemy. Lakshan finished off the enemy and rescued the Emperor. He hurriedly called out, Your Majesty. He was injured lying on the ground. His Majesty looked at him and smiled. He spoke, so, you are Lakshan. Lakshan froze, completely surprised by His Majesty's question. Returning to the present, he remembered, although the bandage had fallen off, it was surprising that he recognized him. His Majesty spoke, what are you thinking about? Lakshan shared, I was remembering the scene when I first met Your Majesty on the battlefield. You immediately recognized me. He laughed happily and said, it's interesting to think about it, you recognized me before you even saw the necklace. He replied, that's because the former queen often told me about you. His Majesty remembered when he was a child, Eucrasia once said, as soon as Lakshan was born, Mom returned to the palace. Mom doesn't know what he looks like. She continued, but Mom thinks he will look more like his father. He confidently declared, I would still recognize you even if I had never heard about you. Should I say that the senses of the royal family are quite good, including animal senses too? His Majesty said, you also immediately saw me in that chaos, didn't you? He continued, but you still called me Your Majesty. Lakshan smiled awkwardly, thinking, but I never wanted to call you older brother. His Majesty's confidant once said, a younger brother has appeared before the Emperor, who still has no heir, that is the seed of disaster. He cautiously thought. I would be the most potential rebel to anyone who knows the truth. He sensed the vigilance of His Majesty's confidants. He doesn't need to be so careful. His Majesty spoke to Lakshan, I heard you helped a lot in the casino incident. Thanks to you, everything is getting easier, but... He reminded him, your marriage problem, causing Lakshan to flinch, almost spilling his coffee. His heart was confused. Lakshan forced a smile, telling himself, I'm not ready. He skillfully refused, "Your Majesty doesn't need to worry about my marriage." His Majesty replied, "Why wouldn't I worry?" He said, "You're 26 years old, 6 years over the marriageable age." Lakshan was frustrated, "Here we go again." His Majesty announced, "I've decided to arrange matches for you with all the women who are of marriageable age. It will be very busy, prepare yourself." He looked at the pile of matchmaking lists placed in front of him, stunned. He continued, "I'll arrange appointments for you from tomorrow, so from now on you should stay in the castle." Lakshan immediately shouted, "You." His Majesty was surprised to discover, You what? You just called me brother?" He explained, "Actually, I already have my other half." He doubted, "Impossible, you've never mentioned it." Lakshan replied, "If I mentioned it, you would definitely make me bring that person over immediately." His Majesty flared up, "Of course." He clasped his hands together, confiding, "That's why I didn't say it." Lakshan continued, "She would be very stressed if she suddenly had to meet your Majesty. The people's belief that when Northerners choose a partner for themselves, they will not care about anyone else until they depart." He tried to persuade, "So I hope you will understand because I have no other way." Lakshan praised himself, "I lie so smoothly." His Majesty replied, "I understand." He felt relieved. He began to question Lakshan, "But what's that person's name?" He startled and asked back, "Huh?" His Majesty said, "At least you have to say her name, I can't just call her your other half." Lakshan was tense, stammering, well." Meanwhile he used suspicious eyes to probe him. Lakshan quickly replied, Her name is Elaz." Elaz. His Majesty probed, "What kind of person is Elaz?" He replied, She is an energetic and wonderful person." He asked again, "What color is her hair?" Lakshan said, "Golden." His Majesty asked him a series of questions, "Eye color, how did you meet her, favorite food?" He stopped, "Okay then." His Majesty declared, "She will definitely be very stressed if she is summoned to the royal palace, so I will personally go to meet her." Seeing the situation was not good, Lakshan hesitated, I have to leave here." Switching to the administrative office, the clock tower showed the time, 2:30 in the afternoon. Elaz thought, "I'm too early, maybe?" She went alone to her appointment with him to do the divorce procedures. Elaz encouraged herself, "Although it's a little uncomfortable to see that the mansion is no longer mine, I have also done the necessary things for the donation." She sadly thought, "If someone was with me, that would be great. My divorce can't be revealed." Elaz knew that she couldn't trust anyone in this mansion. A teapot and cups were placed on a tray brought to her. Elaz picked up a cup but didn't drink. She turned her head to look at the servants working in the mansion with wary eyes. Elaz held the cup of water in her hand, dejected. In the mansion, she couldn't even drink water comfortably. Elaz decided to pour all the water into the potted plant instead of drinking it. She sat alone on the bench, thinking, it would be better to postpone the divorce until everything is stable, but there's no way Lakshan would agree to that. I must get divorced quickly. Suddenly someone approached Elaz from behind. That person used a needle to prick her in the back of the neck. Elaz panicked. She felt, it hurts. Elaz tried to resist. What? No, my consciousness. Someone's voice rang out, "Is she okay?" "She doesn't look well, lean on me." She recognized, this voice is Camilla. She sat down next to Elaz and said, "Thank goodness you're awake, Elaz." Camilla threatened, "We have a lot to talk about. Someone sent a missing leg and 2 fingers." She was extremely frightened. "I can't speak, am I going to die like this?" Lakshan's image appeared in her head. Elaz worriedly thought, "If I die right after getting married." She continued her train of thought, suspicion will fall on him. Camilla's subordinate spoke loudly, "Why is she so weak? We should take her away quickly." "What are you doing?" "Help me carry her up." She grumbled, "Maybe the drug is too strong, she won't even wake up." Camilla grabbed Elaz's face and threatened her, "Well, she'll wake up if I chop off her hands and feet, right?" Suddenly, she was startled by a voice behind her, "Let her go." Lakshan had discovered Camilla and her subordinates holding Elaz captive. He questioned them, "What are you doing to my wife?" She retorted, "Who the hell are you?" Camilla said excitedly, "You're next, but I didn't expect you to bring your corpse here yourself. Are you planning to imitate those mercenaries with your bare hands?" She continued, "First." Camilla pointed and ordered her subordinates, "Capture him." A tall, burly man with an axe rushed towards Lakshan. He was given a thunderous punch to the face by him. Lakshan easily took down his opponent quickly. She and her 2 subordinates stood watching him with terrified faces. Lakshan said, "Imitate mercenaries? That's what I'm best at." Switching to Lakshan's residence, outside is the quiet space of the night. Elaz gradually woke up, unconsciously muttering in fear, "Camilla." She panicked and sat up, exclaiming, "Camilla." Looking at the unfamiliar scenery in front of her, Elaz wondered, "Oh, where is this?" Just then, he came in from the door, bringing food for her. Lakshan kindly asked, "Are you awake?" Seeing him again, Alaz was surprised and said, "Lakshan, why are you here?" Lakshan gently placed the food on the bed for her. Alaz continued to ask, "Moreover, where is this place?" He smiled at her, reminding her, "Before that, eat something first." Lakshan pointed to the food and instructed, "Because the antidote is too strong, he said not to let your stomach be empty. The doctor said you will feel dizzy until the poison completely wears off." Alaz reached out and touched her head, replying to him, "Now that I think about it, I do feel a little dizzy." She hurriedly said, "What happened to Camilla? What about those mercenaries?" Lakshan cautiously replied, "This is the inn where I'm staying." He recounted, "When I arrived at the place we agreed, I saw you being dragged into the alley, that's why." In Lakshan's mind, Camilla was kneeling on the ground, pleading in fear, "Please spare me." Ignoring her plea, "Please," his face was emotionless, his eyes sharp. He had dealt with Camilla, despite her screaming in terror. Lakshan said to the person hiding, "You can come out now." He issued an order to his subordinates, "Take care of this mess. Also, where is the nearest hospital?" Lakshan returned to Allah's question, when he saw her being dragged into the alley. He made up a story, he reported it to the guards. Lakshan said that they arrived and rescued you, and Camilla and her mercenaries were arrested on suspicion of kidnapping. She was skeptical, "Those people obediently let themselves be arrested?" He pretended to say, "It seems there were some problems between them in that short time, they fought, fainted, and everything seemed very chaotic." Lakshan continued, "That woman, Camilla, was also poisoned by her mercenaries and fainted." After listening, Alaz asked him again, "So that's what happened?" She said softly, "Thank you." Lakshan smiled affectionately at Alaz, "It's my duty to my wife." He urged her, "The food is getting cold, eat quickly." Alaz relaxed, her mood improved. She began to enjoy the food he brought. Alaz ate and exclaimed, "It's so delicious, thank you, Lakshan." She cleaned the food in the pot. Lakshan asked curiously, "So, what will you do from now on?" Alaz was surprised by the question. He said that Camilla is in prison, but it seems your relatives are rebelling. Many people came to the mansion gate, shouting loudly, "No donation, I demand to meet Alaz, I am her cousin's son." According to the laws of the empire, people can reclaim what they have donated to the empire within a year. She sighed, "I know, I should go far away from the capital now, shouldn't I?" Lakshan continued, "Do you have money for the trip?" Alaz waved her hand innocently, "I have enough, that much, at least that's it." She excitedly showed off, "The people of the Ministry of Finance hid some assets before the mansion was inspected. Well, those people turned a blind eye to a certain extent and gave them to me." Alaz clutched the necklace she wore around her neck and thought, also, besides that, the green gemstone necklace given by her mother held a secret. Alaz remembered discovering something interesting while looking at it in the garden. She exclaimed, "Oh." Alaz was surprised and wondered, "The light." She saw light shining from the painting hanging on the wall. Alaz approached it, looking for where the light was coming from, tapping lightly and hearing the sound of a space behind the painting. She was curious, "So there's a hole here?" Alaz pressed her finger on the painting, it fell down, revealing a compartment storing a rolled-up scroll. She whispered in surprise, "This is the safe's password." Alaz opened the paper and read, "The emergency fund is kept in 5 places." Alaz's mother wrote a message to her, "Alaz, my daughter, you should find and use them in case of emergency." She said, "I'm sorry that the emergency fund isn't much," she called, "Mom." Alaz shouted in her heart, "How can 100,000 gold be not much?" She imagined, with 100,000 gold, she could buy a beautiful house in a big city. Alaz happily planned, and there will still be money left even if she lives leisurely for the rest of her life. She still held the necklace tightly, smiling contentedly, telling herself, "Just keep it for a year." Lakshan wanted to know Alaz's plans, "So, where do you plan to go?" She replied, "I'm not sure." Alaz pondered, "I want to go as far as possible because I can't think of anywhere right now." He opened his mouth to suggest, "So what do you think about going to my home?" Hearing this, she was surprised, not knowing how to respond. Lakshan was also startled, thinking about what he had just said. He tried to explain, "Well, because you said you wanted to go far away." Lakshan verbally persuaded Alaz, "It's a pretty great and quiet place," but in his heart he thought, "She will refuse, right?" She listened attentively to Lakshan speaking. Then, Alaz excitedly asked, "Where is your house?" Unexpectedly, she was so enthusiastic, he could only look at Alaz in confusion. Alaz clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at him and asked, "What kind of place is your house?" Lakshan replied, "My house is in a small village in the north, there are about 100 households there." She admired him, "That's great." Alaz calculated, "Since that place is a small village, it's a good place for me to escape from those relatives." He continued to tell her about his home, "And the soil there is fertile so you can farm there, when the rice ripens, the fields will turn a beautiful golden color. And the children in the village often go fishing by the river. Looking at Lakshan's loving face when he remembered his hometown, Alaz thought, he really likes that place. The more I hear him say, the more I feel that it is a suitable place for me, because the northern region merged into the empire a few years ago, the nobles will not come there because it is an undeveloped land. Her face was pensive, a little concerned in her heart, but Alaz directly asked Lakshan, why are you so good to me? He was puzzled, not understanding why she was asking that. She analyzed, considering the benefits in our marriage, you could have left me at the Y clinic, but now you are still here and taking care of me. You even told me about where you live, which might be a good place to hide. Do you say this to every girl? There are about 100 girls there. Saying this, Alaz became frightened by her speculation. Lakshan even knelt down to her thoughts and shouted, no. To prevent Alaz from thinking wildly, he had to say, honestly, I want to ask you for something. She asked curiously, what is it? Lakshan shyly said, Alaz, do you want to become my partner? Partner, that's what northerners call their wives. For them, marriage is a sacred relationship and receives God's blessing. Once they become partners, they will not separate, and even when their partner dies, they will live in solitude for the rest of their lives. That's what she read from a book. Alaz felt, how romantic. She continued reading. Because of that, many people usually only want to date, and some even have children with their lovers without becoming partners. He quickly stopped her. Wait. Pretend, I told you to pretend to be my partner, not be my real partner. Alaz looked up at Lakshan blankly and asked, what? She crossed her arms and questioned him, you mean? He really doesn't want to get married, but his half-sibling noble brother is forcing him to get married, so he lied that he also has someone in his heart. And he used me as an example, and also described my appearance. The more Alaz said, the lower Lakshan bowed his head, admitting, yes, I'm sorry. My brother is as persistent as a leech, he's the type who will find out everything about you, I can't explain it as a misunderstanding. Listening to Lakshan's sincere explanation and apology, she finally agreed, okay, so that means we'll have to be married for a certain period of time, right? Okay. On the contrary, he was quite surprised to see her agree so quickly, is it really okay? Alaz replied, you're the one who saved my life, so what's this to me? She thought, my relatives won't suspect that this is just a marriage for benefit either. Alaz happily thought about the benefits of this marriage in the future. Because I only need to maintain this relationship for a few more years, the two quickly shook hands to reach an agreement, happy cooperation. Looking at the clear blue sky outside the window, she wondered, because the emperor gave us the marriage certificate and a letter. He probably won't come to see me, Alaz called, Shan, Lakshan. He startled and turned to look at her. Seeing Lakshan distracted, Alaz asked concernedly, are you okay? You were, what's wrong? She sincerely said, is this too much for you? I'll pay for the car ride, is that what you're worried about? Lakshan scratched his head and explained, I'm fine, I'm just thinking about the itinerary of this trip. However, Alaz still clutched the money bag, looking at him worriedly. Lakshan was embarrassed, I guess the image of me being a greedy pauper is deeply etched on my face from the first time we met. She'll faint when she finds out the surrounding area is all my property. I'm tired of being a greedy king in war. So it's a piece of land where I can live normally with my partner, but because the land here is fertile, it comes with a huge tax. He remembered when he was rewarded, the assets given by the king were too many, but His Majesty only smiled and said, you are my benefactor. In the end, Lakshan decided, well, there's no need to explain much, then he happily thought, it's been a long time since someone worried about me. The carriage stopped in front of a massive building, while the coachman was still saying goodbye, Alaz jumped out of the carriage. She ran to the foot of the wall and vomited violently. He helped Alaz pat her back and asked worriedly, are you okay? Here's water. Alaz was out of breath, I'm about to be poor. Lakshan looked at her and said, you were very excited at first. Alaz wiped her mouth and replied, that's because I'm always stressed whenever I'm in the capital, that was also the first time I could comfortably watch from the horse-drawn carriage like that. Thanks to you, I can comfortably enjoy the scenery this time. She turned, her eyes curved like crescent moons, saying, thank you. Alaz gave the water bottle back to him, here. The hotel owner happily welcomed the guests, welcome to the tourist inn. While Lakshan looked around, she said to the owner, one night, please prepare dinner and breakfast for us. He asked back, we'll prepare a room for you? Hearing this, he suddenly put his arm around her shoulder and said to the inn owner, no, about the room, please give us the same room. He smiled and replied, my mistake, so you two are a couple? Alaz was stunned, only calling out his name, Lakshan. He said to the inn owner, we just got married so we don't want to be apart for even an hour, you know. Now please excuse us, my wife is tired. He happily reminded the two about the inn's benefits. You are both in your prime, you can order late-night snacks too. Lakshan pushed her up the stairs. Let's go, my love. Elaz was dazed. Lakshan, what are you doing? The inn owner thoughtfully arranged a romantic honeymoon suite for the two with candlelight. There was a vase of flowers at the head of the bed. And a large bed with rose petals arranged in a heart shape. The two looked black-faced at each other. Her hand trembled as she grabbed the candlestick next to her. Elaz tightly grasped the candlestick in her hand. She was ashamed and angry, pointing the candlestick straight at Lakshan, shouting, everyone is right, men are all wolves. He kept waving his hands, trying to calm Elaz down, saying, wait, I can explain. The man sitting in the lobby had a spider tattoo on his arm. She was afraid, a spider tattoo? Lakshan continued, that's the tattoo of a master thief. So if we sleep separately, he might break into your room. Finally, Elaz let go of the candlestick, placing it back on the table. She didn't say anything, only turning her back to him. Lakshan thought, I wonder if saying that scared her, because those bastards tried to kill all the mercenaries they met. Or robbed their rooms. But I still wish they didn't hate mercenaries. In his mind, the image of a person wearing silver armor appeared. There was a lot of appreciation for the name Harkan, king of mercenaries, but the name Lakshan was different. Slave of money, sinner of the empire, a barbaric northern trash. Remembering what people said about him, he couldn't help but clench his fist, thinking, those words don't matter at all, but sometimes I get annoyed by them. Elaz suddenly asked, are there other tattoos besides the spider tattoo? Lakshan didn't have time to react and asked back, what? She excitedly recounted, mercenary tattoos, I saw dragon, wolf, and lion tattoos on the way here. Do those tattoos have other meanings? He forced a smile, not answering her question, but asking back, Elaz, aren't you afraid of those henchmen? Elaz thought for a moment, well, I'm a little afraid, but... You're also a henchman, aren't you? Thanks to the royal soldiers and mercenaries, the empire won. Why do you think I'm scared? She looked at him with a puzzled smile. Hearing this, Lakshan's cheeks turned red as he looked at her, his heart a mess and unable to utter a word. Elaz continued to ask, so what about the other tattoos? Tell me, he gently answered her questions, I'll talk about the famous tattoos first. The person next to him no longer made a sound. Lakshan turned and gently called, Elaz, are you asleep? But she only breathed evenly, hugging the pillow and falling asleep without responding to him. Lakshan sat up, scratching his head and saying, you really have no guard at all, where do I sleep? He remembered before going to bed, she had affirmed, he couldn't sleep in such a bad place, he should sleep on the bed. Lakshan smiled wryly, you said that. He can't sleep on the sofa. Lakshan rested his head on his hand, thinking, sleeping a little apart is fine, right? It's too much like a wedding night. He closed his eyes, chasing away those silly thoughts. While he was lost in thought, Elaz lying next to him had rolled around on the bed a few times. Then suddenly rolled into his arms. Lakshan stiffened, looking at her. He embarrassedly called out her name, Elaz, then pushed her away from him. Even with being pushed like that, Elaz still didn't wake up, and soon rolled back to her original spot next to him. Looking at her face that was still sound asleep without any signs of waking up, Lakshan crossed his arms in a defensive posture and thought, maybe Elaz wants to take over my body. He suddenly heard her mumble, Mom. Lakshan sat up and looked at her for a while. Finally, he decided to lie back down, letting her rest her head on his arm. Looking at the top of her head burrowing into him, finding a comfortable position to sleep. Lakshan thought, from tomorrow we'll sleep separately. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Then he pulled the blanket up to cover Elaz. In her dream, little Elaz was sitting eating cake and drinking afternoon tea with her mother, listening to her mother instruct, Elaz, all men are wolves. She took a small sip of tea, thinking, is that so, Mom, but Lakshan isn't a wolf. Mom smiled gently and said to Elaz, that's right, Elaz, be careful when you choose a husband. She wanted to tell her mother, but Mom, I'm married. The dream gradually disappeared. She blinked her sleepy eyes, waking up hazily. Suddenly Elaz sat up, angrily remembering, when did I fall asleep? Looking at the wrinkled blanket and pillow next to her, she guessed, it seems Lakshan also slept here. Elaz raised her hand to smell, feeling a strange scent. What is this scent? The scent of body wash and body odor. I didn't take a bath yesterday, it can't be my smell. It's not the smell of the blanket either. A thought flashed through her head. But Elaz told herself, this is not the time to think about this, I have to take a bath. No sooner said than done, she quickly took a fragrant bath and came out. Suddenly Elaz startled, her cheeks gradually turning red. Lakshan suddenly appeared in front of her, making her quite flustered. Elaz called, Lakshan. Where did you go? Lakshan saw that she had just finished bathing and was also very embarrassed. He tried to calm himself and said, I saw you sleeping for a long time. So I brought you breakfast. Looking at the breakfast full of colors and flavors, she exclaimed, "It looks so delicious." While spreading butter on bread, Alaz asked, "What will you do today?" Lakshan poured her a glass of milk and replied, "The gold coins you gave me are all royal gold coins, so I plan to go to the pawn shop to exchange them. There are still many places in the north where they use their own coins." She excitedly showed off, "Oh, I've heard about it, the drachma, how interesting." Seeing this, he was also happy. I knew she would be interested. Alaz suddenly called, "By the way, Lakshan." He gently asked, "What is it?" She then voiced her concerns. "I'm a little curious, when we go back to your hometown, where will I live?" Her face was still red, thinking, can I live at Lakshan's house? Lakshan said his plan, "I'll introduce you as the daughter of my benefactor, you're traveling with me because you have nowhere else to go after your parents passed away. As for housing, I'll repair some of the houses that were abandoned because of the war." Hearing this, Alaz was a little disappointed. She still replied, "Yes," but in her heart she thought, Lakshan said he only needs the marriage certificate, so when we get back to the village, he probably won't need to pretend anymore. But, can't we live together? After breakfast, the two left the inn to find a pawn shop as planned. Entering a shop, Alaz looked around. Lakshan led her straight to the service counter. The shop owner stopped flipping through the book and welcomed them. "Hello, what kind of currency do you want to exchange and how much?" "According to regulations, we will not accept items suspected of being stolen." He placed a heavy bag of money on the table and said, "I want to exchange these 10 royal gold coins for northern currency." The shop owner picked up a gold coin to examine and confirm, it's real gold. He said, "Currently, 1 royal gold coin is equivalent to 16 Greek coins, what do you think?" Lakshan frowned, thinking, do we look like wanderers that much? It's usually worth 20 coins. Alaz looked quite tired. "If I want to go to another pawn shop, well, there's not much money for transportation either." He was about to say, "Ah, right," but before he finished his sentence, she suddenly grabbed his arm. Alaz said with a sad expression, "Darling, do we really have to exchange my mother's keepsake?" Lakshan froze, the words ringing in his head, darling, keepsake of her mother, what does she mean? Seeing her secret wink, he suddenly understood. Alaz continued to act, "No matter how poor we are, selling my mother's keepsake, something she worked her whole life to save," the shop owner stammered, keepsake. "What did you say?" "You mean, these gold coins." She sadly explained, "Because we need money to go all the way to the north to do business, so we have to sell my mother's keepsake here." Alaz dabbed at her tears, secretly saying, "Not a lie at all." The shop owner propped his chin and thought for a long time, then said, "I didn't know there was such a story behind these coins, I will specially exchange them for 20 coins each." To play her part well, she clasped her hands and said to the shop owner, "Thank you so much, sir. The money has been exchanged, so I will buy a white daffodil out there and pray. That was my mother's favorite flower when she was alive." Hearing that, the shop owner was moved to tears. Oh, what a touching story. He put 2 gold coins on the table, choking with emotion. "My late mother also liked white daffodils, this must be a special connection, so I will exchange more money for you. And it's a keepsake, so I'll return 2 gold coins to you." After exchanging the money, the two left the pawn shop. Holding the heavy bag of money in his hand, Lakshan admired her. "How did you do that? I can't believe you exchanged 200 coins from those 8 gold coins." Alaz looked at him and smiled, explaining, "That old man initially gave you an unreasonable price, right?" Lakshan was startled, "How did you know?" She replied, "Because when he said 16 coins, you were silent for a moment. I thought you would negotiate with him, but you didn't. So I decided to do something at that moment. About the keepsake, I saw a pot of daffodils inside the shop counter, along with a letter addressed to his deceased mother. So, I suddenly realized, maybe, he is a son who cares a lot about his mother. If his mother were alive, he would definitely send it to her instead of putting it on the counter, right? That's why I told the shop owner that tearful and moving story." Lakshan looked at her in surprise. You came up with it in such a short time?" Alaz replied, "Just do it and don't think about it, that's what my mother taught me." She imitated her mother's tone. "Alaz, the most unbelievable words in the world, are the words from merchants saying they are selling at a loss. If you want to bargain, you have to put your heart and soul into it." Alaz turned to look at him and asked, "Okay, now that we've exchanged the money, where to next?" Lakshan said, "Let's go buy some necessities." She was curious, necessities? That was handbags, shoes, and clothes from head to toe for her. After changing into the new clothes, she appeared in a very cute outfit, with a wide-brimmed hat on her head. Alaz shyly took off her hat and asked, "Did I buy too much?" He was holding 2 more outfits and quickly replied to the question, "What are you saying? You said it was her only dress." The weather in the north is much colder than where you used to live, he said, trying on a few outfits he had just chosen for her. Lakshan said, we need to buy a few more clothes and shoes. Great, you look great in them. Alaz shyly said, if I came here alone, I probably wouldn't have been able to choose clothes so well. Thank you, Lakshan. The two ended their shopping trip with a big bag of stuff, causing her to exclaim, you bought too much. Lakshan didn't complain much, only advising, you should bring this much stuff, let me carry them for you. Alaz worried, but it's very heavy. He gently put the bag on his back, turned to look at her and said calmly, this is nothing. She blankly thought, I thought he was just a poor mercenary, but he seems pretty strong. The two strolled through the market. Suddenly her eyes lit up, wow. All of her attention fell on the seed stall next to her. Alaz exclaimed, this is the first time I've seen so many kinds of seeds. I secretly planted vegetables in the kitchen garden when I was in the capital, but I always felt disappointed that I couldn't plant more kinds of vegetables. Although I have a recipe book, the number of dishes I can make is very limited. It's because I don't have a pot or anything else in the house. She picked up a seedling and said, that's right, I will plant my own vegetable garden after arriving in your hometown. Alaz thought, I only thought about going far away from the capital and living in seclusion, because I will no longer be imprisoned or controlled by others. That was the wish from childhood. Every night she would look out the window and think about it. She imagined the scene, in a prosperous and safe village. I can do everything I want. And live freely. As the sun set, Lakshan pointed to Alaz, beyond the hill is my hometown, Eldon. She turned to ask him, do you mean paradise in the ancient language? What a nice name. Lakshan, tell me more about your hometown, he replied, again? You've heard it all the way here. Alaz smiled happily and said, to make me excited to go to the place I'm about to live in. Even so, she told herself, I shouldn't pay too much attention to the place where I'm only staying for a year and leaving. But there are many things I still want to do. Choose a clean house with a garden, prepare lunch with fresh vegetables and newly baked bread. And for dinner, I will eat and talk to everyone in the village's restaurant. Now I can do everything. In the wonderful town that Lakshan mentioned. But the scene in her eyes made her fall from heaven to hell. The dilapidated, old buildings. Behind the swaying sign with the words, welcome to the luxurious and peaceful village of Eldon, were thatched houses, simple wooden walls. Barren tree stumps, crows flying all over the sky, croaking, a desolate scene. Lakshan took a breath after the long walk and said, it seems better than I thought. Alaz asked back blankly, better? He explained, I thought there wouldn't be a road, because the village was wiped out by the war. She turned back with a sad face and asked, so you already knew the state of the village? Lakshan was startled and muttered, in his heart thinking, I'm doomed. I'm happy that Alaz is interested in my hometown. I only told her the good things in my childhood. I've never told anyone about my hometown because I'm living under the identity of Harkan. I was too happy, babbling, like a fool, too excited. She must have been dreaming a lot. She wouldn't want to live in a place like this, even if it's just for a short rest. Lakshan said sadly, if you want to leave, I will find a new place to live, I'm sorry. Alaz lowered her head and said, this is Lakshan's hometown, you must be even sadder that this place has become like this. She reminded herself, I can't complain to a person whose village has been destroyed, just because my dreams have been shattered. Lakshan must be desperate. He smiled and comforted Alaz, that's not something Alaz needs to apologize for, the fault lies with the people who set the fire. Forget it, let's go home, you should rest a bit. Give the stuff to me. Then he lifted the bag on her back with one hand. Lakshan thought, the other lands of the empire should feel lucky that only the north was attacked. I don't care about the damage to the north. I don't expect to receive an apology. He led her to a house that seemed to be the least affected by the war. Lakshan happily introduced, this is our house. Alaz looked up at the house in front of her and said, a little repair and it will be back to its original shape. Suddenly a voice rang out, hey. A red-haired boy ran from the side of the house and shouted, who are you and what are you doing at someone else's house? Who is that? But then he was startled when he saw clearly the person standing in front of the house. Kayan exclaimed, Captain. But without waiting for the second syllable, he swooped from the side of Alaz and punched him. Lakshan whispered in his ear, call me Captain again and I'll send you to meet the devil. Kayan, call me Lakshan, okay. He poked his head out and looked behind him, asking, who is that? Is she someone we can't let be discovered? Lakshan turned to look at her and introduced, she is the daughter of an acquaintance, I brought her here because she has nowhere else to go. Kayan looked at him and smirked, really? He said with a black face, what kind of look is that? He nudged his elbow into his chest, laughing like he had won the lottery, because you've never brought a girl back before. But she's from the Empire? Is that your type? The more he asked, the more Lakshan's blood boiled. Alaz looked at the two punching and kicking in the distance, thinking, I can't hear anything, they must be close friends. After settling things with his fists, Lakshan instructed Kyan, go back to your teammates, from now on I'm Lakshan, so don't call me captain, got it? He hugged his head in fear and said, but you can't hide it. He looked towards her and said, she will leave here after a year. Maybe sooner than that. Lakshan gave Kyan a shove to drive him away, so stop babbling and get lost now. He quickly replied, yes, yes. After walking a distance, Kyan looked back and thought, she will leave after a year, huh? I don't think so. Seeing him turn around, Alaz asked, your friend? Lakshan introduced, he's Kyan, an old friend. But suddenly realizing something, he quickly turned back and said to her, I'm sorry, but I'll be right back, I don't know what nonsense he'll say to other people. Alaz smiled and waved her hand, okay, go ahead. Lakshan threw the bag into the house and shouted, go inside and take a look first. Arriving in front of a two-story house, he called out, Kyan. Seeing him arrive, everyone who was preparing to eat stopped and looked towards the door, shouting, Captain. Rahman said, the captain is here. Afraid of being beaten, he yelled out a reminder, I told you not to call me captain. Rahman glanced at Kyan and said, who cares, anyway you're the one who gets beaten. Kugan stood behind him, only smiling without speaking to advise him. Dara said, it's nice to see you again, captain. Eden continued, I was afraid you would stay in the capital for the rest of your life. He hugged his head, helpless, saying to everyone, I told you not to call me captain, just call me Lakshan and drop the honorifics. Rahman worriedly stood up and asked, why, is someone following you here, an assassin, or a spy? Lakshan said sternly, a guest, staying here for a while. Kyan dropped a bomb, because that guest is a girl. Causing everyone to exclaim in shock, what? Seeing the whole group stand up, wanting to run outside, he shouted, you guys, stop. Arriving at the door, everyone saw smoke billowing from Lakshan's house. The whole group was stunned, thinking, smoke. Everyone ran quickly towards the house, their minds full of speculation, is there a fire? Arriving at the scene, Lakshan kicked down the door and rushed into the house, calling out loudly, Alaz, are you okay? Alaz poked her head out from inside the room, surprised, reminding him, Lakshan, the door. Seeing that she was okay, he scratched his head, explaining, I saw smoke rising, so I thought something had happened. Kyan and Darius behind Lakshan silently supported the door. He suddenly smelled something and asked, what is the smell? Alaz, her face covered in soot, showed off, that is. A few hours ago, when she first entered the house, she said, excuse me. But no one answered, so Alaz boldly entered and saw a messy room. She muttered, this place is really dirty. Look at all that dust. Suddenly Alaz saw something that surprised her greatly. She said, there's even a carpet in this room, wait, it looks expensive. Alaz remembered when she was little, when she followed her mother to go shopping, she had seen it in a shop. Her mother stroked it, then turned to say to her, Alaz, this color is beautiful, this kind of color can only be dyed in the south of the island. They use a secret formula that no one knows. Alaz held the carpet in her hand and said, they must have thought about it a lot before deciding to buy it, but now there's no one to take care of it, I'll clean it later. She looked around and exclaimed, this place is great. Suddenly her eyes lit up, wait, that is an oven, there are some expensive pots too. This place has more valuable things than I thought, I need to wash them clean to use. As she spoke, she happily wiped the dust off a pot. Alaz continued to explore the house and thought, great, but it's boring, I heard that these houses have a side door to the backyard. After searching for a while, she finally got to the backyard of the house, she was overjoyed, just as I thought, I knew there would be a well here. Alaz scooped out a bucket of water from the well. Looking at the clear water, she happily said, no moss and completely clean, I can use this water right away. The more Alaz thought, the more excited she became, it's more interesting than I thought, should I go find some other things? She went back into the house and thought, there must be some buckets somewhere. Alaz twisted open a closed door. The scene before her made her gasp in surprise. She thought, this is the food storage, with neatly arranged jars of spices on the shelves along with many tools. Alaz checked them a bit and said, although the quality isn't very good, with these ingredients, I can cook them, I've always wanted to do this since I was in the convent. She carried a bucket of ingredients, deciding, okay, let's cook. I couldn't cook in the convent because I would be discovered if I lit a fire. Alaz took a cloth, first wiping the metal pot, but she realized it had been forgotten for a long time, so it wasn't cleaned regularly. At times like this, mix vinegar and salt in a 1-to-1 ratio. I've seen the chef at the convent do that. I read books to survive. Unexpectedly, the things I secretly learned in the convent's kitchen are so useful. As she thought, she put a pan on the stove that she had just lit and cracked an egg on it. After the egg was cooked, she put 3 slices of ham on the pan, The sound of the fat sizzling on the stove was very pleasant to hear. Elaz continued to slice mushrooms and tomatoes. After a while, she cooked a pot of soup that looked very fragrant and delicious. Elaz scooped a small spoonful to taste. The taste evoked many thoughts in her. I'm free. After leaving the convent, I ran away madly. Then got married to reclaim the inheritance, then continued to run away. Now I'm free. Elaz suddenly wanted to cry, so she rubbed her eyes. Just then, she heard someone calling her name. Elaz, she guessed, Lakshan. Hearing Elaz's story, Lakshan said in surprise, in such a short time, you made a stew? Darius couldn't believe his ears. What? Kayan gasped in surprise and asked, she's cooking? She smiled shyly and asked, would you like to eat it with your friends first? He startled and said, friends. Lakshan turned back and gave those people a warning look, if anyone calls me captain, I won't spare them. The 5 people quickly agreed in fear. After the stew was placed on the table, everyone said, thank you for the meal. Elaz asked nervously, how does it taste, Lakshan, is it good? Is it edible? He presented the empty spoon, saying, I've never had such delicious stew before. Did you really only cook at the convent? The other people ate like hungry tigers, lifting their bowls and slurping up all the soup. Eden praised, it's so damn good. Kugan said, I want to eat this forever. Being praised, she was quite embarrassed but very happy. Really? Then I'm glad, I should have cooked more. He smiled and said, it's not for nothing that we filled the storage, Lakshan. He also agreed, that's right. Kayan turned to start a conversation with her. Elaz, I heard you'll be staying in this town for a while. If you don't mind, can you cook for us? Lakshan put out that idea. What are you saying? Why should Elaz cook for you every day? You guys eat like monsters. But before he finished speaking, he heard her slam her hand on the table and say, it's okay, I want to do this. Cook, I want to cook. The stacked plates and bowls were neat, with a few crumbs of food left over. The atmosphere became lively. Kayan hugged his full belly with an excited voice. Wow, that was great. Just as his hand lowered the spoon, making a soft sound, Rahman reminded in a soft voice, Kayan, put the spoon and fork down gently. Kugan looked at Elaz with gratitude. It was really delicious. Eden smiled and agreed, thank you very much, Elaz. Kayan nodded in agreement. That's right, it's been a long time since I had such a good meal. Eden looked at everyone and smiled lightly. Until now, we only knew how to grill food, because no one knew how to cook. He hesitated a bit, and also. Lakshan stood in the corner of the room looking at everyone, his eyes as if thinking about something. Beside him, Eden still kept a calm voice. From now on, you'll take care of the cooking. The water continued to flow, washing away the remaining oil stains. The clean plates lay next to it. Lakshan washed the dishes with concentration. The dishes were cleaned one by one. Elaz ate fruit, looking towards the sink, thinking, Lakshan is very good at washing dishes. Even so, the bowl is still greasy. She glanced at the plate of fruit in front of her. He's also good at cutting fruit. Elaz nibbled on a piece of apple, smiling and saying, but Lakshan. Lakshan, still holding the unwashed bowl, was suddenly questioned, are you mad at me? Causing him to stop. He looked at Elaz with a surprised expression. What? There's no way. She continued, but you've been silent since the others left. Is it because I said I wanted to cook? Elaz sat silently by the table, a feeling of confusion and ambiguity. Lakshan looked at her with gentle eyes. How can I be mad at someone who makes such delicious food? It's just. I feel guilty. He continued, his voice a bit shy. I only told you the good things and brought you here, but the town is now a mess. It's like I brought you here to cook. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became serious, and those gluttonous pigs. They even demanded more. Elaz, can you make croissants? Eden continued, even more excited, fruit tarts too. Lakshan, with an angry face, dared to ask for such things. Elaz, flustered, interrupted, are you remembering wrong? Lakshan sat down. He didn't dare to look up at her, his voice full of guilt. I feel very embarrassed. You are my guest. Elaz looked at him gently, softly smiling. Lakshan, I don't want to just be a guest. Her eyes lit up, not only because of the sunlight shining in, but also because of the sincere and undisguised emotions. Lakshan's emotions at this moment were as if being gently tapped on the heart. His eyes blinked slightly, looking up at Elaz without saying a word. She continued, even if I only live here for 1 year, I don't want to be polite like a stranger. Elaz smiled softly, a gentle smile that seemed to hide a long story, as if she was separated from everyone. She didn't say it out loud, only quietly thinking in her heart. In Elaz's heart, every thought flowed like she couldn't hold back. I'm tired of being alone. When I can't talk to anyone, I start to stutter. Her voice echoed in her mind, full of longing to connect, so I tried to speak desperately, speaking to birds. With fruit, with a wild rabbit, the voice inside her still rang out like a confession, but full of longing. I want to talk to everyone, so even though it's very dangerous, I still try to go down to the village. Those thoughts still rang out. In the end, I'm alone again when I return. The dim light flickering inside the room is not enough to dispel the cold seeping from the outside, or from the depths of her heart. However, today's meal is very different, she said, a light smile on her lips, remembering the scene at the table just now. I can make a big meal without having to save ingredients, Alaz remembered, and they ate everything. Her face beamed with laughter because of a funny story. They asked me a few things and told me their stories, asked about where I want to live forever after. No longer just one-way conversations with plants, birds, or wild rabbits. This time, she was truly listened to. Her eyes shone with excitement mixed with a bit of shyness, and I want to cook a lot of dishes, but I can't eat them all myself. Her finger lightly touched her sideburns. Her eyes darting around, so if there are many people. Lakshan suddenly stepped forward, he said, I will eat them. Allah's eyes were still confused, startled by the sudden offer. Lakshan's face was full of serious expressions mixed with a bit of jealousy, his voice full of determination. You just make a lot, I will eat it all, so don't give it to those guys. Lakshan stood frozen like a statue, his cheeks flushed red, his eyes confused, looking at Alaz. Lakshan covered his face with his hands, embarrassed, thinking, what did I just say? Alaz looked at him, her eyes gentle and full of gratitude. Thank you, Lakshan. Alaz was touched, a bright smile bloomed on her lips, making her unable to say anything more. Lakshan's eyes softened, in his heart, the answer softly echoed, Alaz, you don't need my permission. Lakshan looked at Alaz, when we are still here, I will be your bodyguard, but, he hesitated, his eyes softening, looking at her attentive expression, I didn't bring you here to give orders. I just hope you are comfortable, do everything you want, but. His eyes were both serious and caring, don't work too hard and make sure you understand me. Alaz replied with confidence, I'm very good at this. The kitchen window with warm light, a feeling of peace after an emotional conversation. Lakshan's voice rang out, okay, I'll wash the rest of the dishes and make the bed upstairs for you. Then Alaz replied, then I'll go after checking the ingredients. Alaz happily walked into the kitchen, her eyes full of anticipation. She smiled and said loudly, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's meal too much. But then, just a few seconds later, a scream echoed throughout the kitchen, what is this? She stood frozen in front of the bag of ingredients, everything inside is spoiled. When did they bring it here? In her hand, a round potato, she asked, why are there potatoes here? They've sprouted. She exclaimed, oh my goodness, how much butter did they buy? I think it's all rancid. Alaz suddenly jumped when she heard a suspicious rustling sound behind her. She screamed in a broken voice, a bug. Her face wrinkled, thinking, this place is even worse than the convent. It's too messy. Everyone must be as difficult as the mercenaries. I can't believe they spent money to get things they can't eat. Then she called out loudly, Lakshan. Alaz ran in a hurry, her face full of anger. What's the state of the food storage? Alaz clenched her fists tightly, her eyes shining like they were about to shoot fire, her voice high-pitched. Most of the things they bought were spoiled and unusable. Lakshan was a little confused, turning his head to look back with surprise and worry. Really? Kyan said he had an agreement with the peddler. He hesitated. I'll ask Kyan tomorrow, more importantly, this. Lakshan smiled brightly, gesturing towards the neatly cleaned bed. I changed the new bed sheets, you sleep here tonight. I'm leaving now. He said with a smile. Alaz's eyes widened, where are you going? Aren't you sleeping here? Lakshan laughed, there's only one bed, so I'll go sleep at Kyan's place. He took out a whistle, and instructed, if something happens, blow it. Lakshan continued with a smile, this is a whistle, its sound can be heard on the other side of the mountain. I'll be back tomorrow morning, so sleep well. Alaz held the whistle tightly in her hand, her eyes sparkling. She smiled, gently replying, okay, see you tomorrow, Lakshan. She lowered her head, carefully threading the silver string through the small hole in the whistle's body. In her hand, the whistle and the pendant were still held tightly. A thought flashed through her mind, if I thread it like this, I probably won't lose it. Alaz sat down on the bed, she looked up at it, her eyes longingly, I'll blow it every time I'm with Lakshan. But then she laughed, teasing herself, it would be tough if he ran away. After that moment, she stood up, approached the bag placed next to the bed, unlocked it. She whispered, pack my luggage a bit. Her face showed a hint of contemplation. Anyway, I'll have to go to another house tomorrow morning. Thinking of that, Alaz told herself, let's take a bath. Alaz stepped into the bathroom, but stopped as soon as she entered. Right in front of her, a wooden bathtub had been prepared, steam rising from it. Alaz looked around in surprise, then smiled. Lakshan prepared warm water for me. She remembered the moment while washing dishes. No wonder after washing the dishes, he kept boiling water, and then smiled and said, I owe him again. Elaz gently hugged the towel in her hand, her eyes shining with emotion. She whispered to herself, he's so kind to sleep at someone else's house. Elaz stood by the door, hugging the towel, her face both shy and embarrassed, conflicting thoughts ringing in her heart. I know it's not easy for a man and a woman to sleep together. But, if it's Lakshan, it should be okay. A night breeze swept through the window frame, the wildflowers gently swayed under the stars, and she told herself, okay, let's take a bath. At the same time, at Kayan's house, what is it? Give me back my bed, he shouted, hugging the pillow tightly. On the bed, Lakshan was lying comfortably, his eyes half closed, one hand behind his head, silent and go to sleep. Kayan was almost on fire. Why did you drag your corpse here? My house only has one bed. The morning light seeped through the window pane, gently waking the room that was immersed in peaceful sleep. Elaz slowly sat up, she stretched, her eyes still sleepy, but her lips smiled softly. She sniffed, burrowing her head into the blanket, muttering, it must be colder because I'm in the north. She pulled the blanket up higher, hugging her whole body like a warm cocoon. Elaz suddenly sat up, she frantically rummaged through her luggage. Where did the map go? She reached into the bottom of the bag. She spread it out on the bed, she whispered, Ruin is the nearest gold vault. She remembered clearly, 20,000 gold is kept here, in the total of 100,000 gold that her mother left her. Elaz looked carefully at the map in her hand, her eyes shining with eagerness. I heard that the gold vault has hired many mercenaries to protect it. She muttered. The border that Suan crossed has also been enchanted, so the war won't be much better. She told herself, but I will receive the money within a year, 20,000 gold. So that means I can live comfortably for 10 years. Lying on the bed, Elaz smiled, looking at the paper in her hand. If I find the money, I will give Lakshan a big gift. I can't be stingy with the benefactor of my life. Still curled up in the blanket, Elaz dreamily thought about the gift she would give Lakshan. How much should I give him? She chuckled to herself, then remembered, get dressed and have breakfast. Elaz got dressed and stood up. The morning sun shone in, brightening the entire room, making her golden hair shine like it was gilded with honey. Her eyes glanced around, then frowned slightly. Is there no mirror here? She bent over to lift the blanket, opened the closet, looked under the bed. She muttered in confusion, it's not here either. Elaz was busy checking the closet when she suddenly found a piece of paper. Elaz gasped curiously, what is this? Elaz opened her eyes wide, her gaze round with surprise, her face blank, unable to say a word. In Elaz's hand was a black and white photo, old but the lines were still clear. In the photo were two people standing close together. Elaz whispered, unable to hide her surprise. Lakshan, who is this girl? Elaz was silent. She looked intently at Lakshan's familiar face and the girl next to him. A thought crept into her mind, making her heart twinge. He never told me about dating anyone. Her eyes showed confusion, but then, she told herself, but, he doesn't need to tell me, this is just a contract marriage. Elaz looked closely at the photo in her hand, but suddenly she stopped. Huh? She exclaimed in surprise. Elaz stared at the photo. She exclaimed, the mole, this isn't Lakshan. A knock on the door rang out, pulling her out of her confusion. Elaz, are you awake? A voice called from outside. Her voice stammered, yes, I'm awake. The door opened, Lakshan stepped in. Did you sleep well? His eyes stopped at her, then smiled slightly. Wow, that's beautiful. Elaz was stunned, her eyes still dazed by the unexpected compliment. She paused slightly, then laughed awkwardly. Lakshan smiled, I mean this outfit. He said. Elaz blinked, then laughed softly. She looked down at the outfit she was wearing. It looked like a dress, but it was actually pants sewn inside. The clothes in the north are really comfortable, she exclaimed excitedly. Elaz continued, unable to hide her excitement. I can put countless things in the pockets. Elaz was excitedly telling about the convenience of the new clothes, when she suddenly gave Lakshan the paper she had just found. Ah, I found this in the drawer while looking for the mirror. It was in the back. She smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, I looked without asking your permission. The drawing is very beautiful. Your expressions are clearly depicted. Lakshan looked carefully at the drawing in his hand, his face looking both surprised and pensive, his hand slightly clenching the edge of the paper. Lakshan looked at the drawing again, then laughed out loud. This isn't me. Elaz's eyes immediately widened, her whole body pausing slightly. She mumbled, isn't it? She looked at Lakshan with wide eyes, covering her mouth in surprise, but it looks so much like you. She thought in confusion, so this isn't Lakshan's girlfriend. Elaz paused, a hint of confusion shone in her eyes. That's such a relief, she muttered unconsciously, then frowned unconsciously, wondering, what am I relieved about? Lakshan stared at the photo in his hand. It's been a long time since I saw this picture. His voice had a hint of nostalgia. Elaz stood beside him, her face as red as a tomato, both embarrassed and confused, not knowing what to say. The person who looks like Lakshan is. Lakshan nodded slightly, his voice lowered. as if recalling a distant memory. That's right, that's my father, and this is. Allah stood next to him, slightly startled, her eyes widened, looking intently at Lakshan. My mother. Lakshan smiled slightly when he mentioned his mother, but in his eyes flashed a sadness that was difficult to name. I remember that my father burned all the portraits of my mother. The scene of the drawings being burned appeared in his mind. Maybe my father couldn't burn this one. He suddenly turned to her, softly speaking, "Thank you." That thank you came suddenly, without beginning or end, causing her to pause, unable to hide her confusion. Lakshan quietly looked at the paper that had been hidden for so long, his voice lowered. If you hadn't found it, it would have stayed in the drawer forever, and its existence would have been forgotten. Allah smiled awkwardly, her eyes a bit confused. No, I just found it by chance. In her heart, another thought rang out. I misunderstood that girl was his girlfriend. Lakshan thought to himself, but I unconsciously said it was my mother to Allah's. Both laughed embarrassedly, telling themselves, never mind. The kitchen was quiet, the dim light filling the space. Allah suddenly asked, now that I think about it, where are your parents now? Lakshan was silent for a moment, then calmly replied, they're both gone. Allah felt a bit guilty. I understand, I'm sorry for being thoughtless. Lakshan smiled softly, it's okay. He smiled lightly, his voice cheerful. Let's go eat breakfast and then go see the house. She nodded in response, okay. Outside, the sky was blue, amidst the sound of birds singing in the morning. Two voices rang out interspersed in the leaves. Vegetable soup for breakfast, sounds good, I'll go get some water. When the meal ended, Lakshan pondered and planned. First, choose a good house among those empty houses. Then he turned to Alaz, we can leave if the homeowner comes back. Alaz asked again with a bit of concern, okay, but is it okay to not pay like this? Lakshan was cleaning up, replying seriously, they should be paying you. If a house is not inhabited, it will quickly turn into a ruin. Alaz paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded, waving her hand to take the plate. That's right. She suddenly remembered the old house in the red sunset sky. The hut I used to live in was also a ruin, because it was swept, cleaned, and arranged every day. It gradually became a place with life. Alaz sat blankly by the table, propping her chin and thinking, actually, I really like Lakshan's house, so I want to repair it first. A thought rang in her head, I shouldn't be greedy. Her cheeks flushed as if scolding herself. Just as she finished her self-reproaching thoughts, Alaz was pulled back to reality by Lakshan's gentle voice. Let's go look for a house, Alaz exclaimed, full of excitement, let's go. Under the blue and bright sky, the two walked side by side among the blooming flowers. Alaz smiled as bright as spring, the weather is so nice today, thinking, it's best not to cause any losses. However, Lakshan scratched his head slightly, smiling wryly, as expected, my house isn't very comfortable, is it? Lakshan gently asked, Alaz, do you have any requirements for the house you want? Alaz thought for a moment. She imagined her dream house. First, I want the kitchen to be big, and there should be an oven there too. Lakshan smiled, replying eagerly, okay, a kitchen, what else? Alaz suddenly remembered, I want a well in the backyard. Lakshan nodded, a well is also important, huh? Alaz hesitated to say her last wish, and, I hope it's close to Lakshan's house. Lakshan paused, his face thoughtful, maybe. An image appeared in his mind, a small house with vines covering the wooden gate, under the blue sky, Shaun's house. He turned to Alaz, this is my friend's house, then he continued, it will be easier to talk when the homeowner returns. But at that moment, he stopped, his eyes suddenly sharpened, a trace of vigilance clearly visible in his pupils. Lakshan stood silently for a few seconds, clear footprints imprinted on the damp grass, someone has been inside. Before he could react any further, wait, Alaz still hadn't understood what was going on, the question appeared in Lakshan's head, who is it? Lakshan squinted, looking closely at the footprints imprinted deeply in the soft soil, these footsteps, he suddenly exclaimed, Kayan. The door of the house suddenly burst open, from inside, Kayan was waving his hand excitedly, hello, Alaz. The echoing voice caused both Alaz and Lakshan to stop. Lakshan frowned, what are you doing here? Kayan smiled brightly, he waved his hand, shouting, what am I doing? I have nothing to do, so I'm repairing other people's houses. Lakshan said sharply, why Shaun's house? You two aren't that close. Kayan was indifferent, even if we're not close, I can still do it. Not stopping there, Kayan turned to Alaz, do you want to take a look? I think it will be great. Lakshan stood behind, trying to restrain his anger. Lakshan stepped in first, turning back to look at Alaz with an understanding look, his mouth smiling slightly, Shaun is quite calm and likes to organize things. Alaz stood still, her eyes widening in surprise. Lakshan looked around, slowly saying, the house is always clean. Lakshan took another step, pointing towards the kitchen, there is an oven in this kitchen. Alaz looked around the small kitchen, her eyes showing a hint of nostalgia. Lakshan's kitchen is bigger, her face showing a hint of pensiveness. Is it okay to use the kitchen alone? Lakshan pushed open the wooden door, leading Alaz into the room inside. I think this is the bedroom. Where is the bed? Lakshan froze as soon as he pushed open the door, his face that was comfortable suddenly stiffened. Lakshan stood still. What's wrong with the wall? Lakshan with a tense face. Alaz stepped in behind him with a blank face, and Kayan also just appeared. Kayan raised his hand, pointing towards the wall with a big hole, his voice indifferent and cheerful. Ah, that's what I'm repairing. You can't sleep here if there's such a big hole. Kayan jumped up and down, his face full of expression. It seems this place isn't good, right, Alaz? Alaz froze for a few seconds. That's right. Lakshan thought, the hole looks new. Kayan was smiling brightly, while Alaz looked visibly embarrassed. Lakshan frowned, his mood both confused and suspicious, unconsciously thinking, what is he doing? Kayan was still enthusiastically waving his arms, but Lakshan gently approached, patting him on the shoulder, causing him to stagger. He smiled and said, let's go somewhere else. This place will be fine. Alaz looked at him with a troubled face. Kayan gave a charming, tight-lipped smile, his face suspicious. Alaz and Lakshan walked out of the circle, looking at the backs of the two people. A thought appeared in Kayan's mind, here's the chance. Kayan's mind rang out clearly again. A chance to find a girlfriend for Lakshan. Before Lakshan could understand what was going on, he was surrounded by eyes, voices ringing out like a preemptive strike. If it's about girls, I know how to make him suffer. Immediately after, a series of voices rang out, Lakshan, grab it. An old memory flooded back. When he was little, Kamlia said to him, Lakshan, when you grow up, you have to live with me, got it? Take this back to your father. Lakshan nodded, taking the package that she had just given him with both hands. Thank you, Auntie. Even on the battlefield, it was still a mess. Camila rushed over, grabbing Lakshan's armor tightly. Become my partner, Lakshan. He opened his eyes wide, his face pale. Lakshan hugged his head, running and screaming. Two girls swung swords, aiming straight at each other. No, he's my partner, me first. Lakshan ran away with all his might. His face wrinkled. I don't want it, he shouted. The scene gradually shifted, the fire from the boiling pot of soup reflected on both of their faces. Kayan asked Lakshan, is there anyone you like, Captain? Lakshan answered without hesitation, no. Kayan raised an eyebrow, turning to look at Lakshan. Are you planning to stay single until you die? Lakshan didn't answer immediately. His face was hidden in the shadow of his hood. His eyes flat. I don't need a partner. Kayan widened his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, what? I'm tired, he replied with weariness. Lakshan quietly lowered his head. I won't marry anyone. His voice was soft. Kayan sat on the other side of the fire. Hearing that, he just smiled and muttered, poor thing. The thread of memory faded slightly. In that space, a voice full of emotion rang out from deep in memory. I had almost given up, and then, this is Alaz. Lakshan spoke. Alaz smiled shyly. Kayan paused slightly when he heard Lakshan say, she is the daughter of an acquaintance, currently has nowhere to go. Kayan remembered the scene of Alaz sitting next to Lakshan, both eating breakfast and chatting. Her face shone with undisguised radiance, her cheeks slightly flushed. While Lakshan smiled brightly. Kayan's eyes lit up. It will work. Under the blue sky, the sunlight gently passed through the leaves, falling on a small, old-fashioned house, peaceful and strange. A voice called out, everyone. Ranging out and shattering the silence. As soon as the door opened, Kayan stepped in with a radiant face. The group of friends was gathering in the living room, without any beating around the bush. He said loudly, there are a few things everyone needs to do for Lakshan. Kayan with a determined look, even if it's not effective, I will try to the end. The scene immediately changed color. A dilapidated wooden room appeared in the darkness. The wooden walls were rotten, burn marks scattered everywhere, the smell of burning still lingering in the air. On the rotten roof, a black crack spread out like a festering wound. Lakshan spoke. The war must have been fierce. Lakshan and Alaz stood silently looking in front of them. She whispered in worry, no houses are intact. Lakshan stood in the middle of the yard, angrily shouting, you bastards. The sound was so loud that the small figures in the distance stopped in fright. The three had just returned after checking around the village. Lakshan with a cold face, Alaz still confused. Kayan was walking and muttering, with a nonchalant face. As expected, nothing can be salvaged. Should Alaz stay at Lakshan's house? Lakshan frowned slightly, his eyes narrowed, looking at Kayan with undisguised discomfort. This guy is strange, he keeps trying to pair me with Alaz. Seeing that, Lakshan said directly, Alaz and I are legally married. His hand also placed on Alaz's shoulder as if to assert his ownership in front of Kayan. Alaz's eyes widened, her face flushed. Lakshan concluded, so please stop interfering. Kyan jumped back, shouting, "What?" However, deep down, he still couldn't help but worry. If it's like this, there will be more people bothering Alaz. Lakshan sighed softly, "We will move to live somewhere else within the next year." Alaz was slightly startled, her voice bursting out in surprise, "Oh my." Amidst the tense atmosphere, Alaz suddenly bent down, "Basil." Kyan next to her didn't understand why she was so excited. Alaz's eyes followed the lush green leaves along the road. She muttered softly, "Why are there so many herbs growing on this road?" The sunlight shone through the trees, covering the yard in front of the small houses with a soft golden layer. Alaz stopped, quietly looking ahead. She whispered, "This place is." Lakshan said, his voice calm, "This is Anand's farm. This land that looks like a weed garden is Anand's farm. Although he grows grain, he also wants to grow some special plants, so he bought and planted many different kinds of plants," he added. Lakshan stood in the area filled with the scent of herbs, softly saying, "He also planted quite a lot of trees, and I think they may have survived." Alaz smiled brightly, exclaiming, "That's right, there are other kinds of herbs too." Alaz looked towards the simple wooden house, her voice ringing out, mixed with curiosity and interest, "What is that, Lakshan?" Lakshan squinted, looking towards the wooden house. "That is probably the warehouse that Anand used." He continued, "Ordinary farming tools are also placed there, right?" In the middle of Lakshan's sentence, a shout rang out from afar, "Oh my, Rakshan!" His friends rushed over, shouting as they ran, "Lady Alaz." Alaz smiled brightly, "Hello." Eden ran first, "What's on the menu for lunch today?" his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Right behind him, Kugan poked his head in with an excited face, quickly shouting, "Meat, meat." Ramon smiled and said, "Anything is fine, but please make a lot, lady." Gentle and radiant, Alaz said excitedly, "Today will be basil pesto." On the plate was golden pasta mixed with firm shrimp, dotted with fresh basil leaves. Basil pesto. A sauce made by mixing basil, garlic, pine nuts, oil, and cheese powder. Alaz slowly said, "There is a lot of pasta stored in the warehouse." Hearing that, the group froze. Alaz's eyes still didn't understand what was going on. "What's wrong?" Ramon sighed, saying slowly, "Basil is just a grass." All four people with vacant eyes, "We can't have enough strength if we only eat grass like that." Alaz flusteredly raised her hand and said, "We will also grill meat and potatoes." Eden's eyes widened, full of hope, "Really?" And Ramon's eyes were cunning, "Mix them together, right?" Lakshan shouted, "Eat them separately." As soon as the shout finished, he was hitting them on the head left and right. Ramon frowned, "Hey, hey." Eden's eyes widened in horror, "Hey, don't." Alaz suddenly rushed out, spreading her arms in front of Ramon, "Don't hit him." Her voice was loud and clear. Ramon frowned, his voice full of grievance, but Lakshan hit first. Alaz panicked, her face both worried and pleading, "Lakshan is very weak, please let it go." Lakshan appeared in everyone's memory, a clean slash, the enemy flying out like dry leaves in a storm. The group stood still, weak. Lakshan's voice was blank, "What are you saying?" Alaz's voice was full of determination, "From the beginning I could see that Rakshan was very weak." She continued with certainty, "Among the people in the village. He is the weakest, anyway, please help me a bit." Alaz was squatting down busily among the grass, enthusiastically calling out, "I'm planning to pick all of this basil." The group of 5 looked at each other, extremely confused. "What are you planning to do, boss?" Alaz carefully bent down, her hands cherishing each small branch, whispering, "If I pick all of the basil at once, they might die." She gently chose each appropriately sized leaf, continuing, "Only choose leaves that are the right size and leave the rest behind. That way, when it grows, I can pick more." She spoke like a true agricultural expert, causing someone to blurt out, "So that's how it is." Alaz quickly assigned, "Eden, Ramon, and Darius come here to pick basil." She turned to the remaining group, "Kyan and Kugan come home with me." The brown bag in front was full of the aroma of fresh leaves, promising a delicious meal was waiting ahead. Lakshan turned to ask, "Alaz, do you need to do anything?" Alaz nodded, "First, I have to cut potatoes, onions, and boil pasta." He smiled lightly, his tone gentle, "Then let's do something simple. These guys also know how to cut potatoes and onions." Kugan's voice was full of excitement, "We can do it." Kyan agreed, "That's right, that's right." Alaz smiled brightly, "If everyone helps, I'll be grateful." Alaz happily assigned, "Then I'll have Kyan prepare the potatoes, and Kugan prepare the onions." Kyan was a bit concerned, he asked Alaz in a low voice, "But isn't it a bit hard to do it alone? The grocery store also has jam, so you don't need to make everything." Looking towards the rows of colorful jars of jam neatly arranged on the wooden shelf, Kyan added, "We don't often buy it because no one knows how to use it. But if you need it, we will order it for you." Ella smiled brightly, her face full of excitement. It's okay, making it myself will be much tastier and cheaper. Then, her voice was decisive, I have to save every penny. She made up her mind, I will make use of everything I can to develop. Kyan's face was blank, he blinked and asked back, develop, who? Ella shouted loudly, me. Lakshan standing next to her only smiled, while Kyan and Kugan were still blank. Elaz with her eyes shining with determination, her voice rang out full of determination, even if it's small, I also want to have my own field. Elaz looked up at Lakshan, her eyes twinkling, so can I borrow that field? Lakshan nodded slightly, replying calmly, there's no problem, Anand hasn't returned yet. Kyan tilted his head to listen, but before he could speak, Elaz quickly asked, her voice full of interest, you and Kyan are in charge of placing orders, right? She continued, there are some things I want to order specifically and there are also things I want to remove. Elaz's eyes sparkled, her voice ringing out quickly, I'm also curious about the prices of the items. Kyan scratched his head, smiling wryly, prices, I'm not very clear. Kyan suddenly remembered something, that's right, I kept the invoice, so I'll bring it with me, okay? Elaz replied happily, really? Thank you. Then, Kyan ran quickly to the market. Elaz suddenly had an idea, Lakshan, she asked, can I sell the plants I planted to a merchant? Lakshan paused, a little dazed, sell the remaining plants? Elaz muttered softly, I don't know if it's inherited from my mother, earning money makes me very happy, as she spoke and smiled, her eyes sparkling. Lakshan nodded gently, replying, okay, I'll ask Kyan later. A call rang out, Elaz, over here. Kyan rushed like a wind from afar, in his hand was a neatly tied paper package, I brought it. His voice rang out excitedly, Elaz said in surprise, so fast. Kyan with an excited face, here you go. Elaz took the package, her eyes round in surprise, thank you. Elaz reached out to open the package that Kyan had just brought, she felt something was strange. Lakshan with a cold gaze looked at Kyan, he scratched his head, smiling wryly, I kept it very well, right? He said meticulously, what? Elaz was angry, her hand clenching the paper, her voice bursting out in anger, why does he have this invoice? The invoice in Elaz's hand made her frown, this invoice should have recorded the price and quantity of each item ordered, but... Elaz frowned, looking at the invoice, her face gradually showing discomfort, all vegetables, milk, and spices total 20 gold coins. She read silently, then muttered. There is no specific price for each item. Kyan smiled wryly, his face innocent, I didn't plan to show you this, you asked, so I gave it to you. Elaz clenched the paper in her hand, she almost shouted. Even if the prices in the north have increased, this price is too unreasonable. Elaz stared at the paper, all for 3 gold coins, what? She couldn't believe her eyes. She shouted, her voice full of shock and anger, the shipping fee is as much as 5 gold coins. The atmosphere was as tense as a taut string, and all eyes turned to her. The group dared not utter a word. Kyan scratched his head, smiling wryly, his voice mumbled in defense, the price is so expensive because the road to the mountain is blocked, we have to go around to deliver the goods. Elaz looked up with innocent eyes, her voice full of doubt, in the north, is it very expensive to hire a carriage? Lakshan confirmed, that's right. Lakshan looked at Elaz, explaining calmly, in the north, the distance between the villages is very far, so you have to bring a carriage. Elaz asked with suspicious eyes. Lakshan too? He continued, but I don't see anyone using it to escape. Elaz widened her eyes and asked, how much does a carriage cost? Lakshan's voice replied calmly, a small carriage is about 50 coins, and a large carriage is more than 100 coins. A shocking shout burst out immediately after. Elaz gritted her teeth, the shipping fee is 1/10 of the carriage price, she growled in her heart, these idiots. Her eyes burned with anger, so they are profiting from transporting goods. Elaz continued to interrogate, Kyan, when do these people come to the village? Kyan replied, once a week, that's right, they will come tomorrow. Elaz with confused eyes mixed with a bit of determination. Okay, tomorrow I will, or should I continue to order? She hesitated for a moment, anyway, thank you. Kyan scratched his head, smiling wryly, his face flushed, confused, until now, I bought everything according to your request. So the remaining ingredients? I don't know what to do with them. Elaz muttered, no wonder. Kyan turned back, suddenly remembering something, that's right, I will give you the money bag, all 5 gold coins a week, there's about 40 gold coins left. Elaz's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth almost bursting into a small shout, pay 5 gold coins. I thought it was 1 gold coin. Kyan's voice was mumbled, really? We thought this price was okay. Kyan's tone was as if wanting to reassure her, Elaz, you don't need to pay the common living expenses. Her voice rang out with surprise. Why? Kyan continued, we discussed it with each other. Do you find cooking every day difficult? Elaz paused for a moment, thinking, so that's the reason. Kyan's voice rang out decisively, so you don't need to pay the cost of cooking ingredients. I will personally pay 10 gold coins every week in your place. Elaz's eyes flustered. I'm okay, I like cooking, so I went into the kitchen, but Lakshan from behind with a decisive voice, no, Elaz. Lakshan continued, this is what we asked you to do, you cooked lunch for us. Lakshan's voice softened, even if you like to cook, there will be days when you don't want to cook. Elaz looked at him, in her head she thought, he is a mercenary. So the salary must be very high. Kyan and Kugan crossed their arms, muttering, if so, I don't want to do the work I like anymore. The two seemed to be together facing each other in silence. Lakshan smiled slightly, his eyes gentle, we all want it that way. Lakshan instructed more, his voice serious, more than anything, on weekends and when you are sick, you must rest. Elaz smiled brightly, to learn cooking recipes, I will go to the village in the west, if absent for something, let us know in advance, Lakshan replied. Elaz widened her eyes to look at him, her voice surprised mixed with panic, isn't this condition too beneficial for me? Lakshan smiled, his eyes teasing. Lakshan held out the paper in front of Elaz, his voice half helpless half funny, try looking at what those pigs wrote, yesterday, they even wrote the order list according to their preferences. Kyan looked at Elaz, with a little gratitude, I don't know how to thank you for accepting. Elaz laughed, her cheeks flushed, you must be tired. Then, let's stop talking here, let's prepare lunch together. Lakshan said, Elaz happily replied, okay. Elaz instructed again carefully, Kyan and Kugan wash the potatoes clean and boil them for me. Under the light sunshine spreading to the yard, Kyan and Kugan with serious faces, worked hard at peeling potatoes. Elaz approached, her eyes serious but her voice still gentle, Lakshan, I have something to ask you. Lakshan was a little surprised, replying, what is it? In the simple but tidy kitchen, fire burned brightly in the oven, the large pot was boiling, at another corner, garlic and herbs were prepared on the cutting board. The shimmering light from the window created a peaceful and warm atmosphere of preparing the meal. Elaz turned to Lakshan with bright eyes, smiling and saying, please squeeze the water out of the basil that was just blanched. Lakshan didn't hesitate, smiling and replying immediately. Ah, this is as easy as pie. Lakshan bent over the water basin, holding the wet basil leaves in his hand, he gently squeezed them. Elaz stared at the list in her hand, her face showing a hint of confusion, turned to Lakshan and said, but, Lakshan's name isn't on the list, he was still holding the wet basil leaves in his hand. Suddenly paused. He looked at Elaz, his voice gentle, don't worry about me. Elaz looked up at Lakshan, her eyes hesitating but unable to hide the emotions that were surging up, I know the others work harder than you, but I can't not worry about you. Because, the sentence was not finished, but in that sparkling gaze was a sincere confession, I also want to cook the dishes you like. I'm really fine, I'm done, is there anything else I can help you with? His voice was calm. Elaz's eyes suddenly shone, okay, now. In front of them was a round wooden barrel, if you turn the handle, the blade inside will also turn. On the table, a large plate was filled with a mixture of fresh basil leaves, pine nuts, garlic, and olives. Elaz's voice was enthusiastic, please turn this. Lakshan's hand clenched, the joints of his fingers began to rotate. Elaz stood next to him observing, a little stronger, turn harder, her voice was full of eagerness. Elaz rejoiced, almost wanting to jump up and down in excitement, that's right, you're doing great. She exclaimed, then pointed to the wooden mortar that was spinning, like that is fine. Elaz smiled, happily stepping back to the table, her hand holding a piece of golden cheese, her eyes shining with excitement, finally, grate the cheese. She was humming a happy tune as she did it. Lakshan stood silently for a moment by the wooden table, in his heart a heavy feeling stirred, difficult to name, is this too hard for Elaz? Maybe living in a larger village would be better. Finally, the basil pesto was completed, the jar of pesto lay there like a sweet result. Elaz leaned closer to Lakshan, he was still a little dazed, without giving Lakshan time to react, she held the spoon out to him, try it. Lakshan gently swallowed the pesto, immediately after, all sensations burst open, the fresh taste of basil blended with the light fatty cheese and a hint of the aftertaste of toasted pine nuts spread in his mouth. Lakshan looked up at Elaz, his eyes still dazed by the feeling that had just exploded in his mouth, it's so delicious. He exclaimed softly, Elaz was happy, her smile bursting out too much. Really? Lakshan stared intently at the jar of pesto in his hand, his face full of confusion, why is that? I've eaten this dish at a restaurant, but your taste is completely different from that dish. His eyes were still vague, not finding the answer, while Elaz standing next to him couldn't help but laugh. Lakshan thought carefully, his voice lowered, carrying a hint of contemplation. The dish at the restaurant is a bit greasy and not as fragrant as the one you made. As soon as Lakshan finished speaking, Alaz replied in a gentle voice, probably because the processing time is too long. If you eat basil pesto that has been stored in the warehouse for too long, it will taste like that. Lakshan was still engrossed in eating, his finger stained with pesto was unconsciously brought to his mouth. Don't eat anymore. Alaz shouted in horror when she saw him about to scoop out almost all the pesto. She rushed over flusteredly, snatched the jar. She breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "It's a good thing he likes it." Alaz hugged the jar of pesto in her hand. She smiled, "I will give you something more delicious than this." Her voice was full of confidence. Lakshan, who was holding the wooden spoon in his hand, froze. Something more delicious? On the table, the dishes were arranged one by one, from Yangzhou fried rice, to beef to sweet dishes such as croissants. Beside it were 3 plates of golden pasta and a red and eye-catching shrimp soup. Eden, wearing a backpack, stepped in with Kugan, exclaiming, "It smells so good." Ramon's mind was full of images of those dishes, asking, "Is this place a restaurant?" Alaz hugged a basket of hot bread, smiling gently and saying, "Everyone wash your hands and eat." The 3 of them said in unison, "Okay." The pasta strands were wrapped around the fork in circles. In just a moment, the plates and bowls were empty. They ate everything cleanly, praising non-stop, "The food is so delicious." His face was extremely satisfied after the delicious meal. Dara, sitting next to him, was picking his teeth. He praised happily, "The food you cook is number 1. Kugan gave 2 thumbs up, expressing agreement. Lakshan reminded them, "You guys wash the dishes after you're done eating." Then, he turned to her gently, "Alaz, let me pour you tea?" Ramon skillfully washed the dishes cleanly. Eden was cleaning the big bucket, saying, "We should also clean the kitchen, right?" He was still washing dishes, continuing, I see a lot of ash under the oven." An oven covered in black soot. They looked at it and said, "That has to be scraped off, and we have to fix the ventilation fan on the cooking table." Alaz said enthusiastically, "That's right, today instead of looking for a house, I want to clean Lakshan's house." He said happily, "Okay, I will clean the oven later." Kugan volunteered, "Then I will clean the chimney." Darius continued, "I will clean the roof and sweep the yard." Kyan looked at them enthusiastically cleaning the house, thinking, these guys used to be so gloomy because they ate boiled potatoes every day. He reached out, wiping his eyes and saying, "Before Alaz came, everyone was gloomy and no one talked about their past. Yesterday everyone was eating and talking about their past." Kyan's eyes welled up with tears, all thanks to Alaz's delicious food. Suddenly, he put his hand on his chest, the other hand reached out, asking Alaz, "Will you marry me?" To the surprise of Lakshan and Alaz. He thought irritably, "What marry?" Northerners look down on marriage, while for Southerners like Alaz, marriage is an important matter. Alaz pretended to think, "I will consider it if you give me all the remaining basil." Kyan smiled wryly, "That's a difficult request." Lakshan looked at the 2 chatting happily, as if realizing something. He thought, wait. Images from his past and her appeared, his thoughts still flowing. "I also look down on marriage. For Northerners, marriage is like signing an agreement, there is no other meaning." Then the image of Alaz smiling brightly hit his eyes. Lakshan wondered, does Alaz also look down on marriage like Northerners? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Lakshan, what are you thinking?" Kyan smiled mischievously, "Suddenly I want to go pick basil." He kicked him out with one kick. "You go home and bring the wood over here immediately." Alaz asked curiously, "Bring wood for what? Are you planning to repair something?" Lakshan explained gently, No, I plan to make a 4-legged support. I see the kitchen counter is too high, so it's a bit difficult for you to cook." She was stunned, unable to speak. Alaz shyly gestured, "You don't need to do it, anyway, you have to leave soon, why make a support?" She was confused, struggling in her heart, "Even cleaning the house you did it. You also have to find a house, and you're so considerate." Alaz hurriedly changed the subject, The last house I saw earlier, I think that place is quite good." He suddenly stopped her, "Wait, Alaz." Lakshan said, "That is the house you will live in, so think carefully." As if afraid she would misunderstand something, he explained more, "If you choose hastily and are not satisfied, it will be more tiring to move to another place later. You can stay at my house for as long as you want, you don't need to feel burdened." At the end, Lakshan hesitated, his voice as light as the wind, "Or you can just continue to stay at my house." Alaz was stunned, asking, Continue?" He blushed slightly, replying, "Together." Suddenly, Kyan opened the door, appearing with a stack of wood in his hand, breaking the awkward atmosphere, "I'm back." Lakshan unnaturally replied, Thank you." Her thoughts were still lingering about his words just now. He suggested staying together. Alaz was confused, how should I answer such a difficult question? He began to make the support, decisively hitting the piece of wood with the hammer. Lakshan turned back and asked Alaz, what did you say? Alaz sat down beside him, repeating the question, I asked where Kayan's house is. He was a little stunned, asking back, why are you curious about that? She replied calmly, what else? Lakshan often stays there too, if something happens I will go there right away. Hearing that, Lakshan continued his work, so you want to find me? Alaz happily nodded. She added, and I also want to know the places of the others, when I cook something delicious, I will bring it to everyone. He was hammering and saying, you don't need to bring it to them, they will come themselves when they know. In Lakshan's heart, spring flowers were blooming, not worried about Kayan, but worried about me. The red sunset was gradually setting beside the small house. He was still diligently creating the support. After completing it, Lakshan proudly asked Alaz, how is it, do you like it? Alaz gently stepped on the completed support. She replied happily, it's too great, 1,000 points. Naturally, Alaz thought of something, if I continue to live here, I won't see him make supports anymore, right? Then she comforted herself, no, don't think too much. She gave a clear smile, thank you, Lakshan. Lakshan instructed, I'm leaving, remember to close the door carefully, do you still have the flute? Alaz showed a small flute, yes, I hooked it on the necklace. He walked out the door, saying goodbye to her, okay, see you tomorrow. Alaz watched the door close, her heart filled with thoughts. She frowned, thinking, being together and now being so quiet, I'm a little scared. Then Alaz stepped onto the stairs, thinking as she went, as expected. Not hiding her feelings anymore, a thought appeared in Alaz's head, it's better to stay with Lakshan, right? The next morning, sunlight shone through the trees, the sky was blue without a cloud. The delivery man was riding his carriage, running quickly on the road. He muttered to himself, I have to earn a lot of money today. Stopping in front of Lakshan's house, the delivery man got out of the carriage and greeted, Kayan, how are you doing? He saw Alaz standing there with Kayan and Lakshan, thinking, I've never met her before. She greeted enthusiastically, hello, I'm Alaz. He replied, hello, it's nice to meet you, miss. The delivery man turned back to his carriage and said, after you pay, I'll take the goods down. He said, from now on, Alaz will be in charge of ordering and managing the budget, so please discuss with Alaz. His face fell, asking, you said Miss Alaz will be in charge of this? The delivery man asked suspiciously, can a young miss like her distinguish the goods? She looked at the pile of goods and thought, as expected. Then Alaz reached out and grabbed a bag of goods. She threw the bag of goods hard on the ground, the potatoes falling out one by one. He hurriedly sat down to pick up the potatoes, shouting, hey, what are you doing, miss? Alaz picked up a potato and said, I won't buy potatoes anymore, or rather, they're not worth buying. The delivery man said uncomfortably, what do you mean, miss? She held up the sprouted potato and said, can't you see? Some are rotten, some are sprouting, I can't buy these potatoes. The sprouted potatoes were scattered on the ground, if eaten, they will cause illness, these sprouted potatoes are only used for seeds. With a bang, a thought exploded in his head, how can that be? Didn't someone come to confirm it already? He thought, I didn't intend to sell low-quality goods from the beginning, I bought what they requested, they didn't even confirm the quantity of goods, if they don't accept the goods. What should I do? Kayan was whispering in Lakshan's ear, Alaz looks full of energy, huh? The delivery man snorted coldly, thinking, I thought there wouldn't be any problems, but... He told himself, I have to stay calm. Then he spoke, I seem to have delivered the wrong potatoes to you, miss, I won't take the money for this, please keep it. Alaz sighed and said, I can't do anything if I take it, you take it back, moreover. Then she held out a pile of invoices to the delivery man, there are many unreasonable things on last week's invoice. He asked in surprise, unreasonable? Alaz looked at each invoice and said, I clearly wrote down the things I needed to buy in the list. The delivery man asked in fear, but. She held out a small jar containing red strands, so I tried to look for it in the warehouse. Alaz put her hands on her hips and said, you don't call this turmeric, do you? She remembered that her mother had taught her, Alaz, when real turmeric is soaked in water, the water will have a beautiful yellow color, while fake turmeric will have a dark red color. Alaz's mother held up the red turmeric, because turmeric with a dark red color is due to being dyed with a lot of dye. She spread her hands to explain, this is the easiest way to distinguish real and fake turmeric, when they plan to sell fake goods, they will mix a little fake with the real thing. Returning to a few days ago, when Alaz soaked those strands of turmeric in a bowl of water, they faded into a red color, so she affirmed that, but this, all of it is fake turmeric. Really the lowest quality among the fake goods. Alaz took a handful and smelled it gently, even the scent is fake. She turned to ask Kayan, why did you buy this? He remembered and said, after the war ended, everyone was exhausted. They sat gloomily beside the bottles of wine. Kayan continued, I heard that if you drink turmeric tea, The nightmares about the battlefield will disappear, and it also helps you sleep well. He repentantly explained, so I bought it, but I didn't expect it to be fake goods. Alaz understood, she thought, the deceived are not guilty, the one who deceives others is guilty. Alaz sternly interrogated, you knew it was all fake turmeric, right? The delivery man asked in a daze, what are you saying, miss? Fake turmeric? He pointed at her, I've been trading here for several years, how could I sell fake goods? Alaz decisively replied, but this is clearly fake goods. She frowned, asking, if you are a merchant, you must know how to distinguish real and fake turmeric, right? Alaz added, others may choose real and fake goods and sell them, but the goods you delivered are all fake, do you still have a conscience? Her words were all criticizing him directly. The delivery man was speechless, unable to say a word. He shouted, I've heard enough. I can't take it anymore. Alaz sweating thought, he's jumping up. Then the delivery man snatched the bill back from her, if you insist it's fake, then give it here. He threw a bag of money towards Alaz, take the money, I came from a far place, it was hard to find it, and you say it's fake. The delivery man jumped on the horse, preparing to leave. Before leaving, he left a warning, I will not deliver goods in this village anymore, so you know. The carriage started running, she spoke, following, stop there. Alaz's face was dissatisfied, I haven't finished speaking. Lakshan and Kyan looked at each other, through the exchange of glances, they implicitly understood what to do next. He smiled coldly and said, today is a special occasion for us to show our talents. He agreed, that's right, I also want to run a bit. Alaz stood between the two of them as if she understood what they wanted. She pointed and ordered, quickly arrest him. A scream from the delivery man rang out, shaking the trees. He was caught and tied up, forced to kneel. Alaz stood there seriously, I absolutely cannot forgive your actions, who is the lord here? First I have to report this to the government office here. The delivery man hurriedly clasped his hands, begging, miss, please be lenient, the government office, I mean all the land here is owned by Harkan. He pleaded, I don't want to see those hateful guys. She crossed her arms, pouting, looking at the delivery man. Then Alaz coldly handed out a piece of paper, if so, sign here. He lowered his head and said softly, I admit there are problems with the goods I delivered, to compensate for the money over time. Lakshan and Kyan looked at the delivery man with a cunning face. He read the paper while crying, looking very pitiful. Under his threat, for the next year, the products and materials that Miss Alaz needs will be brought once a week. She reminded him, in the past, you cheated a lot of money from us. Lakshan and Kyan praised, hard work, Alaz. His stomach suddenly growled, one hand hugging his stomach. One hand scratching his head, Kyan asked, but, what will you treat us to for lunch, Alaz? Alaz replied, Lakshan and Kyan have also worked hard. The clear light of the morning shone down on the house filled with blooming white flowers, the fragrance wafted in the air, her voice rang out with full of excitement. Put the basil picked yesterday on the tomato salad and pour mushroom sauce on the steak. Excited exclamations echoed in the wind. Meanwhile, behind the garden a small wooden house appeared, simple, covered with vines and with a large hole in the window. Lakshan stood in front of the fence. His eyes wide with surprise, asking, we will clean this house? She agreed, that's right. Inside the old house, light shone through the broken wall, revealing the blue sky outside. Lakshan looked thoughtfully through the large hole in the wall, muttering. What should I do about the hole in the bedroom? Alaz hurriedly corrected, there's no hole in the bedroom, the hole is in the study. There's also a small bed in here, the right height for me. He sweated awkwardly, thinking, it's okay to continue staying at my house, I can sleep in the living room. Kyan behind urged, Lakshan, let's go. She smiled like a flower, saying, today everyone will help me move, okay? Alaz with a sweet smile awaited a reply from Lakshan, his face covered in gloom, his eyes troubled, while behind, he jumped up, screaming, no, don't agree. Lakshan sighed and nodded, okay. Kyan stood behind, wringing his hands in frustration. He said happily, after moving, next week we will go greet the people on the farm. Currently there are only a few chickens and sheep. The scene before them was a large area of green grass. A few sheep were leisurely grazing around a rustic barn nestled under the trees. Lakshan added, but chicken eggs and sheep's milk can always be found easily. Hearing that, Alaz smiled, her eyes shining, well that's good, it's convenient to have milk nearby. Both of them smiled happily, while he stood between them. His face confused, his shoulders trembling, in his heart thinking, how can they be so happy? I can't understand now. The sky was high and blue, a few white clouds floated lazily. He said, then I and Kyan will move the rest of the luggage, by the way, I also want to see the scenery around here. A call from her echoed from behind, be careful. Alaz excitedly offered, then I'll go to Anand's farm. Saying that, she opened the farm door, walking and singing, maybe I can find another herb. Suddenly something ran past Allah's feet, she shouted in fright, what is that? Allah's face was full of confusion, asking, what is it? She hurriedly looked around, analyzing, such a big commotion. Then she speculated, but seeing people and running away, it must not be a dangerous animal, that was startling. The gentle golden light covered the scene, Allah's hand reached out to the lush green vegetable garden, gently picking a few sprigs of fresh basil, far away, under the glittering sunlight. A wide field stretched out with rows of vegetables, a carriage parked in front of the small house, the peaceful scene immersed in the sound of the wind blowing gently. She gently sat among the flowers and vegetables, carefully picking each shoot, filling the small basket. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, two bright eyes hiding in the trees were looking towards Allah's. She thought, I feel like something is looking at me, but Lakshan didn't tell me there were any dangerous animals. Allah's gently picked up a stone, trying not to make a sound. She looked behind her, tiptoeing forward. Arriving at the place, she raised her hand holding the stone and shouted, who's there? Lisa shouted in fear, don't throw. Allah's asked blankly, who are you? She gently introduced, I'm Lisa, my house is on the farm at the end of the village, are you Allah's? She asked back a little cautiously, you know me? Lisa explained, this morning Kyan came to my farm. She continued, he asked me if I meet a newcomer to greet them happily, so I thought you were the person he mentioned. Allah's hurriedly threw the stone behind her, smiling lightly, I was a little scared when I saw someone following me. As if thinking of something, she asked, but why did you come here? Isn't your farm on the opposite side of the village? Lisa looked angry, putting her hands on her hips and saying, I have something to say to Kyan. At her chicken farm, there are 2 white roosters and 1 brown chicken, Lisa recounted, this morning he came to get chicken eggs, but I just opened the chicken coop door. She couldn't contain her anger, and found that 3 chickens had disappeared. I don't know why that happened. Then Lisa put her arm around Allah's, pointing straight ahead, let's go, Allah's, while she was still stunned. They left the forest, Allah's voice echoing, wait. From within the bushes, a dark shadow with bright eyes looked towards the 2 of them. At Kyan's house, Lisa shouted, Kyan. He was hit on the head, hugging his head and crying, it wasn't me. I clearly closed the chicken coop door. She kept hitting Kyan, if it wasn't you, then who? Besides you, no one came to the chicken coop this morning. Lakshan sighed, asking doubtfully, are you sure you locked the chicken coop door? Kyan cried out unjustly, I'm innocent, it really wasn't me. He bowed his head to Lisa, first, I sincerely apologize to you. I will compensate you for the lost chickens, she refused, you think paying will solve everything? Lisa pointed at him and said, I don't need money, you go to the livestock market to buy me chickens, healthy hens, 6 of them. Kyan cried, mumbling, you lost 3, why are you making me buy 6? Ah, don't hit me anymore. Then she opened the door, not forgetting to instruct, oh, that's right, while you're at the market, remember to buy 2 wolves. He said indignantly, you are exploiting me. Lisa glared back, what? Lakshan pushed Allah's away, leave Kyan alone, let's go. She turned back and asked, but why buy wolves? A majestic wolf appeared in the forest, his voice ringing out explaining, it's a kind of dog raised on the farm in the north. Lakshan continued, it is a hybrid between dog and grey wolf. Taming them is very difficult, but once they start to obey, they will be very loyal to their master. Allah's expressed her desire, I also want to raise one. Then she thought, that way I probably won't be scared even when I'm alone at night. Lisa instructed Allah's, don't do things beyond your ability, you don't know how difficult it is to tame them. People usually tame them when they are young, if you let them grow up. It will be difficult to tame them. She shared her experience, since I was little, I've tried to raise a few, it's normal for them to run away while they are being tamed. She understood and said, so that's how it is. Lisa said goodbye to the 2, Allah's, see you again. Allah's happily instructed, be careful. Lakshan asked curiously, do you like dogs? She happily shared, I love all kinds of animals, but I've never raised any, so I don't know if I can raise them. Allah's thought. If I want to raise animals, then I'll start with the easy ones first. Allah's turned back and asked him, Lakshan, are you busy? Lakshan replied, no, do you have something you want to ask me to do? Amidst the peaceful scenery of the warehouse, she said in a gentle voice, no, I want to see Anand's warehouse. He replied, I thought it was something, are you going there now? Allah's took her luggage from Lakshan's hand, I'll take the luggage and come back later. She turned back and instructed, wait for me a moment. Returning to her house, looking at the door of the house ajar, Allah's was surprised, huh? Her face bewildered mixed with confusion, did I? She mumbled in confusion, forget to close the door? Allah's fearfully hid behind the door, could someone have come? The door of the house opened. Inside was a warm, cozy wooden living room, so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. Everything was neatly arranged, the light shining through the window illuminating each object in the room. She comforted herself, or maybe I forgot to lock the door. Lakshan told me to close the door carefully, so I have to be careful. I'll quickly grab the bag and go out. Lakshan led Alaz to the warehouse and introduced, Alaz, this is Anand's warehouse, she explained in surprise, then cheered, rosemary. I need it to marinate meat. Alaz happily picked rosemary into her bag. Darius said he would catch fish, right? Rosemary also goes well with marinated fish. Seeing Lakshan taking down the door, she hurriedly spoke, is it okay to break the door like this? He replied with a smile, if Anand comes back, he will have to fix it. Let's go in. Looking at the door that had been taken down next to her, Alaz exclaimed, Lakshan is so strong. The two of them entered the house filled with green plants and soft light. Both sides of the aisle were placed with lush plants. Everything gave the feeling of a secret garden. She walked next to him, looking surprised, slowly saying, it looks more like a greenhouse than a warehouse. Alaz stepped to a shelf, reaching out to flip through each envelope, asking, what are these? The envelopes were neatly arranged on the radiant flowers and grass, the words above writing the names of types such as rosemary, French parsley, fennel, parsley, pennywort. She tilted her head looking at the familiar names, wondering, could it be the names of all kinds of spices? Opening the envelope, inside were tiny seeds. Alaz cheered, there are seeds too. Oh my, so this whole place is full of seeds. Lakshan brought a small bag, taking out a series of tubers. There are tubers here too. She held the envelope, asking curiously, Lakshan, what kind of person is Anand? He asked back, Anand? Lakshan put his hand on his chin, showing a thoughtful expression. He must be a weirdo. He spends more time in the fields than he spends at home. The simple wooden desk was full of test tubes, bottles, and mixing tools. A strange scent faintly spread in the air. His voice rang out telling, I also don't know how to explain it. But he often creates strange things. Alaz exclaimed, strange things? Lakshan continued, for example, the stem is a tomato, and the roots are potatoes. She exclaimed in surprise, unbelievably, can that really happen? You're not lying to me, right? He shrugged, everyone wondered why you can graft those two plants, but because both potatoes and tomatoes were not delicious, we threw them away. Alaz said dejectedly, what a pity. The wheat field was in season, but the gloomy sky pulled in clouds, locusts as thick as rain poured down on the field. Lakshan continued to tell, sometimes he also invented some useful things. Even if there was a storm, the plants wouldn't fall over, the wheat wasn't eaten by locusts. At that time only Anand's farm didn't have any problems. He continued, so there were also rumors that Anand had learned magic from a sorcerer, although the rumors were nonsense, but... Alaz excitedly said, Anand, so he's the pioneer in seed grafting. Lakshan scratched his neck, thinking to himself, it's from Anand to Anand, huh? The faint golden light shone down on the tiered wooden shelf, the young green plants carefully planted in each small compartment. Her thoughts rang out, researching seed grafting really costs a lot of money and effort. I heard that there is also research in the south, but there has been no progress. I didn't expect there to be someone researching this field in the rural north. He pointed and asked, Alaz, do you need any of these? The farming toolkit appeared with all the tools such as shovels, rakes, knives, and hoes, all neatly arranged in the corner of the room. Alaz cheered excitedly. Farming tools. I also plan to buy all of this. If the blade is blunt, I will ask Kyan to replace it. She held each one up, saying, this sickle, this hoe, I will take it all. Then Alaz paused slightly, the seeds and tubers. She remembered the old days, when she went to the market. Alaz saw a bucket full of tubers. She asked, this tuber, the seller said, I don't sell this. Alaz asked him, then can I take it back? The seller agreed, sure. She held up the tuber and thought, if I cut off the moldy part and know how to plant it, maybe I can eat it. 3 round seeds were protruding from the ground in a glittering scene, as if a miracle was beginning to bloom. Alaz was diligently gardening. It looked like the tomatoes would be ready to eat soon. Looking at her rows of plants, she happily thought to herself, you're growing up healthy just like the tomatoes. Contrary to Alaz's expectations, her tomato garden bore fruit, but they all withered away. Alaz screamed in dismay. Alaz tenderly held each withered tomato, unable to cry out loud, why is this happening? She seriously read a book, even if the seeds are taken from healthy plants, after 2 or 3 years, the germination rate will decrease, and fungal or rotting conditions are likely to occur. And root mold negatively affects the entire field. Pouring out the seeds, Alaz told herself, I've thoroughly read all kinds of books to find out the cause, but in the end, I have to abandon the moldy field and pour new soil. Alaz secretly resolved, before these precious seeds become moldy, I'll learn more, Ain and Nim. A large bag was being transferred to Alaz. A sound of gathering momentum was heard. Ah, hey yeah. She put it on her shoulder, trying to move it but couldn't. Alaz shouted loudly. Gathering momentum. Lakshan smiled and sighed. Alaz, just put it down. She stubbornly refused. No way, I can get rid of all of them, and if Anan comes back, he has to buy them back from me. He snatched the strap from Alaz's hand. Lakshan wondered, why are you working so hard? She was surprised and didn't understand. What do you mean? He gently replied, cooking is the same, farming is the same, I thought it was your hobby, but you're doing those things more seriously than I thought. Alaz's mind was in turmoil, unable to speak. She hesitated, that. Then Alaz happily replied, I want to decorate the village a bit more, so that's why. Lakshan didn't understand, decorate the village? Images of old, decaying houses appeared, she said, you've seen many villages on the way here, right? It's easier than you think to tell if a place is abandoned or not, he asked again, what is it? A lush green vegetable garden under the clear sunlight appeared, Alaz continued, a place where people live, even if the houses are shabby or there isn't bustling trade. She continued, there are also cultivated fields. Alaz recalled sitting in the carriage passing through a golden rice field. She thought to herself, if I live alone for a year, I can still live comfortably, but where I live, even just a little bit, I hope it will be better. Under the clear blue sky with gentle sunlight shining on the peaceful village, a serene scene appeared with rustic wooden houses nestled behind trees and vibrant flower gardens. Alaz's soft voice rang out, so, if I farm in the fields of Eldon village, people without a place to go, like me and you, then thought to herself, won't want to leave anymore. She gently continued, that's how we can tell where people live. Then Alaz shyly scratched her head, moreover, if you feel uncomfortable, just say it, I'll do it secretly. Lakshan smiled wryly, is there no way to stop you from doing it? Suddenly he said, I don't think that's possible when you're working, Alaz asked bewildered, Lakshan naturally put his hand on her cheek, gently saying, because I'll be constantly watching you. Night fell, Eden speculated, I bet there's something to eat, right? Since there are so many ingredients, you won't run out anytime soon, Kyan casually said, leftovers from lunch are fine too. He sniffed his nose, this fragrant smell. They jostled each other to enter the kitchen, move aside, I'll eat first, Alaz gently instructed, everyone, wash your hands before eating. In the cute, colorful kitchen, a pot of hot butter was gently simmering. One of them asked, what is this? Next to it was her hand sprinkling salt on corn kernels. Alaz's explanation rang out mixed with the crackling sound, this is a snack from the south, after spreading butter on an iron pan and sprinkling salt on corn kernels. It's roasted, the fragrant aroma spread, making people curious. Kyan looked at the food in front of him in surprise and asked, if it comes out as corn, it will be like this? Lakshan leaned in and said, I prefer eating corn porridge. Then they cheered together, what is it? Alaz made this so delicious. Hands continuously grabbed pieces of popcorn. The sound of eating rang out, crunchy. Kyan transformed into an angel with white wings spread wide, a bright smile and a mystical space, immersed in the taste of the food. As soon as he put it in his mouth, this soft thing melted away, while the moderate saltiness of the salt and the rich buttery taste at the tip of the tongue gradually spread. Then followed by a delicate description, that sweet taste seems to blend with the air, lingering with a gentle and nostalgic feeling, this slowly disappearing taste. In the kitchen, filled with laughter, he with bright eyes, cheeks flushed with excitement, holding a large piece of bread to his mouth, exclaimed emotionally. It's really delicious. He stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with hearts. Darius, Kugan, Rama, and Lakshan sitting around the table also widened their eyes. Shouting in surprise, the people behind hurriedly ate ravenously, handfuls of popcorn were put into their mouths. Kyan yelled, hey, leave some for me. In just a moment, the plate was clean. Seeing that, Alaz said, I'll make more, okay? Everyone cheered in agreement. She happily said, this time, I'll make it even more delicious, okay? Kyan's eyes sparkled, really? Even more delicious this time? Then Alaz went into the kitchen, taking something from a jar as tall as a person. Lakshan came in and asked, what are you doing? She greeted happily, Lakshan. Alaz closed her eyes and smiled brightly, what if I can make something more delicious than the delicious thing I already made? Smooth caramel like honey was poured down, covering the white, fluffy popcorn, each sparkling sweet stream spreading throughout the pot like waves engulfing each kernel of corn. He smiled and stirred with a spoon, asking with enthusiasm, let me help you, is this how you stir it? She nodded, holding wooden chopsticks and guiding, yes. Stir a little faster, so the caramel can soak in evenly. The fire blazed red in the stove, the sound of wood crackling, the light reflecting on the walls as if dancing. Alaz called out from the kitchen, now stir a little more with low heat. Lakshan couldn't hide his anticipation, sniffing and whispering, "It smells so good, I can't wait any longer." A series of bowls filled with caramel-covered popcorn were coming out. She announced with a big smile, "It's almost done." Suddenly Alaz picked up a piece of popcorn and asked, "Do you want to try it?" "It's my first time making this, so I don't know if it's good or not." She gently put the piece of popcorn into Lakshan's mouth. The atmosphere between the two became a little awkward. He hurriedly spoke, blushing and scratching his head, "Delicious, it's very delicious." Alaz was thinking about something else. I just touched his lips. Their eyes met, filled with love. But that moment didn't last too long. Kayan, who was starving, walked into the kitchen. "Is it not done yet?" Alaz and Lakshan seemed unnatural. She replied, "Oh, it's coming right up." At a small table in the kitchen, Darius, Kugan, Rama, Lakshan, and Kayan were sitting in a row around the table, constantly chewing on hot popcorn, the fragrant smell spreading in the air. Each eye shining with satisfaction. Kayan, closing his eyes and enjoying it, exclaimed, "Sweet and salty," while Eden said in a daze, "It's so delicious." The atmosphere in the room was filled with warm light and the smell of butter mixed with joyful cheers. They all gave it a score, 10 points, no buts. Alaz happily felt like a burden had been lifted. So I've dealt with the popcorn machine that's been there for a long time." Lakshan picked up a kernel of corn and asked, "You mean this?" She nodded and smiled. "Even though it's been there for a long time, it's not to the point where it can't be eaten. But if you use it to make something else, it probably can't be eaten, right?" She held 2 pieces of paper in her hand and said, "So now, everyone, look at this." The paper was placed solemnly on the table. They all asked in unison, "The goal and 1-year plan to renovate Elden Village?" Through the window, night had fallen. The bright moonlight shining gently through the window stood out in the sky. Eden raised his hand to speak. "If so, according to what Allah said." He continued, "The people living here will also have to welcome people who don't live here, right?" Alaz replied, "That's right, that's why I called everyone here." Lakshan standing next to her gave his opinion. "The most difficult thing in this village is that many people don't have land, and they don't have money either." His eyes were pensive. "The people living here can't live like this forever." After the meal, at a table covered with a pink and white checkered cloth, everyone was seated, the light from the stars filtering through the window covered with white curtains. A solemn atmosphere enveloped them as they all silently looked at each other. Eden suddenly spoke, like the beginning of a current story. Darius said with a serious face, "I object." Kayan turned to him in surprise, "Darius?" Alaz spoke to persuade him, "I know that in this small village, the surrounding environment will be different depending on the neighbors, but we won't welcome just anyone." Darius frowned and maintained his position. "Even so, I don't agree." He stood up abruptly, "If everyone insists on doing it, I won't stop you, but I won't welcome any newcomers." Then slammed the door shut, leaving only a cold sentence, "I'm leaving." Kayan sighed, watching Darius's back. "That guy, he said everything he wanted to say in the same year today, huh?" The remaining 4 people also sighed helplessly. Kugan looked out the window into the distance. "Lakshan, do you agree?" He nodded immediately. "Yes, I agree." Kugan replied, "Then I agree too." Kayan nodded. "What Allah said is right, it takes a long time for strangers to get to our village." But he casually poured the entire bowl of popcorn into his mouth. "First, I'll finish this." Allah's eyes were both sad and joyful. "I thought everyone would object." Under the clear night sky, the full moon hung between thin clouds and sparkling stars scattered throughout the sky. The warm wooden house below was still lit. The yellow light from the window cast out in silence. A gentle voice rang out in the night, "Then we'll go back first." Allah said a little sadly, "If Darius doesn't come here for lunch tomorrow, I'll personally pack it up, and ask you to bring it to him, okay?" Kayan smiled and agreed, "No problem." Lakshan stepped forward and asked, "Alaz, you have to go home too, right?" An image of a small ant carrying a piece of caramel-covered popcorn, a voice rang out, "If you keep letting pieces of caramel fall on the floor like this, ants will gather." Alaz happily hugged a broom and said, "I'll sweep the floor." Lakshan washes the pot, "Let's finish it quickly." He happily replied, "I know." The broom passed over the scraps one by one, quickly gathering them together, while Lakshan was professionally washing the pot. In the back, Alaz had finished cleaning and stood panting. He was still diligently cleaning the pot. Lakshan thought absent-mindedly, "It's so late, should I tell Alaz to sleep here tonight? I can sleep on the sofa." Alaz took the plate of popcorn and said, "You've worked hard, I'll take the popcorn home, okay?" He was startled and turned around. Wait. The sky gradually turned to night. The full moon shone everywhere, illuminating the trees and bushes glistening under the silver light. Lakshan ran out and shouted, "Let me take you home." In the dark, Alaz said goodbye to Lakshan, "Thank you for walking me, see you tomorrow." He also happily replied, "Good night." Inside the house, Alaz held a candle in her hand, telling herself, "I have to take a bath." Suddenly strange noises came from somewhere. Elaz, who was walking up the stairs, stopped, feeling a little scared, wondering, what is it? The space in the house suddenly became quiet, eerily quiet. Elaz frowned slightly, thinking, what should I do? She thought about calling for help. If I call Lakshan, he'll run here in a minute or two. Then, Elaz hesitated, but he might not hear me call. The thoughts in her head were constantly fighting, but what if I call and there's nothing, or maybe it's a rat? Elaz walked carefully, gently going down the stairs. She gently opened the door of a room, hesitatingly said, is anyone here? Everything in the room seemed to be arranged very neatly, the space was extremely quiet. Elaz didn't see anything unusual, she wondered, is there nothing? Elaz suddenly noticed an object like a round bowl placed on the table, its lid was slightly open, containing popcorn inside. She vaguely thought, was it the sound of the plate sliding? Was I startled by this sound? Elaz arranged everything back in its place, she sighed in relief, I almost had to apologize if I called Lakshan. She thought, when I lived in the monastery forest, I could freely wander around in the middle of the night, am I afraid of the dark now that I've escaped from that place? On the table, a candle was placed to provide light, next to it were neatly arranged white papers and an ink bottle. Elaz held a brush in her hand, she smiled softly and said as if to someone, Ain Nim, when you come back, I'll return all the things I've used. Elaz held a brush and wrote something on the paper, she muttered, let's sort it out a bit, April 1st. She carefully wrote each line, writing and saying, first. Me and Lakshan, 5 mercenaries, and 6 people in Aunt Lisa's farm family. Elaz thought further, and the villagers who have returned, she suddenly stopped writing, thinking back, but everyone is planning to leave. Marie called out loudly from afar, Lakshan. He was a little startled, turning his head to see who was calling him. When he saw Marie smiling and waving, Lakshan also happily replied, Aunt Marie, hello. Marie looked at the person next to him, wondering, this girl is? Lakshan quickly introduced her, this is Yunan's daughter. Marie's face lit up, she held Elaz's hand excitedly, really? Lakshan looked at the 2 happy people in front of him, he asked eagerly, are you going to stay here forever? Marie sighed softly, her face showing helplessness, saying, actually, I really want to, I've been a broker my whole life. She continued to explain, but now there's no one to farm, and no merchants come to buy anymore, so I'm planning to go to a big city nearby. Lakshan's face fell when he heard Marie say, after all, it's difficult to teach the children here. Elaz, seeing this scene, thought to herself, Lakshan, he looks helpless. A thought appeared in her mind, let's try hard, even just a little bit, before more people leave. On the notice board, the content read, Eldon Village Population. April 1st, currently 32 people. On the clear blue sky, each ray of sunlight gently pierced through the trees in the field, all creating a peaceful and vibrant scene. In the field, the villagers were diligently hoeing the soil. Elaz arrived, she wore a long blue dress, a wide-brimmed hat, and carried a bamboo basket in her hand, inside which was a delicious and tempting loaf of bread. She called out to everyone, let's rest and eat something, everyone, I baked some potato bread, everyone laughed and cheered, very happy and excited. Everyone stopped their work and gathered in the cool shade to rest for lunch. Elaz asked, but the field is almost cleared, right? Kayan said, it's mostly thanks to Kugan. Kayan guessed, he must really like the dish Elaz made for him yesterday, he worked very hard today. Elaz was happy to hear that, thinking to herself, I have to make a really delicious lunch. Her eyes suddenly dimmed a bit, slightly worried, thinking about it, it's almost lunchtime. Lakshan, seeing her like that, asked, what's wrong? Elaz asked back, what do you mean? Lakshan looked at Elaz and said, your face, it looks a little gloomy. Elaz rested her hand on her chin and sighed, saying to him, Darius, I'm okay, but he probably won't come for lunch. Kayan, hearing that, eagerly suggested, then I'll eat Darius's portion. Lakshan, hearing that, didn't say anything, he went straight to Kayan and flicked his head hard. Kayan painfully held his head, asking with dissatisfaction, why? Elaz, witnessing this scene, also laughed and teased him. From afar came panting and hurried footsteps. She called urgently, everyone, they noticed the direction of the call and said, oh, it's Aunt Lisa. Lisa, with a worried voice, said in a panic, please help me find the chicken. Everyone showed an attitude as if this wasn't the first time this had happened, they sighed, again? Lisa continued to tell everyone about the situation, the lead rooster protecting the other chickens disappeared. Kayan indifferently said, could it be that the chicken coop wasn't locked? Lisa resolutely said, no, the chicken coop was clearly locked, the problem is, there are no footprints of the culprit, she firmly stated, I checked all the chicken coop floors but there were none. Lisa looked at Lakshan and said, so, I officially entrust it to you, please find the culprit who caught my chicken. Lakshan calmly smiled and asked, what about the reward? Lisa replied without hesitation, unlimited supply of eggs to your house for 1 month. Elaz, hearing that, was determined, I must find it. Her face was full of determination, looking at everyone and saying, the person who completes Aunt Lisa's task will receive free eggs for 1 month. Elaz held up one finger to illustrate, with an excited voice, 1 egg per day. She excitedly cheered to everyone, I'll cook delicious egg dishes for that person, I'm learning 30 royal egg dish recipes. Lisa called out, the person who catches the culprit first wins. Everyone exclaimed in unison, laughing happily. While eating lunch, Kyan said, after lunch, I'll go to the farm right away to start the investigation. Kyan took a sip of soup, resolutely saying, the eggs are mine. Lakshan, who was enthusiastically eating, also argued, mine, it's mine. Elaz, who was half eating bread, wondered, but, who do you think stole the chicken? She voiced her thoughts, he can both unlock it and lock it again, and leave no footprints, is there such a creature? Lakshan replied to her with certainty, of course. He said in a grave voice, a monster. Lakshan recounted, to cross the northern mountains, the Suan people led very strange creatures. He continued, mainly used for transportation or for attacking. Elaz was surprised and asked, why are there monsters here? You said all the Suan people live behind the northern mountains. Lakshan explained, because monsters are considered important assets of the Suan people, they took their own monsters back. But in the war, they couldn't bring back the monsters that ran away. Elaz calmly said, I see. Lakshan was puzzled, thinking, she seems interested. Kyan ran out the door after lunch, he said with an excited voice, okay, I'm going to catch the monster. Elaz, seeing that, quickly called after him, Kyan. She handed the bamboo basket to him, on the way, please give this to Darius for me. Kyan immediately agreed, okay. Lakshan saw Elaz putting on her hat, intending to leave, and called out, Elaz. He looked at her with affectionate eyes, smiled slightly, and said, I'll take you home. Elaz, hearing that, turned to look at him, aren't you going to Aunt Lisa's farm? Lakshan was slightly embarrassed, replying to her, I was going to go, but because there's a monster, I'm afraid you'll be in danger, I think you should stay inside. Elaz didn't agree, she retorted, I want to see the monster too. Elaz looked at him with sparkling eyes, her voice sincere, Lakshan will protect me, right? Lakshan, hearing that, blushed slightly, suddenly hesitating and not knowing what to say. Elaz turned and walked away with a frustrated expression, while Lakshan was still embarrassed, he shouted, oh my god, me, I can't even take care of myself. The two walked together, Elaz said to Lakshan, if there's any danger, you must run away, okay? He also happily smiled and replied, I know. Lakshan thought to himself, she must feel relieved because I'm a mercenary, that's a relief. Arriving at the place, Lakshan said to Elaz, you rest, if you're scared, blow the flute, okay? Elaz stubbornly replied, that's not going to happen. Amidst the high blue sky, the farm appeared with its rustic and peaceful charm. Lakshan stepped lightly into the farm. He sat in front of the chicken coop, examining it. According to Aunt Lisa, there were no unusual footprints other than her own, not even chicken footprints. Lakshan picked up the lock with some scratches and looked at it, he thought, are these claw marks? Lakshan was pensive, his eyebrows furrowed, focusing on thinking, first of all, the thief must be intelligent because they relocked the door before running away. He kept wondering in his head, thinking, but why did he relock the door, steal chickens but still want to protect them? Kyan said with some injustice, last time, I was scolded because the chicken coop gate was open when I went out, that time I'm not considered the culprit, right? He stood with his hands on his hips, turning back and forth calling Lisa, hey. Lisa was a little embarrassed, hesitatingly saying, because the total number of chickens lost is 3. She gave a condition, so I'll give free chicken eggs to the winner for 3 months, Kyan calmly replied, okay. As the sky turned dark, Lakshan held an oil lamp, shining light in the night. He and Kyan were fumbling around, looking everywhere to find the chickens. Suddenly a loud voice rang out, found the chickens. Seeing a pile of chicken bones buried in the ground, Lakshan said, after eating the chicken meat, they buried the chicken bones, what kind of monster is it? Lakshan's eyes were still focused on the bones, his face tense, saying, I'm sure this is a species with strength and intelligence. The quiet, still space of the night was enveloping everything. Elaz seemed to have fallen asleep while reading a book, at this moment she suddenly woke up. She rubbed her eyes slightly, still sleepy, thinking to herself, she hasn't even had dinner yet but she fell asleep like this. Elaz wasn't fully awake, yawning, thinking, I wonder if there's any popcorn left, I wonder if Lakshan has found the monster yet. She walked down the stairs and heard some sound, she wondered, what is it? An idea suddenly flashed in Elaz's mind, something is eating her popcorn. She hurriedly turned back to the room. In the dark night, a pair of eyes were staring at her. She panicked and slammed the door shut, her face confused, could it be the monster? The sound of footsteps was getting closer to Elaz, she thought, it's coming up, her eyes showed worry and fear. Outside the door, something was constantly impacting the door, creating strange sounds. Elaz, hearing that, was extremely panicked. She thought, it's scratching the door. Elaz quickly grabbed the flute to blow for help. In her head at this moment only one name appeared, Lakshan. The sound of the flute then came out, echoing in the space. Lakshan and Kayan, hearing that, stopped. He immediately said, this sound. Kayan said, isn't that Elaz's flute sound? Lakshan suddenly froze, his eyes widened as if associating it with something very scary. He hurriedly ran away immediately. Kayan, seeing that, shouted loudly after him, Lakshan. In the dark night, Lakshan hurriedly ran non-stop. He seemed to have guessed that something bad had happened. He gritted his teeth, calling her name in his heart, Elaz. He arrived in front of her house, shouting anxiously, Elaz. She stood from the second-floor window looking towards him, saying, Lakshan, the monster is downstairs, at the door. The strange sounds outside the door still kept ringing out. Elaz said loudly, it's trying to escape. She was a little more relieved at this moment, sighing lightly, thinking, thank goodness, Lakshan came. Elaz held the flute in her hand. Thoughts of admiration kept appearing. It's no exaggeration to say, this flute really makes a loud sound to the point that you can hear it from the other side of the mountain. What is this flute after all? Lakshan stood outside the fence, loudly instructing, Elaz, close the room door and hide in the blanket, absolutely do not come out until I come in. Elaz's voice was a little hesitant, replying, but... Lakshan was really angry at this moment, his teeth gritted, his eyes full of murderous intent. Elaz, witnessing this scene, was startled. Suddenly some thought flashed through Lakshan's head, making him rethink, wait a minute. He realized something, saying softly, damn it. Lakshan recalled one day ago, a person passing by accidentally bumped into him. That person reminded, TSK, you must walk carefully. He glanced a sharp look at that person. He immediately turned pale, scared. That person panicked, kneeling down begging Lakshan, I'm sorry, please spare my life. Lakshan, seeing that, was confused. He pulled his hat to cover his face, saying softly, why did he act like that? Kayan then spoke, big brother, do you really not know? Just now your eyes were very scary. He walked behind Lakshan, constantly complaining, just thinking about your eyes, I get goosebumps, lately being next to you, I don't even dare to breathe heavily. In war, the more people they kill, the more crazy mercenaries become. The title of mercenary king is always respected by everyone, because even though they kill many people, they can still control themselves. But even Harkan once turned to his son with a murderous look. A person like him can't escape the frenzy either. Therefore, Lakshan is even more wary of the frenzy in battle. Lakshan covered his face at this moment, his heart filled with worry, thinking, even though it's been a long time, he still doesn't feel at ease. What if Elaz is afraid of him? Lakshan suddenly startled, calling, Elaz. He used strength, kicking hard at the door. Lakshan stood still, looking inside was a black space. He thought, the monster escaped to the back. He suddenly felt something. In the dark space, Lakshan looked towards the stairs. He thought, Elaz. Lakshan looked at everything around, thinking that his teammates were coming soon. He was closer to the monster so he would hunt it down, and he would protect Elaz. Lakshan's eyes suddenly darkened. Then, he hurriedly ran up the stairs. Lakshan hurriedly ran towards the room, calling, Elaz. Elaz opened the door, her eyes looking confused at Lakshan who had just run up. She suddenly stepped out of the room, running away. Lakshan watched with extremely confused eyes. He wondered, is she trying to run away? Lakshan's thoughts were getting more and more confused. Is she trying to leave this village? He chased after Elaz, calling loudly, Elaz, wait, let me talk. Elaz turned towards him, saying with injustice, you fool, you have to follow me. Her voice was full of dissatisfaction. If we join forces, we can catch the monster. If not, at least we can know their true nature. Lakshan stood next to her looking with a dazed expression. Elaz fluttered with him, Lakshan, don't look for the monster alone anymore, I can look together. Lakshan was confused, thinking, isn't she scared? He considered it and thought, that's okay too. Elaz's foot suddenly stepped on a shard of pottery. She cried out in pain. Lakshan, seeing that, reached out and held her shoulder, saying to reassure her, don't move. At this moment, Kayan rushed in from outside the door. He called, Lakshan, Elaz. He unintentionally saw the scene of Lakshan gently supporting Elaz. Lakshan's eyes became sharp, saying, Kayan, you chased the monster for me, it escaped into the forest. Kayan, hearing that, his eyes became serious. He hesitated, but, okay. Bandaging tools were brought. Lakshan kindly asked, do you feel pain anywhere else? He knelt on one knee, carefully bandaging the wound for Elaz. She listened to Lakshan's question and replied, I'm okay. Lakshan supported Elaz's foot in the palm of his hand. She found it strange and asked, what are you doing? Lakshan kindly replied, I'm checking if you're hurt anywhere else. He blushed slightly, gently asking again, you really don't feel any pain anywhere else? Allah's face also flushed, replying, yes. At this moment only thoughts appeared in her head, I'm so embarrassed. Lakshan looked up at Allah's with extremely gentle eyes, just now, I'm sorry for scaring you. He asked with concern, you must have been panicked, right? Allah's, hearing that, looked at Lakshan, nodding slightly. Lakshan stood up, looking at Allah's and saying, I sincerely apologize to you, I was worried about you so I was like that. He laughed dryly a few times to make the atmosphere less awkward, saying, your house is a bit messy, I'll sleep here today, okay? I'll sleep downstairs. Allah's was still sitting there, softly calling, Lakshan. He replied to her shyly, what's wrong? Allah said with a serious voice, it's true that I'm a little scared. Lakshan thought he had done something to make her sad, and said, I'm sorry. He thought to himself, he showed too much murderous intent. Allah's hand gripped tightly on the dress she was wearing, hesitatingly saying, so. She blushed looking at Lakshan, making a suggestion, let's sleep together. Lakshan was surprised, asking, Allah's, what do you mean? Allah said again clearly, I said I'm scared. She explained confusedly, I know it's ridiculous to be afraid of those things at this age, but just now, the monster scratching the door made me very scared. Allah's got into bed, she looked at Lakshan and clapped her hand on the empty space next to her, saying, come lie down next to me quickly. Lakshan looked at her and thought. She's not afraid of him but afraid of the monster? Lakshan was about to lie down next to Allah's when he suddenly remembered and said to her, but, I haven't changed my clothes yet. Allah's lying next to him calmly replied, it's okay. Allah's lay on the bed and complained to Lakshan, that monster, after eating all the popcorn, it even wanted to eat me. When it climbed to the second floor, I thought my life was over. Lakshan only smiled, thinking, that's right, of course she's scared. Allah's asked Lakshan, do you want to cover the blanket? He politely replied, no need. Allah still couldn't sleep and turned to look at Lakshan wondering, what exactly is that monster? She suspected again, asking, did it eat Aunt Lisa's chickens? Lakshan also told Allah's what he thought, I'm also thinking about whether that's the case. He slightly moved closer to Allah's, putting his hand on the blanket she was covering, comforting, everything will be alright, I will definitely catch it. Allah suddenly buried her face in Lakshan's chest, only lightly replying, this action of hers surprised him very much. Lakshan's whole face flushed red, unable to hide his embarrassment. Allah's peacefully closed her eyes, thinking, Lakshan being next to her made her feel so at ease. Thoughts kept lingering in her head, it's so warm, she's not alone. Lakshan lay on the bed, his eyes always towards Allah's, his hand gently placed on her blanket as if to reassure her. Lakshan's eyes were still watching intently. After Allah's had fallen asleep, he sat up and left the bed. Kayan saw Lakshan coming out of the room and said, there you are. He immediately asked, how is Allah's? He replied, she's asleep. Kayan, hearing that, only smiled, replying, Lakshan looked at him with puzzled eyes. Kayan avoided his eyes, saying, in conclusion, the monster hunt has failed. He recounted, the deeper I went into the forest, the denser the trees and the more vines there were, so I couldn't go fast. Lakshan, hearing that, was uncomfortable. He showed dissatisfaction, questioning, failed and you can sit so leisurely like that? Kayan looked scared, immediately justifying, don't look at me with those eyes, I've been running non-stop from the farm to here, you think chasing the monster in the forest is easy? Kayan noticed the criticizing eyes from Lakshan. He helplessly explained, you have to understand me, but I've confirmed the size of the monster, it's this big. He continued, moreover, I've also confirmed the monster's footprints left in Allah's house, as I see it, the damage. Lakshan, hearing this, interrupted Kayan. He asked again, damage? Kayan then continued, is probably the amount of caramel popcorn in the kitchen. Lakshan was surprised, huh? Kayan said more clearly, I've checked other places, but there are no traces, it seems like eating the chicken wasn't enough. Lakshan was thinking about something. He said, first, you're sure that thing is a monster, we need to prepare a trap. He made a decision, for the time being, I'll stay together to protect her. At the same time Allah's was also sleeping peacefully in bed. On a beautiful morning, from inside the house came noisy voices. After dividing into groups, let's go find the monster, okay. Everyone was divided into two teams. The team searching in the forest included Lakshan, Allah's, and Kayan. The other team searching on the farm had Rahman, Kugan, and Eden. Allah saw the thing in Rahman's hand and asked, this is a trap, right? He was surprised, asking back, you know it? She remembered something and smiled awkwardly, saying, before, I used to make it. Rahman winked, his voice full of pride, among the people here, I'm the best at making traps, I'll give you this, maybe your group will find the monster. Allah's looked with great interest. She asked, this just needs to be thrown and it will catch the monster right away, right? Rahman was also excited, guiding Allah's diligently. Let me show you, if you want to catch it, you have to aim at the neck accurately, at this time it's used like this, do it like this, that's it. Rahman said with certainty. That place will increase the possibility of causing more injury. Eden then called him, Rahman, let's go. Lakshan, Alaz, and Kayan entered a room together. Lakshan looked around and said, so we'll check this place first. Alaz asked Lakshan's opinion, can I clean this place? He nodded, replying, the traces have been confirmed already. Alaz used a broom to sweep and gather the shards of pottery. She picked up the clean bowl, saying, it ate all the popcorn, it must have been very hungry. Alaz remembered something, thinking, wait a minute, thinking about it. She suddenly realized and thought, not just yesterday. Alaz was shocked at this moment. She thought that if that day, the thing that followed her, was yesterday's monster, could it be? Alaz suggested, let's go into the forest now, okay? Lakshan also agreed, let's go. The three of them went into the forest together. They searched around, examining the remaining traces. Lakshan suddenly noticed an unusual detail. He suspected, the broken branches look strange. Alaz, hearing that, asked, what is it? Lakshan suddenly asked her, can I hug your waist a little? Alaz looked at him puzzled, why suddenly? Lakshan suddenly grabbed her waist. He lifted her on his shoulder. Alaz panicked and shouted, while Lakshan only smiled and said, hold on a little bit. He looked at her with affectionate eyes, gently asking, are you okay? Alaz was embarrassed, replying, don't you find me heavy? Lifting me up is as light as nothing. Lakshan happily replied, not heavy at all. The two of them laughed and talked cheerfully. They seemed to have forgotten the presence of Kayan. He stood next to them. Thinking, they can still laugh and joke at this time? Lakshan pointed to the broken branches, saying, look closely at this place. The monster flew in this direction, so the branches broke in this direction. We've determined the direction. Lakshan looked and asked, do you two see the broken branches above? Alaz noticed and suddenly realized something unusual. It has a different breaking direction than the branches below. Kayan then gave his reasoning, so that means the monster escaped back to your house again. After all, the monster's target is. Alaz also gave a guess, sweets, or. She hesitated slightly, pointing to herself, saying confusedly, me? Lakshan carefully helped Alaz down. She said urgently, could it be that the monster? Her face darkened, thinking, wants to eat her? Why? Alaz still couldn't stop thinking about it. Could it be that it thinks her meat is more delicious than these mercenary guys? Kayan, seeing her worried, asked. Alaz, are you still okay? She still tried to smile, replying to him, I'm okay. Alaz thought again, maybe it thinks the meat of hens is more delicious than the meat of roosters, so it thinks human meat is the same. She was still confused. Thinking, don't tell me this is the image of her in the eyes of the monster? Alaz stood in the kitchen, constantly stirring the boiling pot. She was thinking about the monster. If it's targeting her and the popcorn, it's easier to catch, right? Alaz smiled slightly, seeming to be calculating something. A fragrant aroma was spreading throughout the space. Alaz thought, this aroma will lure it here. Meanwhile, two young men were waiting outside for the monster to come. Lakshan hid behind a tree, holding a rope. Kayan was preparing a cage to lock it up. They sensed something. Thinking, well, it's coming. The atmosphere suddenly became agitated, rustling sounds echoing between the trees. The sound of footsteps became closer and closer. Right at that moment, a loud shout came out. The rope was pulled taut. Sounds of impact and friction kept ringing out. Alaz pressed her ear against the door. Hearing the sound, she thought, what's happening outside? Kayan, outside, cheered happily, finally caught it. He covered a tarp over the cage containing the monster, saying, Alaz, you can come out now. Alaz, hearing that, said, She told herself, she must be thankful because they caught the monster outside. If it came inside the house, those traps. Alaz tried putting a stick into the traps being set up in the house. They immediately clamped down. Breaking the stick, she exclaimed at the danger of these traps. She looked at them with worried eyes, saying, it'll cause serious injuries. Alaz hurriedly ran out of the house, asking anxiously, where's the monster? At that time, the animal roared. She saw it and her eyes widened, surprised, huh? Alaz saw it trembling in the cage, doubting, is this really a monster? It looks more like a puppy. The tarp was taken off. They told her, it's not a normal puppy. Alaz was very surprised to see it. She looked at the animal in the cage making a small sound, marveling, it has wings? Alaz exclaimed, oh my god. She looked at it with sparkling eyes, saying, is it pretending to be cute to distract us? But it's so cute. Kayan also agreed with her, that's right, it's really cute. Alaz looked towards Lakshan, asking, Lakshan, what should we do with the monster? He glared, saying with a threatening voice, slaughter it and roast it. The animal seemed to understand the words Lakshan said. It revealed a very scared look, constantly crying. Suddenly there was a strange sound from somewhere attracting everyone's attention. Alaz wondered, what's that sound? Lakshan also said, the monster is here. Where did that sound come from? Kayan pointed to the sky, over there. Alaz was startled, her voice slightly trembling. What the hell is that? From the sky, a giant animal with a shape similar to a bird and having 4 wings flew from somewhere. It looked ferocious, making piercing sounds. Lakshan put his hand in front of Alaz, his voice firm. Magic beast. Alaz, hearing that, was worried. Magic beast? It's a type of monster with a bizarre appearance like a monster. But it's much stronger than a monster. It's not born in the natural world but comes from another world. Accurately speaking, a magic beast is a defective product if magic is used incorrectly. The mages will attract power from another world and then use it. But if the magic fails, it can negatively affect the creatures of another world. Those animals in the description all have very fierce appearances and personalities. Alaz hugged her head, fearfully saying, why did the magic beast appear in this place? You said it's a defective product when magic fails. Lakshan looked at the animal, guessing, this magic beast even has a human head, it must be a defective product of those witches. Everyone saw the magic beast and talked noisily, how do we catch it now? I wonder if Aunt Lisa is in danger on the farm. Lakshan was very calm, saying, you don't need to worry like that. Alaz then asked back, why? Lakshan explained, magic beasts are defective products. He explained clearly, it's an existence that goes against the laws of nature, it's just a defective variant, not having any terrible power. Alaz, hearing that, felt more at ease, couldn't help admiring, Lakshan has a lot of knowledge. He, hearing that, smiled shyly, saying, before, a witch told me this. He added, also, wherever a magic beast appears, a divine beast will appear there. Alaz looked at him full of questions, divine beast? Lakshan explained, if the existence of a magic beast is strong enough for the divine beast to sense, the divine beast will come to destroy it for us. He continued. So the witches call the divine beast the Punisher. Alaz was full of interest, excitedly asking Lakshan, what does the divine beast look like? Lakshan also happily replied to her, I've never seen a divine beast either, I only know it's a winged creature. Moreover, the divine beast emits a golden aura that can't be seen in the magic beast. Alaz exclaimed, so that's it, emits a starry aura, so magical. Lakshan looked serious, he thought, that magic beast must have eaten the chickens on the farm. He secretly speculated, initially it ate small animals to develop its body. Lakshan thought again, it hung the chicken coop lock back in place, probably to come back to steal chickens again. He thought, currently, that monster must have lost its mind and humanity, it kept screaming terrifying and creepy sounds. The animal being locked in the cage made a sound attracting Alaz's attention. She asked Lakshan, that's right, what should we do with this monster? She exclaimed in surprise, heavens. Alaz saw that there was a golden light emanating around the animal. She said, Lakshan, it's emitting an aura. The 3 of them, Lakshan, Alaz, and Kayan, were extremely stunned. They stared at the small animal in the cage. They shouted, you're the divine beast? The magic beast quickly dodged the sword thrusting towards it. Kugan angrily shouted, I can't touch it. He had been attacking the magic beast for a while and was now so tired that he couldn't breathe. Kugan lowered his sword, panting and saying the questions in his heart. How could the leader capture the magic beast alone? Ramon behind him was swinging a rope in his hand, looking at the magic beast with a sigh, saying, I'm afraid all of us aren't its opponents. Kugan shook his head slightly, suddenly he cheered up, saying loudly, if we catch it, we'll get free eggs for 3 months. Kugan picked up his sword again, excitedly shouting, no matter what happens, we have to win. Behind him, Ramon and Eden were staring at the magic beast, ready to fight. Right at this moment someone shouted, everyone, get out of the way. Eden turned his head to look in the direction of the voice, cheering, Lakshan's here, both Kugan and Ramon. Hearing that, ignored the magic beast flapping its wings in front of them, turning their heads to look. Only to see Lakshan running over with Rua in his arms. Rua's eyes were bright and wide open, calling out loudly, with 10 parts momentum. The group of people stared at it, surprisingly realizing that it was a tiny dog with very cute golden fur, and on its back were 2 pairs of wings. Inadvertently, Kugan was knocked to the ground by the magic beast's claws. Ramon frantically held the rope in his hand, and Eden confusedly shouted, why did you bring a puppy here? Oh no, that's not right. He looked at Rua spreading its wings, its mouth opening towards the magic beast. In its mouth there was a golden spot of light preparing to be released, exclaiming in surprise, it has wings. From the mouth of the tiny Rua, a bright magical light shot straight at the magic beast. The magic beast was blinded by this magical light, its movements immediately stopped. Then it weakly flapped its wings and flew away in everyone's surprised cries, it's gone. Lakshan smiled triumphantly, happily saying, worthy of being a divine beast, just one move made the magic beast run away. He pointed at Rua, praising loudly, "Puppy, good job." At this time Rua was flying in front, suddenly staggering a few times. Then before Lakshan's shocked gaze, it didn't fly anymore but fell straight to the ground, weakly crying out. He asked blankly, "What's wrong? Why suddenly?" The magic beast on the way to escape also turned its head to look, making a piercing sound that no one understood. But seeing the divine beast that restrained it had no more fighting power, it excitedly turned back. Rua at this moment had no strength in her whole body, her face pale, lying on the ground, her eyes closed, her stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. Lakshan was originally worried about whether Rua was injured or not. Hearing this sound his face darkened, he smiled awkwardly twice. Then in the sound of Rua's hungry stomach protesting, Lakshan softly asked it, "It's already weakened from hunger?" Rua replied to him with a tiny cry. He turned his head and called, "Kugan, can I borrow your sword for a moment?" He didn't understand but still held out his sword. Before handing the sword to Lakshan, Kugan didn't forget to add, "Then you have to share the chicken eggs awarded to my team." He frowned slightly, it took a while to reply, "Okay." Holding Kugan's sword in his hand, Lakshan propped the sword on the ground, his body straight, slightly looking towards the distance. He could see faintly under the hill two figures running towards this place, and vaguely hear Allah's clear voice calling, "Lakshan," to ensure the safety of Allah's. Lakshan still kept secret that he was the son of Harkan. His eyes followed the figures of Alaz and Kayan, in his heart secretly calculating, he has to go through several hills to get here, it takes about 3 minutes without seeing the front because the trees block the view. Lakshan looked again at the strange human-headed magic beast flying in front of him. He picked up the sword, in a ready-to-fight pose, a confident smile on his face, thinking, "Come on." By the time Alaz and Kayan hurriedly ran over, they had already seen the magic beast's corpse lying on the ground, next to it was a sword stuck in the ground. She stared at it, very surprised, because she had just had to run a long distance to get here. Allah's hair was somewhat disheveled, her face was also a bit red. Sweat was streaming down, she stood there breathing heavily. When she had regained her breath, Alaz excitedly shouted, "Lakshan has caught the magic beast?" Lakshan returned the sword to Kugan, using his hand to gently nudge his back, saying calmly, "Just consider that he caught it." Kugan looked at him blankly, not understanding what was going on. Alaz looked at him with bright eyes, praising, "Kugan defeated the magic beast? So amazing." Kugan, praised, blushed shyly, smiling, "It's nothing, I caught the magic beast so the chicken eggs." He didn't finish his sentence when a loud shout interrupted him, "No way." Alaz turned her head to look, only to see Lisa standing still with her head in her hands, her face pale looking in one direction. She trembled shouting, "My sheep, my poor sheep." Lisa collapsed beside the sheep that had been harmed by the magic beast, her spirit broken. Alaz exclaimed in amazement, "Impossible." She reached out and patted Lisa's back lightly, wanting to comfort her but not knowing what to say. That evening, in the living room of Lakshan's house, under the candlelight, he softly said to Alaz, "Although no more chickens were harmed, 4 sheep were eaten. So consider that we failed Aunt Lisa's mission." She sat in the armchair, in her arms was Rua who was sleeping soundly. Hearing Lakshan say that, she softly replied, "We tried our best, no one wanted things to turn out like this." He was silent and didn't answer, only sighing softly. A moment later, Lakshan suddenly stepped forward to pick up Rua, saying, "The magic beast has been caught, the puppy also has to return to its world." Rua opened her sleepy, dreamy eyes and looked up at him, softly crying out. As if it understood that Lakshan wanted to take it away, Rua hurriedly struggled out of his hands, rushing towards Alaz, happily crying out. She reached out to take it, but Rua clung to her shoulder, sticking out its tiny tongue and lightly licking her cheek a few times. Alaz, tickled, laughed softly, saying, "Why do you keep clinging to me?" Lakshan stood next to her looking at this scene, stroking his chin, saying, "It must like you. It seems like it also likes sweets." Alaz suddenly remembered something. She took a strand of her golden hair, put it to her nose and sniffed it a little, saying, "This morning I melted caramel to lure the magic beast. Now I noticed caramel on my hair." Alaz weakly called out, "No wonder, I kept feeling sticky hair." Lakshan, seeing her like that, laughed loudly. He stepped towards the door, not forgetting to turn back and tell her, "Wait a minute, let me fill the bathtub with water for you." Alaz softly replied, "Thank you," and yawned. Rua sitting in her arms also opened her mouth to yawn. Lakshan left, leaving only one person and one animal in the room. Alaz laughed and reached out to caress Rua's head, asking it, "Puppy, do you want to take a bath?" Rua, enjoying the feeling of being in her arms, was startled, raising her head and crying out in protest. Alaz looked at it gently, thinking, "I was planning to adopt that wolf dog at the market, but now that I have Puppy, is it okay not to adopt it anymore?" Thinking that, she asked Rua, "During your time here, do you agree to stay with me?" "I'll feed you every day," it happily cried out, the 2 wings above gently flapping. showing excitement. Elaz smiled, saying, "Okay, then I'll give puppy a name." A moment later, Lakshan finished his work and returned to the room, calling, "Elaz, I've filled the water." Not seeing Elaz reply, he softly called again, "Elaz." Looking closely he saw, she was still sitting on the chair as before, but had fallen asleep at some point. Rua in her arms had also fallen into a deep sleep. Lakshan looked at this scene, his eyes also became gentle, a slight smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. He bent down, gently picking up both Elaz and Rua. Just as he took her out of the room, Lakshan thought, because Elaz's house is nearby, I'll let her sleep here. He put Elaz down on his bed, gently pulling the blanket up to cover her, thinking, a good night's sleep is the best healing medicine. Lakshan yawned softly, saying, "I'm going to sleep too." Rua didn't know what happy dream she was having, but softly cried out, her small feet also spreading out, revealing the pretty pink pads of flesh. Lakshan lay down on one edge of the bed, using his hand as a pillow, gradually falling asleep. The next morning, in front of Lakshan's house, Kugan had driven a horse-drawn carriage early to wait. Lakshan stood in front of the house, putting on his cloak while turning his head to look at Elaz, asking, "Elaz, are you ready?" She, putting on her bag, turned back to reply. "Wait a minute, I'm looking for my hat." Elaz looked around for a while, murmuring softly, "Where's the hat?" At this time, Rua ran to her. In its mouth was a white hat decorated with a red ribbon printed with rose patterns, matching the dress that Elaz was wearing. She laughed and took the hat, putting it on her head, holding Rua in her other hand, praising it, "Rua of mine is a genius." Today Elaz was dressed very beautifully with a dress with two main colors of white and red. Her long golden hair was flowing down, only the large brown canvas crossbody bag in front of her seemed a bit out of place with the outfit. Even Rua was dressed in a light pink quilted jacket, just right to cover her two small wings. Kugan sat in front controlling the horse-drawn carriage while humming a tune. In the carriage, Elaz happily asked Rua, "Rua, if we go out, how do we call?" At this time on the horse-drawn carriage, Lakshan was sitting next to her. In Elaz's arms was Rua, across from her was Kayan. Rua, asked, happily barked twice. Lakshan surprisingly turned to look at Elaz, asking, "What's Rua?" She caressed Rua's head while smiling, replying, "Ah, it's my dog's name, Ada Rua." He found it interesting, immediately asking, "Is that the name of the divine beast passed down in the northern mountains?" Elaz nodded, happily replying, "That's right. It is said that, when there was no appearance of any creature in the mortal world, the divine beast brought a radiant golden light down to earth. The divine beast in the description is also a dog with bright golden fur, two pairs of wings spread wide on its back. The divine beast dug the ground to create a lake, and the soil from that lake piled up to form a mountain. Due to old age and weakness, Ada Rua breathed her last in the north. Ada Rua's bones have turned into the northern mountains as they are now, her fur has turned into the coniferous forest covering the entire mountain range." Lakshan nodded, smiling, "It's really a meaningful name." Elaz, hearing that, was even happier. She looked down at Rua in her arms, saying, "I think calling Ada Rua is a bit too long, so I just call her Rua. Is that right, Rua?" It immediately barked in response as if agreeing with Elaz. Kayan then called out, "I think calling her Cuckoo is cuter than this name." Saying that, he leaned over to look at Rua, asking, "Right, Cuckoo? Try calling out Cuckoo." It only tilted its head looking at Kayan with a confused look, but also softly cried, "Cuckoo." Elaz immediately used both hands to cover Rua's ears, angrily saying, "Don't teach my Rua nonsense things, Rua, don't listen to him." Lakshan suddenly turned to look at it, saying, "Rua, listen carefully to what I say. If you go out alone without permission." He looked at Rua's foolish appearance staring at him with bright amber eyes, thinking, she might be kidnapped by bad guys. Lakshan's eyebrows frowned slightly, thinking, moreover, if people know the existence of the divine beast, surely those who want to own the divine beast will come to this village immediately. Thinking that, he made a serious face, his voice also full of threat, saying to Rua, "Elaz won't give you food anymore." It, hearing that, was stunned, its face also turned pale. Rua hurriedly turned her head to look at Elaz, crying out pitifully as if asking her if it was true, then turned back to look at Lakshan, barking dissatisfiedly. Everyone, seeing this scene, immediately laughed out loud. The horse-drawn carriage soon arrived in the big city. At this time, the sun had also risen high, shining warm golden sunlight everywhere. Elaz got off the carriage, saying, "We're here." Rua crawled on the ground sniffing while wagging her tail, seeming very excited. She looked at the city square with bustling crowds, dark stone-paved streets, beautifully decorated, everywhere was a scene of bustling shops. Elaz couldn't help but cheer excitedly. She excitedly looked around, thinking, Deva is the largest city among the cities near Eldon village. The large market is open here once a month. Elaz looked towards the large building with watchtowers and clock towers in the distance, asking, "Does the king of mercenaries live in that building?" Lakshan followed behind her, hearing that, only kept silent, gently reaching out to pull the hat of his cloak over his head, wanting to hide his face. The Lord of Deva died in the war, then, his heir and his entire family were also hunted down and killed, so Deva belonged to the empire. The emperor bestowed the title and land to Harkan, who had saved his life. Alaz turned to ask Lakshan, has Lakshan ever seen the king of mercenaries? He turned his head to look at her, asking softly, the king of mercenaries? He reached out to gently scratch his neck, flustered and not knowing how to reply, so he just kept hesitating. Kugan and Kyan walking in front all ignored him. She looked at his speechless appearance, thinking, looking at that expression, maybe it's that even though they live near Harkan's city, they've never seen his face. Thinking that, Alaz gently encouraged Lakshan, from now on if you train hard, I believe that one day, you will become a great mercenary like Harkan. He looked at her in surprise, softly saying, huh? She innocently patted Lakshan's back a few times, continuing, don't be gloomy anymore, be strong. He was stunned, unable to say a word. Kugan and Kyan then turned back to look at the two, covering their mouths to suppress laughter. Kugan stepped over and put his arm around Lakshan's shoulder, laughing, Lakshan, try hard to become the king of mercenaries. Kyan also didn't miss the opportunity to tease him, saying, that's right, from now on you drink a lot of milk for me, also you need to train more swordsmanship. Lakshan on the outside was silent and ignored them, but his hand secretly clenched his fist. He angrily thought, these damn friends. Finally, unable to bear it, Lakshan then forcefully gave each of them a punch, then he turned to look at Alaz, smiling, asking, Alaz, what's our plan for today? She looked down at the plan prepared beforehand in her hand, replying, we'll go to the livestock market first. Alaz turned to look at him, listing a series, the animals that Aunt Lisa raises like cows, horses, sheep, pigs, chickens. In her voice there was an unshakable determination. She continued, we'll buy them all. Time turned back to the previous day. Lisa had brought a basket of chicken eggs to Alaz, saying to her, Alaz, this is the last gift I'm giving you. Alaz looked at her puzzledly, asking, what do you mean by the last gift? Lisa forced a smile twice, sadly saying, I have to sell wool to earn money, but this time some of the sheep were eaten. She looked up at her clear blue eyes faintly showing sadness, hesitatingly continuing, my dad said, it's best if I go back to town. Lisa looked at Alaz gently, softly instructing, remember to take care of your health. Alaz was stunned by this news, in her heart secretly calling out, please don't go, there must be some way. Thinking for a moment, Alaz hurriedly chased after Lisa out the door, calling loudly, wait, Aunt Lisa. She turned back to look at her. Alaz hurriedly said, I have this idea. It will probably be helpful for both of us. On the dining table, Alaz drank a glass of water in one gulp while giving the plan she thought of to Lisa to see. Lakshan, seeing that, took the water jug to pour more for her. Lisa slowly read it all, asking, so, you'll go buy livestock and bring it back here, and I'll raise them? She nodded slightly. Alaz replied, that's right, the name of the plan will be Livestock Farming Cooperation. People in the surrounding areas also use this method. I want to raise cows and sheep, but I don't have a farm. You have a farm, but you don't have livestock to raise. Lisa, hearing that, softly said, that's right. Alaz continued to present, I will receive 70% of the profits of products produced in farming, the remaining 30% is yours, when selling livestock. You will be divided 10% of the total money. And when livestock gives birth, I will own the first 3, the 4th onwards will be yours. Lisa bowed her head, seriously thinking. After a while, she looked up, reaching out to dip the writing brush into the ink bottle on the table, saying, I agree, let's start the plan. Alaz, hearing that, was very happy. Lisa decisively put her pen to sign the plan. After signing, she happily squeezed Alaz's hands, saying, happy cooperation, Alaz. She smiled looking at Lisa, her heart blossoming. Returning to reality, Alaz began to assign tasks to everyone, so Lakshan and I will go to the livestock market. She looked towards Kugan and Kyan, holding out 3 fingers, saying, everyone performs the assigned task, see you here in 3 hours, okay? Both of them answered in unison, okay. The group of 4 people split in 2 different directions, immediately leaving. No one noticed that there was a girl hiding in a corner, secretly watching Alaz and Lakshan's group. Lakshan and Alaz walked in front of the market. He reached out pointing to one side, saying to her, the livestock market is on this side, the smell is too bad so I'll wait here. Alaz looked up at Lakshan, asking, Lakshan doesn't want to visit the market? He reached out pulling the hood down a little deeper, replying, because I don't like crowded places much. Don't you remember what Aunt Lisa said? She, hearing that, laughed softly. The day before Lisa left, she had turned back to tell Alaz, when you come to Deva, remember to take Lakshan with you. He has a good eye for livestock because he has worked on the farm since he was young. Lakshan muttered irritably, I would go even if she didn't tell me. Lisa, hearing that, covered her mouth and laughed secretly, saying softly, really? Elaz then looked at him in surprise. Thinking, so he worked on the farm, I just found out about this. Returning to the present, Elaz looked at Lakshan, asking, do you like working on the farm? He looked away, softly replying, no. She was even more surprised, asking again, if you don't like it, why did you work on Aunt Lisa's farm? Lakshan sadly recounted. That's because, since I was young, I wanted to ride a horse. I always begged my father to buy me a horse. But that day Harkin only pointed to a wild horse on the meadow and said to Lakshan that if you were a northern man you had to tame the wild horse yourself. The young Lakshan only knew to stand looking at the tall, muscular horse neighing in the distance, scared to death. Recalling this, he sighed softly, helplessly continuing, so, to ride a horse, I had no choice but to work on the farm. Elaz, hearing that, gasped in surprise, feeling, his father is very strict. Lakshan lifted his hat to one side, softly saying, actually, before I was chasing a wild horse when I accidentally rolled down a cliff and got hurt. Do you see the scar near my ear? She widened her eyes, carefully looking at the small scar near his ear, softly exclaiming. Then Elaz gently reached out, using one finger to touch his ear softly. This gentle gesture like a dragonfly skimming across the water made Lakshan's face flush red. His hand also didn't hold the hat firmly, causing it to fall down, making his embarrassing face reveal. She, seeing that, confusedly took her hand back, asking softly, I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Lakshan hurriedly pulled the hat up to cover his face, replying, it's not, in his heart then thinking, what's wrong? He remembered the feeling when she touched his ear, feeling both his cheeks and ears were heating up, thinking, it's just that I don't like, the feeling just now was like being pricked by a needle. Thinking that, Lakshan's footsteps suddenly became faster. He didn't look at Elaz, only saying, let's go quickly. She surprisingly called out, Lakshan, Rua in her arms, who had been quiet, suddenly barked and jumped to the ground, wanting to run towards him. Elaz, taking steps to chase after Lakshan, shouted, wait for me, while he was still thinking, why is this happening? The two walked for a while and arrived at the livestock market. Inside were pigsties and chicken coops. There was also a small rat hiding in a corner. Lakshan exclaimed, ugh, this smell is really unbearable. He quickly looked at Elaz, asking, how many livestock are you planning to buy? She quickly took out the plan she had prepared, saying, let me see again, I'll buy about 200 chickens, 50 sheep, 30 pigs. Lakshan surprisingly turned his head to look at Elaz, then heard her continue, 10 cows, and 2 horses. He smiled, exclaiming, you're buying so much. But then Lakshan gently said to her, let's go look at the chickens first. They walked into the market together. The merchants, seeing them, constantly raised their voices, warmly inviting, welcome, distinguished guests, all our chickens are healthy. Please look at this fresh egg, please feel free to look around. He acted knowledgeable, saying to Elaz, we'll look at the chicken's anus first. If chickens are sick, the anus is the place that shows it the most. And in the merchant's flock of chickens, even if only one is infected, then it's best that we don't buy them, because chickens easily transmit diseases to each other. So the ones around the sick chicken are also highly likely to be infected. She carefully looked at Lakshan, listening to every word he said, gently nodding her head to show she understood. Rua wandered closer, clinging to the chicken coop door, staring at the chicken in the back, her nose sniffing slightly. After sniffing, she suddenly bared her teeth growling at the chickens. Elaz, seeing that, called, Rua. She sat down looking at Rua, softly asking, you don't want me to buy the chickens from this house? It raised its head looking up, barking clearly as if wanting to say that's right. Lakshan stroked his chin thinking for a moment then also said, that's right, I also don't think we should buy chickens from this house. Elaz, hearing that, picked up Rua, praising, Rua is so smart. Behind them someone suddenly called out, isn't that a puppy? The person who spoke was a girl with thin, light purple hair, her body thin, her whole body covered in dust. This girl's name was Shilla. Shilla tilted her head looking at Elaz, asking, so cute, can I touch it? She looked at the small, pitiful girl in front of her, in her heart unconsciously feeling sorry for her. Elaz held Rua in front of Shilla, smiling, yes, her name is Rua. The girl put her small, rough left hand out and poked Rua's nose lightly, also smiling. But Shilla's right hand was not well behaved but secretly reaching towards the bag she was wearing. With a slap sound, Lakshan reached out and slapped the girl's hand hard. He looked down at Shilla with cold eyes. The girl startlingly looked up at him. Seeing that her scheme had failed, Shilla's face no longer had the gentle, cute look as before. She angrily gritted her teeth, coldly harumphing. Then Shilla hurriedly turned and ran away. Lakshan softly reminded Elaz, you have to be careful, there are many pickpockets here. Rua angrily bared her teeth at the figure of the bad person who just ran away, while Elaz worriedly looked at the girl's figure. She, hearing him remind her, laughed shyly, saying, I know, it's just because Lakshan is next to me so I let my guard down a little. Lakshan looked at her, strictly saying, even so, what if I don't protect you? Elaz smiled, replying certainly, that's not going to happen. He surprisingly looked down at her, asking, that's not going to happen, what if I steal your things, what would you do? She stroked Rua's head while asking back, Lakshan steals my things? Lakshan lifted his chin, firmly replying, yes, nothing is impossible. Elaz smiled, her tone full of provocation, saying, then you just try stealing and see. Suddenly he looked in one direction, raising his hand and calling loudly, hey, Kyan. She didn't turn her head but still looked at Lakshan intently, bursting out a soft laugh, saying, you think I'm easy to trick? He looked down at her, giving a bright smile like spring sunshine, saying, you already fell into my trap. Elaz exclaimed in surprise, what? Lakshan flicked his finger, tossing a gold coin into the air. Then he gently caught it in his hand. She was extremely surprised, confusedly calling out, how is it like that? When did you take it? Rua jumped from Elaz's arms to the ground. She fumbled around in her bag for a while then looked at Lakshan, only seeing him act mysterious, replying, secret, do you really want to know? Elaz hurriedly nodded her head. Lakshan took her hand and put the coin in it, doing and saying, give me your bag, I'll explain. Elaz blankly asked back, bag? But still obediently did as he said. Lakshan held Elaz's bag in his hand, laughing, saying, actually I never stole your things. She was stunned, softly calling, huh? Before Elaz's confused expression. He gently shook the bag, saying, you voluntarily gave me this bag, how can you call me a thief? Elaz exclaimed in surprise. Lakshan was even more smug, saying to her, see, that's why you need to be careful. Suddenly he saw Elaz's face darkening, she bowed her head and didn't say a word. He felt somewhat apprehensive, calling tentatively, Elaz, still not seeing her reply, in Lakshan's heart secretly tensing, thinking, just joking, why is she so serious? Elaz suddenly spoke, her voice somewhat angry, you rest assured, I won't let others trick me. She looked straight into his eyes, saying clearly word by word, because you're Lakshan, so I'm so gullible. Hearing these words, Lakshan's heart for some reason involuntarily beat faster, his face also suddenly burning hot. He secretly thought, he's really going crazy, then hurriedly shoved the bag into Elaz's hand, saying, you quickly take the bag, then leaving her looking at him angrily. Lakshan hugged his red face, turning his head and running away. While running he was thinking, why is he feeling twisted because of Elaz's words? Elaz also hurriedly ran after Lakshan, also reaching out and punching his back a few times, angrily shouting, you try tricking me again, this time I really won't let you trick me anymore. Lakshan didn't turn his head, just letting her vent, only softly saying, okay, let's go see the livestock again. Rua ran with small steps behind them, looking at them and sighing. Arriving at the place selling various sheep, Lakshan again softly introduced to Elaz, depending on the purpose of farming, the types of sheep have their own differences. He bowed his head to look at her, asking, what criteria will we use to choose sheep, wool or sheep's milk? Elaz replied, when choosing cows, people usually pay more attention to milk. But when choosing sheep, we'll pay attention to the wool. She looked at him reaching into the sheep pen teasing the white sheep, then looked at Rua excitedly jumping next to her, happily continuing, moreover, it's quite cold in the north. So wool sells well, we can leave it for use too. After speaking, Elaz turned to Rua, calling, Rua, let's go. It, hearing her call, excitedly cried out then jumped down below. Lakshan calmly said a list about how to choose sheep to Elaz, we have to consider how the sheep withstand the cold, what to eat to develop, if there are any problems with their hooves or teeth. While he was speaking, Rua jumped from one side to the other, scrutinizing each sheep. It stopped next to one sheep, sniffing for a while, then carefully observing and evaluating for a while. Then Rua turned her face towards Elaz, raising her paw and patting the sheep next to her, gesturing, she looked over, softly saying, this one is okay too, right? Next, Rua helped them choose livestock one by one, from pigs to horses. Before long, the list that Elaz made had been completed, she looked at the plan, happily cheering, bought everything. The merchant carefully looked at the sales papers, smiling, you made a smart choice, your eye is really sharp. Elaz also held a paper in her hand, reading and happily exclaiming, thanks to Rua we chose livestock so quickly. Rua next to her happily barked in response. Lakshan softly said, now we just need to go to the bank to transfer money to the merchant. She surprisingly looked at him, asking, why don't you just pay them cash? He calmly replied, I think such a large amount of money is better transferred. After getting a stamp confirming the transfer, we'll give the invoice to the owner. And they will transfer the livestock to our farm. Lakshan finished speaking and turned his head to wave goodbye to the merchant who was happily waving his hat while shouting loudly, See you again, distinguished guests. Alaz held Rua in her arms, smiling looking at him, softly replying, so that's it. In the air there was a fragrant smell flying over. Rua turned her head in that direction, sniffing her nose. Alaz saw her stretching out of her arms, her face fascinated looking in one direction, and surprisingly asked, Rua, what's wrong with you? Rua barked softly as if acting spoiled, drooling. Both Lakshan and Alaz tried to smell it. He softly exclaimed, this familiar fragrant buttery smell. Both of them involuntarily shouted in unison, it's the smell of bread. Sure enough, in front of them was a bread shop. The fragrant smell of freshly baked bread not only attracted them but also attracted the surrounding people. Alaz held Rua and walked over, curiously looking inside the shop through the open window. Inside, the bakers were skillfully kneading the dough. She carefully looked at the rolls of dough that had been shaped neatly on the chopping board, preparing to be baked, thinking, these breads, before I only had the opportunity to see in newspapers and books. I used to wonder how they shaped the bread, now I can see it with my own eyes, she was thinking while carefully watching a baker using his hands to skillfully twist the roll of dough. He noticed Alaz's eyes, and looked up at her. Then before Alaz's surprised eyes, the baker abruptly pulled the window down, slamming it shut, blocking her gaze. Alaz was slightly stunned, regrettably saying, why do they act like that, can't let others see. Lakshan stepped to her side, gently asking, shall we try to go inside? Alaz happily nodded her head. The two together advanced towards the long line of people waiting to buy bread next to them. In front of the bread shop, a girl wearing a red apron was holding a loaf of bread high in her hand, calling out happily, come on, this is a new type of bread from our shop. This type of bread has a particularly delicious flavor, with the unique sweetness of brown sugar from the south. The girl bowed her head to look at Rua, smiling asking, do you want to try it? It frantically barked, wanting to say that's right. She then gave them bread to try. Alaz received it, eagerly trying to bite a piece. Lakshan, after eating a piece, was moved by its deliciousness. He softly commented, the outside is crispy. She hugged her face, continuing, the inside is both sweet and soft. Rua next to her also bit off a large piece of bread. The three of them together enjoyed the delicious taste of the bread. The girl with the red apron saw that they were all satisfied and continued to introduce, only today, our shop is applying a buy 5 get 1 free program. Each loaf of bread costs 1 drachma coin. 5 drachma coins will buy 6 loaves of bread. Hearing that, Alaz startlingly woke up, calling out, too expensive. She secretly calculated in her heart, 1 drachma coin can buy 4 loaves of black bread. At this time, she heard the bread-selling girl calling out, it's already sold out. She held out the tray of bread with only a few crumbs left. The crowd, hearing that, made sounds of dissatisfaction. The girl looked up at them, winking mischievously, saying, I don't know when brown sugar will be imported again. If you don't buy it today, you may have to wait a few more months to buy this type of bread. The long line of people waiting immediately clamored, hey girl, give me 10 loaves of bread, I'll also buy 5 loaves. Alaz looked around at them with wary eyes. Finally she held up the money bag in her hand, calling loudly, give me more too. When it was their turn, the three of them entered the bread shop together. Here besides bread there were many other diverse types of cakes, from cookies to croissants. Alaz looking around, saying, there are so many types of bread in the empire. Lakshan reached out pointing to one type of cake, saying to her, look, there isn't originally this type of soft bread in the north. Alaz looked in the direction he was pointing, softly saying, oh. Lakshan smiled, explaining, in the north, rye grows better than wheat, so making this type of soft bread is difficult. He took a tray and bread tongs, looking at each row of bread of all kinds, hesitant, which one should I buy? Everyone looks delicious. Alaz standing on the side was reaching out stroking her chin, thinking thoughtfully. After a while, she held up the money bag in her hand, winking at Lakshan, saying, we'll buy it all. He smiled and nodded his head, replying, agreed. After a shopping spree, the group carried large and small bags together leaving the bread shop in the enthusiastic, happy greeting of the bread-selling girl. Thank you, distinguished guests, please come back next time. Alaz carried 3 large paper bags in her hand, the other hand holding a full bag of bread, walking and happily humming softly. Rua ran with small steps in front, also holding a small paper bag in her mouth, extremely excited. Passers-by, seeing her so cute, couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Passing by the window she had just looked at, Alaz suddenly turned her head, surprisingly exclaiming, oh, it's open again. Lakshan, hearing her say that, also turned his head to look. Both of them involuntarily noticed a girl with light purple hair standing in front of the window. Alaz's eyes were fixed on her right hand. The skin from the wrist down was an unusually purplish color. Her hand looked completely powerless with her long fingers drooping. The girl had a thin body, wearing a long, dirty gray dress. At this time she was staring at the bread in the shop, swallowing hard. Alaz curiously looked at the girl, thinking, what's going on? At this time, she suddenly lifted her right arm, that purplish hand trembling towards the open window. Lakshan noticed that Alaz's hand was having to hold too many things, and reached out, gently saying, Alaz, give it to me, you're carrying too much. She didn't look at him, only softly replying, thank you. Right at this moment, a baker suddenly reached out pushing the girl's hand away, roughly shouting at her face, what do you want? Planning to steal? Get out of here immediately. Lakshan looked in that direction, also noticing the girl's purplish hand. He frowned slightly, thinking, her arm is paralyzed to that extent, it must be very difficult to move again. Following the figure of her turning and leaving, Lakshan softly said to Alaz, ignore her. She softly said but her eyes couldn't help but look towards that girl. She secretly thought, why is she staring at the bread shop like that? Alaz's face flashed with worry. She recalled her face, thinking, looking at her dejected appearance, she's about to cry. But very quickly, she didn't worry about that person anymore. Alaz, while holding the bag of bread, said to Lakshan, it's really fun to buy things to your heart's content like this. But it's a bit heavy carrying all of this around. He smiled gently, suggesting, if you want to go see the market a few more rounds, it's really inconvenient, let's go to a place to store our things. Saying that, Lakshan bowed down in front of Rua, holding out his hand, saying, Rua, you also give me your things, it cried out in reply. Then Rua jumped up, throwing the small paper bag in her mouth into his hand, then leisurely ran to the front. Lakshan laughed looking after her, saying, hey. Don't you remember what I told you? Don't run around. Arriving at the luggage storage location, Lakshan, while giving the luggage to the employee, stipulated, we'll come back to get the luggage in 3 hours. Looking at his appearance, Alaz thought, compared to other people, being next to Lakshan is really the best, he brings comfort and a reliable feeling. In the future, if I leave Elden Village, I don't know if I'll be able to find a man like Lakshan. Lakshan then noticed her eyes, and looked back. He approached Alaz, asking curiously, Alaz, what are you thinking about? She hurriedly waved her hand, smiling replying, it's nothing, but in her heart secretly feeling apprehensive. Can he read her thoughts? Lakshan leaned over opening the door for Alaz to step out. She, while walking, asked, what do you want to eat for lunch? He smiled softly, saying, it's already noon. There are many restaurants here, I can eat anything, just choose what you want to eat. The two together walked past a cheap pub. Lakshan looked over a bit, saying, the food here is okay too, but... He paused a bit before continuing, saying, his appearance somewhat serious, today, I want to take you to a special place. Saying that, he took Alaz to a luxurious restaurant located in the center of Deva City. The waiter led the way for them, politely saying, guests can dine with their pets on the balcony. Alaz followed his hand, seeing the scenery outside the restaurant's balcony, her eyes suddenly lit up, she excitedly cheered. Alaz clung to the elegantly painted white railing, looking at the scenery in the distance. In the position she was standing she could see the whole scene of Deva City, and could see the King of Mercenaries' castle with its clock tower very close. Alaz fascinatedly looked at it, unable to help but exclaim, so beautiful. While Lakshan was talking with the waiter, she took the hat off her head, putting it on Rua who was stretching on the railing, smiling saying to it, Rua can also eat with us, you're really lucky. Alaz's eyes suddenly noticed a long line of people queuing on the other side of the road. She curiously murmured, they're queuing for so long over there, what are they queuing for? The waiter calmly poured water for them, unhurriedly replying, those people wish to meet the King of Mercenaries, Harkan. Alaz surprisingly turned her head around, asking, is Lord Harkan currently in the city? He smiled slightly, replying, as far as I know, it's true that he's not in the city right now, but not long ago, officials from the royal family came and started working in the city. The waiter's meaning was the officials wearing white robes, with the noble golden patterns decorated on the collar and body of the clothes, wearing tall hats of the same style. He looked towards the people queuing below, softly continuing, so, even though Lord Harkan is absent, everyone still lines up like that. Alaz, just sitting down on the chair, asked confusedly, they don't know when he'll be back and still stand waiting like that? The waiter nodded his head, smiling replying, that's right. Just being able to see his face is worth the wait. Saying that, he held out the menu in his hand towards her, saying, please take a look at the menu, miss. Alaz bowed her head reading the menu in her hand, still not forgetting to admire, Harkan is amazing, I wonder how outstanding he is to be so revered by the people. Lakshan suddenly smiled asking her, does Alaz also want to meet Lord Harkan? Alaz laughed, shrugging her shoulders replying, I don't know either, will I be able to see his face before I kick the bucket? He, hearing her say that, also laughed. Lakshan suddenly bowed his head, coughing softly, asking again, suppose, if you were given the opportunity, would you want to meet him? Alaz was stunned, surprisingly opening her eyes wide to look at him. After a while, she suddenly laughed loudly, saying, Lakshan is really joking. It sounds like you'll really help me meet him. Lakshan's face darkened a bit. He laughed drily twice helplessly. Then heard Alaz continue, honestly speaking. Alaz made a serious face, putting both hands up to form an X, emphasizing, I don't want to meet him at all. Lakshan originally thought she said she wanted to meet Harkan, was still smiling, nodding his head, taking the glass in his hand, preparing to take a sip. When he heard clearly what Alaz said, he was startled. The water in the glass also spilled out a little. Lakshan asked in shock, why? She slightly bowed her head, softly saying, before coming here, I used to think he was a very great person. Not long ago I still had that thought, but coming here I see. Lakshan looked at her somewhat dejectedly, worriedly asking, see what? Alaz's face was serious, slowly continuing, the king is just an empty name. The areas around here, including Eldon village, are all ruled by Lord Harkan, right? If so, at least he has the responsibility to manage his territory, but now no one even knows his whereabouts. Alaz put the glass down hard on the table, making a clanging sound, her voice full of anger, shouting, if you don't want to manage it, then don't accept being the king. Lakshan was startled by her momentum. He awkwardly spoke to defend him. Lord Harkan didn't want to accept being the king either. The emperor forced him to accept the title, so he had no other choice. Alaz surprisingly looked at Lakshan, asking, you understand Lord Harkan so well? For a moment he didn't know how to reply. The atmosphere on the dining table became somewhat silent. Before her gaze, Lakshan confusedly turned his head away, reaching out to stroke his neck for a while, laughing, saying, Lord Harkan also has his reasons for doing that. He looked at her, beginning to explain, apart from important battles, he rarely shows his face. That's why officials from the royal palace are sent to work in the city. Alaz slightly shook her head, disagreeing, saying, those people are good at managing land. Her voice slightly revealed dissatisfaction, continuing, so Lord Harkan left the things he hated for them to do this matter. Alaz slowly said each word as if condemning, I think he's neglecting the country. Lakshan, hearing that, only blankly looked at her. After a moment, he softly bowed his head, silently thinking, Alaz is not wrong. His two hands silently clenched together. Lakshan secretly thought, you can't just push the things you hate onto others. Being the king means having to take responsibility for all of your tasks. He embarrassedly looked away, thinking again, in the future, he can't always rely on others. Alaz, seeing him not saying anything, was secretly worried in her heart, thinking, oh dear. She covered her mouth looking at Lakshan, secretly calling out, oops, I said too much. She should have been mindful of saying bad things about King Harkan, thinking that, Alaz softly called, Lakshan. Just then, loud shouts suddenly echoed from below the street, got you, pickpocket. Alaz and Lakshan quickly stood up and looked down to see what was happening. Alaz exclaimed in surprise, pickpocket? They saw a crowd quickly gathering on the street in front of the restaurant, followed by painful cries. A man with a salt and pepper mustache, wearing a smart black suit with a red bow tie, was shouting loudly, hold him down. On the ground, a large man was pinning down a raggedly dressed, gray-haired girl. One hand pressed her shoulder, while the other twisted her left arm behind her back. The person being arrested was Shilla. She was lying flat on the ground, unable to move, yelling loudly, let me go. Alaz recognized Shilla and exclaimed in surprise, Lakshan, it's that person. She stared intently at the girl's tear-streaked, dirty face and said loudly, we met at the livestock market, didn't we? The man in the smart suit, who appeared to be the manager of a restaurant in the area, pointed at Shilla and shouted, I saw this girl trying to steal from the restaurant. Two tall, burly men were holding her arms tightly. She struggled constantly but couldn't break free, only able to shout, let me go. The vest-clad man's face twisted in anger. He bitterly questioned Shilla, you look like someone from the empire, so why are you stealing in the north instead of begging in the capital? Hearing this, the girl was stunned, looking at the man with disbelief. A moment later, Shilla's face flushed red with anger, and she retorted, do you think I like coming to the dirty lands of you northerners? The man angrily shouted, what? What did you just say? How dare you be arrogant here as someone from the empire? While shouting, the man raised his hand and slapped the girl hard across the cheek. Shilla cried out in pain. He grabbed her collar and said through gritted teeth, listen here, how can a little imperial like you think of leaving after saying such things? This is a city ruled by Lord Harkan. He saved the lives of everyone here, yet you dare to steal here and insult the north? Hearing these words, the crowd immediately buzzed with indignation. People argued, that's right, daring to insult the north. One person shouted, take her to the city hall. Another added, the person authorized by Lord Harkan will punish her. The man in the vest smiled maliciously and interrupted the crowd, no need for such trouble. He slowly reached into his chest pocket and said, because this is the territory of the mercenary King Harkan, I will punish her according to the mercenary law. The man pulled out a small dagger from his chest, removed the sheath, revealing the sharp, gleaming blade. A cruel glint flashed in his small eyes. He stared at Sheila and said in a sinister tone, "Do you know the mercenary law? This eye, this tooth." With each word he uttered, the girl's face grew paler with fear. Sheila stammered, I. The man leaned close to the girl's face and sneered, "I'll demand money instead of the thing you stole, but it seems you don't have a single penny, do you? If that's the case, the part you used to commit the crime." Saying this, he suddenly grabbed Sheila's wrist. The man's face became incredibly frightening. He brought the dagger close to the girl's hand and threatened, hissing each word, "I'll cut it off." Sheila cried out in fear, tears streaming down her face, trembling and begging, "No, please don't cut off my hand." The girl closed her eyes tightly and weakly cried out, "No," and then fainted. Just then, Rua barked loudly from the balcony and jumped towards the man. It landed directly on his head, quickly securing its 4 small paws to his head and neck. From above, Allah's voice rang out joyfully, praising Rua, "Rua, good job." She quickly grabbed her hat and shouted, "Wait for me." Then Alaz turned and ran downstairs, Lakshan silently watching her retreating figure with a helpless expression. The man in the vest, with Rua's claws digging into his head and face, and its teeth biting down, screamed in pain and anger like a stuck pig. But when he realized Rua was just a tiny dog, he quickly grabbed it and pulled it away, pointing the dagger at it with his other hand, angrily yelling, "This dog." Just as the man was about to attack Rua, an apple came flying from afar, hitting him in the face, causing him to scream in pain. The man fell to the ground unconscious, the knife flying out of his hand. Rua also escaped his grasp and landed on the ground. The surrounding crowd was confused and in an uproar, unsure of what was happening. Seeing this from the balcony, Lakshan's expression darkened, and he quickly turned to go downstairs. He strode quickly behind Alaz, who was pointing her finger at the men holding Sheila, saying, "Let her go." The tall young man who was being pointed at angrily asked, "Who are you? Are you with this brat?" The other man cracked his knuckles, looking at Alaz with ill intent. Lakshan bent down and picked up the dagger from the ground, gently tossing it into the air, the blade spinning several times in the air. Finally, he lightly caught the knife, pointing the sharp blade towards the 2 young men. Seeing Lakshan's movements, they paled instantly, thinking to themselves, "That guy, his skills, he's definitely not ordinary." Alaz put her hands on her hips, staring at them and clearly articulating each word, "Right now, the North is also part of the Empire." She raised her small, white fist, resolutely asking, "So, we must follow the laws of the Empire, right?" Behind her, Lakshan coldly raised the knife threateningly, his sharp eyes even more intimidating than the blade in his hand. Alaz looked at the crowd, then at Sheila lying sprawled on the ground, and asked again, "Do any of you have any objections?" At this moment, the man in the vest had regained consciousness. He clutched the bump on his forehead, groaning in pain. Alaz looked at him and said mockingly, "You woke up just in time, didn't you?" Alaz said to the man, "I'm going to the city hall to report her crime. You're involved, so you have to come with me too." He paled and exclaimed in horror, "What? I have to go to the city hall for a pickpocket?" Seeming flustered by the prospect of going to the city hall, the man hurriedly turned and left, not forgetting to leave behind a sentence, "Consider yourself lucky." The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed. Lakshan bent down and softly said to Alaz, "Alaz, let me carry her." She nodded slightly, responding with a soft mm. He gently bent down, took Sheila in his arms, and lifted her up, thinking to himself, "How can she be so light?" Alaz asked him hesitantly, "What should we do?" Just then, a person in a cloak spoke softly, "Hey, you guys." The person was a skinny young man, his thin frame lost in a black hooded cloak. Beside him was another teenager. Both of them were hiding behind a pillar, looking this way. Seeing Lakshan and Alaz looking at them, the young man earnestly said, "That child is from our gang. Please hand her over to me." Lakshan's expression darkened, thinking to himself, "Here are more of them." A light flashed in Alaz's eyes, and she asked, "Gang? Does that mean her family?" The young man smiled and stepped forward, saying, "I'll take her home, so please." Alaz gave a sly smile, interrupting him, "I don't want to. I want to take her to the city hall. Do you dare to come with me?" The young man's face immediately darkened, and he broke out in a sweat, exclaiming, "What? Don't you want to save her?" Alaz replied very logically, "I'll save her. But she still needs to be punished." She spread her arms and said, "First, let me call the security team." Hearing this, the young man cursed angrily, then quickly turned and left. His companions also gave Alaz's group resentful looks before retreating. Alaz sighed in relief and said annoyedly, "I knew they were scammers from the start." Lakshan looked at her admiringly and praised, "Well done, Alaz. She turned to look at Sheila in his arms and said, "We can't abandon her alone. Let's take her to the infirmary first, Lakshan." Soon, night fell, and the streets in the city gradually lit up. A thin girl in a long grey dress slowly walked along, calling out anxiously, "Sheila, Sheila." This person was Sheila's older sister, named Daisy. At this moment, from an alley, a small girl with a freckled face and a white bandage wrapped tightly around her head, covering one eye, peeked out and asked, "Are you looking for your sister?" Daisy quickly turned around and frantically asked, "Have you seen Sheila anywhere?" The girl calmly recounted, "She was arrested this morning for picking a wallet at the restaurant." Daisy explained in horror, "What did you say?" Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Daisy murmured in a trembling voice, Then, could Sheila have been taken to the city hall?" The vagrant shrugged and replied, "No, I heard some people there say that 2 people put Sheila in a carriage and left." Hearing this, Daisy lost her composure and rushed forward, grabbing her shoulders, asking loudly, "Which direction did they go?" The vagrant uncomfortably pointed in one direction, saying uncertainly, "I don't know, I think it was that way." Daisy immediately released her and ran towards that direction, calling out as she ran, "Sheila." Elsewhere, in her sleep, Sheila suddenly had a beautiful dream. In the dream, her older sister Daisy was wearing a long light grey dress with a dark brown apron. Her beautiful light purple hair neatly tied up, wrapped in a hat the same color as her dress. Her arm wasn't paralyzed and was still intact, and she was carrying a tray of pastries from the oven. The fragrant smell of the pastries filled the warm kitchen. Sheila in the dream was still very small, smiling and showing off a missing tooth, happily calling out, "Sister, I want to eat the pastries you made." Suddenly, Sheila in reality woke up, the sunlight shining and made her squint. She called out softly, "Sister." Sheila rubbed her eyes, propped herself up, and mumbled blankly, "Where am I?" In front of her, Rua wagged its tail frantically and barked. It was no longer wearing the padded jacket, and its 2 wings on its back were no longer covered, spreading wide before Sheila's eyes. The girl stared at Rua in shock and exclaimed, "A dog with wings?" It seemed to understand what Sheila said and flapped its wings in response. In an instant, Sheila opened her mouth in fear and screamed loudly, the cry shaking the house. Rua barked, confused as to why. The door suddenly opened, and Alaz poked her head in, smiling and asking, "Are you awake?" She had changed into comfortable home clothes, and her blonde hair was tied into 2 tiny pigtails on her head, looking like 2 adorable barriers, making her face even more lively and cute. Sheila paled, pointing at Rua, who was flapping its wings and turning towards Alaz, trembling as she asked, "Where am I? And what is that thing?" Rua took a few steps and flew into Alaz's arms, making the girl scream again in panic. "It can fly?" "No, it's not a monster, is it?" Alaz smiled gently, holding Rua while reassuring Sheila. "Don't be afraid, Rua doesn't bite." The girl still shouted, "But, what is?" Sheila lowered her head, clenching her hands, tears suddenly welling up. She thought frantically, "What happened? I remember almost having my wrist cut off near the restaurant." Sheila tried to recall, but her memories only went back to being held tight, her wrist grabbed by the man in the black vest, demanding to cut it off. Alaz walked closer to Sheila and softly asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Alaz." The girl looked up at her in shock. Sheila stared warily at Rua, sniffing and answering, "I'm Sheila. Just call me Sheila." Alaz propped her hand on the bed, looking at her intently, and then gently instructed, "Okay, I remember. Sheila, your ribs are fractured, so move slowly." At this moment, Lakshan entered the room and asked her, "She's awake?" Alaz smiled and walked towards him, nodding and saying, "Yeah, her name is Sheila." Sheila stared at Lakshan with fear, thinking, "Is he a northerner?" She gathered all her courage and asked loudly, "Where am I?" He replied gently, "This is Eldon village." Sheila was startled, thinking, "This is the first time I've heard of this village." Thinking this, she asked anxiously, "Is it far from Deva?" "I have to go back to Deva quickly." Lakshan calculated for a moment and replied, "Well, it takes several hours by carriage from here to Deva." Sheila gasped, becoming even more worried. Alaz said to her, "Sheila, you've been unconscious for 3 days." Sheila's face instantly turned pale. She exclaimed in confusion, "What? 3 days?" Sheila panicked and sat up, running towards the door, saying as she went, "I have to go back to Deva right away." Alaz firmly objected, saying, "No, you need to rest first." She quickly grabbed her shoulders, asking worriedly, "Where do you plan to go in this condition?" Sheila stubbornly struggled to break free from Alaz's grasp, crying out, "Let go." Suddenly, Lakshan said in a low voice, "Wait." He walked in front of her, his tall figure completely dominating Sheila, casting a shadow over her. Lakshan's face showed a hint of anger. He put his hands on his hips and said to Sheila. Elaz has been taking care of you for 3 days and 3 nights. At first, we were going to take you to the city hall for punishment, but we ultimately decided to bring you here to take care of you. Shouldn't you be grateful? Sheila gritted her teeth, staring at him with a look that was both angry and helpless. Tears fell again, and her small face flushed red with anger. Hearing what he said, Sheila didn't feel touched at all and just snorted softly. Then, to the surprise of the 2 people and 1 dog in the room, she jumped up, her small hands clenching into fists, punching Lakshan repeatedly, yelling loudly as she punched. I have to go back to my sister. My sister's arm is paralyzed. My sister can't live without me. She must be looking for me everywhere. After yelling and punching continuously for a while, Sheila's movements finally stopped, and her voice became tiny, sounding both helpless and pitiful. So, I have to go now. Perhaps due to being too agitated just now, Sheila fainted after saying this. Elaz anxiously called out, Sheila. Lakshan put her on the bed, carefully pulling the blanket up to cover Sheila, and said, she's probably exhausted. She's weak, and she was yelling and crying. Elaz stood by the bed, her face showing worry and sadness. She said softly, her voice sounding like she was about to cry, I thought she didn't have a family. So she did things like stealing, so I brought her to Eldon village. I didn't expect I would separate her from her sister. Seeing her like this, his eyes showed reluctance. Lakshan smiled, reassuring Elaz, in this condition, Sheila can't go back to Deva. Kayan and I will go there and come back. If Kayan knew that he was dragging him into this, he would definitely complain, why do I have to go too? In Elaz's eyes that seemed to want to say something, Lakshan calmly walked to the door, taking his coat to prepare to leave. He just looked at her, softly saying, I brought her here too, so I have to take responsibility. Lakshan pulled the hood of his coat over his head and smiled, don't feel guilty anymore. Hearing these words, Elaz felt a little relieved. She gave him a smile, sincerely saying, thank you. Lakshan turned around and instructed her as he went out, she can't move, but still, you better hide all the valuable things. Elaz stood at the door, waving goodbye to him. Replying loudly, I know. Be careful on your way. He turned away, his cheeks involuntarily flushing slightly, his face radiating happiness. Lakshan thought to himself, the feeling of someone waiting for me to come home isn't so bad either. The scene shifts to a river outside Eldon village. On the still water, a fishing line is dangling. Darius is sitting on a large rock by the river, leisurely casting his fishing rod. Beside him is a bucket nearly full of fish, the fish inside struggling and flopping. Seeing that he had caught quite a bit today, Darius reeled in his line, stood up, and carried the bucket of fish to leave. He had only taken a few steps when he saw someone lying shivering on the road. Darius curiously observed the person, thinking, what is that? He stared intently at the person's light purple hair, thinking, someone from the Empire? Lying curled up on the dirt road was Daisy, in an unconscious state. Her body trembling constantly, her mouth weakly calling out, Sheila. Darius raised an eyebrow at the scene, a little unsure of what to do. The only thought in his head right now was, strangers are scary. When Darius was young, his parents were very hospitable, even to strangers. That evening, a strange man wrapped in a black hooded cloak came to Darius's house. He pretended to shiver and said, I'm really sorry to knock on your door so late. Darius's parents warmly welcomed the stranger into their home. His mother stroked his head and said, don't be polite. We are the only family living alone in the forest. So we always welcome guests, right, Darius? Darius hid behind his mother's legs, secretly looking at the stranger. At that time, he couldn't see his face clearly, only the sneer and the bright red scar on his neck. That strange bastard had taken the lives of Darius's parents that day. Years later, when he had grown up, one day Darius saw his face on a wanted poster. He reached out and grabbed the poster, not letting anyone else take it. At that time, Darius had become a mercenary with the purpose of avenging his parents. The day he saw the poster was also when Lakshan was chasing after that bastard. He saw Darius clutching the poster in his hand and asked softly, are you also chasing after that serial killer? Before he left, he heard Lakshan say, wait. So after that, the two joined forces. The moment they caught him, the killer had nowhere to escape and could only tremble and beg, please spare my life. At that time, Lakshan let Darius deal with him. He swung his sharp sword at the killer, every movement filled with deep hatred. In the silent night, the killer's miserable scream suddenly rang out, then everything fell silent again. Darius, still covered in the enemy's blood, stared at his corpse, panting. A moment later, he buried his face in his sleeve and couldn't help but cry. Lakshan silently stepped forward and put his hand on Darius's shoulder, saying nothing. Since then, the two have always been side by side. They have settled in Eldon village. Returning to reality, Darius finally brought the unconscious Daisy back to his house, taking care of her. He sat by the bed, staring at Daisy, thinking, in the end, this girl is also a stranger. Darius sighed, covering his face with his hands, thinking, I'm just asking for trouble again. Back to Alaz, she was now arranging a plate of soup and 2 golden brown bread rolls on a tray, muttering softly, this is to nourish Shilla. Alaz turned to look at the food basket that had been carefully covered with a cloth, and said again, and this is Darius's lunch. She muttered softly, I wonder if I should bring it to him. Finally, after pondering for a while, Alaz decided to take the food basket and leave the house. Rua barked, indicating that it wanted to go along. She quickly raised her hand to stop it, softly preventing it. Rua, you can't do that. You have to hide your wings when you go outside. Then Alaz temporarily put the food basket on the ground, hugged Rua, and went back into the house to put a coat on it. When the two came out again, the food basket had disappeared. She looked around blankly, surprised and exclaiming, where did the food basket go? Alaz frowned, startled and exclaiming, was it stolen? But then she saw the tall figure of Darius walking away with the basket. Alaz mumbled uncertainly, isn't that Darius? Looking down again, she suddenly saw a bucket full of fish in front of the house. Alaz exclaimed in surprise, this is. In the distance, Darius, holding the basket, strode back to his house. His face was flushed, his lips pressed tightly together, thinking, I must be crazy to do this. Consider it doing a good deed. When she gets better, I'll kick her out. Thinking this, Darius pushed the door and entered the house, but as soon as he entered, he was startled by a scream. He had only stepped 1 foot into the bedroom when he heard Daisy scream, and his whole body seemed to be paused, staring at her motionlessly. Daisy sat on the bed, screaming in fear, I was wrong. I won't run away again. She raised her uninjured left hand in front of her, her whole body trembling constantly, her thin face flushed red with fever, sweat streaming down her face. Daisy closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look at Darius, only stammering and begging, please don't hit me. I'll do anything you ask. Hearing this, he looked embarrassed, calling, hey, you. But Darius's heart was now filled with doubt, thinking, run away? Daisy staggered and fell onto the bed, still weakly pleading, please. Her movements made him panic, his face turning pale, at a loss of what to do. Darius looked at Daisy, who was comatose with fever, and thought, I wonder what she's been through. He sighed again, looking helpless, thinking, maybe I should ask Alaz to help take care of her. But then Darius imagined Alaz covering her mouth and laughing secretly, teasingly saying, Darius is taking care of a strange girl? Or Kyan's happy face when he found out. Laughing loudly and saying, unbelievable. He shook his head slightly, dejectedly thinking, I probably can't ask them for help. So throughout the day, Darius spent time studying all kinds of medical books, from basic medicine to sequelae of untreated fractures, to notes on paralysis and how to recover function. After an unknown amount of time, Daisy woke up in bed, her fever now gone, and her complexion looked much better. On her head was still the cold towel that Darius used to bring down her fever. Daisy opened her eyes and looked around, softly calling out. Then, she immediately sat up, the towel falling into her hands, which she picked up. Darius, who was reading, noticed the movement and looked over. He asked, you're awake? Daisy looked towards Darius, her face instantly turning pale again. But this time, before she could speak, he directly held out the basket of food to Daisy, coldly saying, here's food, eat. This action was too fast, too unexpected, making her jump. The pretty checkered cloth covering the basket was opened, revealing 2 delicious-looking sandwiches inside, along with fresh, juicy red tomatoes, looking very appealing. Daisy held a sandwich in her hand, secretly looking at Darius, thinking, although he looks a bit rough, maybe he's not a bad person. At this moment, he was turning his back to her, intently reading the medical book in his hand, revealing only a beautifully sculpted side profile, deeply focused. Daisy secretly made up her mind, thinking, as soon as I get a little better, I'll go find Shilla right away. She took a bite of the sandwich, slowly chewing and whispering, it's so delicious. Time passed. One afternoon, in front of the house, Alaz again bent down and placed the carefully covered food basket on the ground, muttering softly, Darius has been taking the food regularly these days. After finishing, she went back inside the house, closed the door, leaving the food basket alone on the ground. She happily asked Shilla, do you want to cook with me this afternoon? Shilla, now much healthier, had also been bathed and changed into a new set of clothes. Hearing Alaz ask, she immediately showed enthusiasm and raised her hand, answering, yes, I love to cook. She smiled and asked with concern, does your rib still hurt? Sheila touched her sternum and said, "It still hurts a little, but it's okay." "What are we making?" Elaz pointed to the kitchen table, where she had prepared the ingredients, and replied, "I'm planning to make bread. We need to knead the dough first." The girl chirped softly and boasted, "Okay, I'm good at making bread." Sheila skillfully picked up the carefully kneaded dough and said to Elaz, "Watch closely." After saying that, she nimbly twisted the dough together with her hands in an artistic way. No different from professional bakers. Elaz watched intently with admiration. After seeing Sheila successfully shape the dough into a very cute bow, she clapped continuously, laughing and praising the girl. "I didn't expect you to be so good at it." "Who taught you to make bread?" Sheila proudly replied, "My older sister. My sister is the best baker in Lyndhurst." Elaz was slightly surprised, thinking, "This is one of the cities with the secret basement that my mother mentioned in her will. It's also where wheat grows very well." She suddenly turned to look at Sheila, wondering, "But why did you come to the north when you were living in Lyndhurst?" The girl's small body paused slightly. After a while, Sheila sighed a long sigh and recounted in a low voice, "I'll tell you everything. It turned out that her family used to own a bakery famous throughout Lyndhurst. But unfortunately, Sheila's parents had passed away due to a carriage accident, and her older sister inherited the shop at the age of 20. One day, Sheila's older sister fell in love with a northern guy who came to buy bread every day. His name was Amark. One day, Amark brought a bouquet of sunflowers, knelt down in front of Daisy, and said, "Daisy, will you marry me?" At that time, he spared no words of promise to her, painting a bright future for both of them. Amark said, "We'll open a new bakery in the north. I'll take care of everything for you. Everyone in the north will know your bread." So Daisy and Sheila decided to sell the bakery in Lyndhurst and go to the north together. But they didn't expect Amark to be a complete scoundrel. He stole all the money from the sale of the bakery and treated the sisters like slaves. Sheila and Daisy had planned to run away, but when Amark found out, he and she had a fierce argument. Amark grabbed Daisy's shoulders tightly, yelling in her face, "Where do you think you're going?" Daisy was both angry and scared, wanting to break free, but she was held tightly by his vice-like arms. She could only cry out, "Let me go, you fraud." Amark gave a sneer, his face full of contempt and cruelty, saying, "And you were fooled by such a mediocre trick. I have to get rid of you before you go around spreading rumors about me." Daisy screamed in horror, "No." But she couldn't resist or escape. Sheila recounted everything while sobbing uncontrollably. She said through her tears, "That scoundrel paralyzed my sister's wrist completely, so she can't make bread anymore. That scoundrel pushed us to the brink." Elaz stood beside Sheila, her eyes filled with pity for the two sisters' plight. Sheila hiccuped softly and continued, "We have to save money to go back to Lyndhurst." Speaking of this, she suddenly threw herself into Elaz's arms, hugging her tightly, choking out, "But I had no choice but to pickpocket." Elaz put her arms around Sheila, her eyes also brimming with tears. Elaz gently called, "Sheila." The girl looked up at her with hopeful, tear-filled eyes, asking, So, Elaz, can you help me prepare a carriage to go back to Lyndhurst?" Although Elaz was touched, she didn't agree to Sheila's proposal immediately, only replying, I'll think about it." The girl immediately snorted with displeasure. Seeing this, Elaz only smiled and said, "Let's put the bread in the oven." The two of them put the batch of bread into the oven together. Suddenly, Sheila said, "Anyway, you have to be vigilant, Elaz." Elaz exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" The girl used a tone that was much more mature than her age, and her words carried a bit of hatred as she said to Elaz, "That scoundrel Amark, he promised to be with my sister for life. But what was the result?" Sheila also clearly listed, when holding a wedding, the daughter puts on a pure white dress, wears turquoise items, and wears a wreath of roses. Speaking of this, she used her stern eyes to say, as if admonishing Elaz, "If one thing is missing, the wedding will become useless. In the future, you must never be fooled like my sister." Elaz smiled and gently reassured Sheila, "Don't worry, I'm not easily fooled." The girl looked at her, and again asked in a serious tone, "Really? But I have a question. Are you and Lakshan lovers?" Elaz's face suddenly flushed red. She was somewhat flustered, replying loudly, What are you talking about?" Sheila scratched her cheek, her childish face showing incomprehension, wondering, "You live together, are you really not lovers?" Elaz's face turned even redder. She quickly clarified, "It's not what you think. I'm just relying on him." The girl crossed her arms, looking at Elaz with an expression that clearly didn't believe what she had just said, and even snorted softly. Elaz was both ashamed and angry, asking, "Sheila, where did you learn such things?" Sheila just shrugged, calmly replying, "All the kids these days know how to say that." making Alaz startled, unable to believe it, exclaiming, "What?" In the sisters' chattering voices, Rua, lying on a small pillow nearby, also began to stretch and yawn. After waiting for some time, the batch of bread finally came out of the oven. Looking at the butter-scented, golden-brown bread that looked so delicious, Alaz couldn't help but exclaim happily. "We successfully baked bread on the first try." She looked at Sheila with admiration and said, "It's all thanks to Sheila." "Thank you so much." The girl was flattered by the praise, appearing pleased, saying, "You don't need to be polite." Alaz suddenly pointed to a bread shaped like a round, cute bare face, the eyes decorated with 2 almonds, and asked Sheila, "But is bread usually decorated like this?" The girl shook her head, replying, "No, this is our family's unique way of doing it." She picked up the bread, smiling and thinking, "I'll send some bread to Darius." Beside her, Sheila yawned loudly and continued, "In Lyndhurst, you can tell who made the bread just by looking at the decoration." Noticing the girl's somewhat tired appearance, Alaz said with concern, "Are you sleepy? Then go upstairs and sleep." Sheila wearily said okay and obediently went to sleep. Lying on the soft bed, she looked at her with drowsy eyes and asked softly, "Sister Alaz, my sister is very good at making bread. If my sister's hand is cured, can Alaz hire her?" Rua on the side stuck out its tiny tongue, wanting to lick Sheila's face. Alaz pulled the blanket over the girl, smiling and replying, "Of course, of course." Sheila had already begun to fall asleep, but hearing her say that, she still tried to add, "Remember to keep that promise," and then fell asleep. Alaz looked at the girl intently, thinking, she fell asleep so quickly. She walked over and opened the window in the room to make it more airy, thinking, she must have had a very hard time recently. At this moment, Alaz suddenly saw a familiar figure on the road in front of the house. It was Lakshan. Seeing her, he quickly raised his hand and called out, "Alaz, I'm back." Alaz exclaimed, "Lakshan." Lakshan opened the door and entered the house. Seeing the bucket of fish, he conveniently picked it up, wondering, why is there fish here? Alaz ran down the stairs, happily saying, "Welcome back, Lakshan." Reaching one step, she suddenly missed a step, only having time to cry out before losing her balance and falling forward. Lakshan quickly ran over, barely catching Alaz in his arms. He held her shoulders, helping her to stand straight, smiling gently, saying, "You have to be careful." Alaz looked up at Lakshan. Being so close and seeing his smile made her blush shyly. Stammering, "Thank you." Alaz suddenly remembered the purpose of Lakshan's trip, and quickly asked, "You came back so quickly. Did you hear anything?" He nodded slightly, saying, "First, I confirmed that Sheila's story about looking for her sister is true." In the city of Deva, while Lakshan and Kayan were walking around the streets, listening for news, they suddenly met a vagrant. Seeing them, she said, "Do you want to know the truth? Then give me a gold coin." He gave the person a gold coin. She examined the glittering gold coin in her hand, saying, "I told her the direction her sister went, and she ran in that direction." The vagrant looked at them with her one intact eye, sighing and raising a finger to her head, recounting, she was crying and calling out her sister's name. It seemed like she wasn't sober at the time, so I ignored her. She recounted the last scene when she saw Daisy. She was running and calling out, "Sheila." Back in the present, Lakshan had taken off his cloak, settled into a chair, and was telling Alaz what he knew. "I went to the village next door to ask, but they didn't see anyone strange like that. So maybe Sheila's sister came to our village, but no one saw her either." Alaz asked worriedly, "Could she have passed through our village?" His face showed a hint of contemplation. He replied, "It's possible. Tomorrow I'll go to the nearby villages and ask around." Lakshan paused for a moment and continued, "Kayan has decided to stay in Deva to assess the situation, and I will go around here to investigate myself." At this time in Deva, Kayan was holding a small bag of money and approaching a group of people. He offered a reward. "I will reward 10 gold coins for accurate information and 100 gold coins for anyone who can protect me." Back at Lakshan's house, he suddenly noticed Alaz lowering her head, her mood somewhat depressed. Lakshan put his hand on her shoulder, softly calling, "Alaz." As soon as he touched her, he quickly retracted his hand, thinking, "I'm crazy. No matter how much Alaz trusts me, I can't touch her casually." Thinking this, he withdrew his hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry too much, we'll definitely find her." Alaz smiled, her small fist gently bumping into his hand, making his face flush slightly. She said, "That's right. Lakshan, thank you so much." At this moment, Darius had come to take the food basket in front of their house. He flipped over the cloth covering it, looked inside, saw the cute bare-faced bread and mumbled, "Today, there's bread. In the red sunset, Darius carefully covered the cloth again, walking quickly home, saying as he went, I'll just bring the bread back first. I'll return the bucket of fish tomorrow morning. Suddenly, his eyes were caught by a scene. Before Darius at this moment were vast fields, dyed a beautiful honey-gold color by the evening sun. The scene was so beautiful that he secretly admired it in his heart. The fields that were previously abandoned. Unbelievable that they are now cultivated so well. Darius suddenly frowned, thinking, knowing this, I should have asked Delaz for help from the beginning. She would definitely know how to take care of Daisy better. But oh well, I can't stand the thought of them spreading rumors about me taking a strange girl home. Thinking this, he quickened his pace towards the house in front of him. Darius raised his hand and knocked on the door twice, and called, I'm home. He didn't want to startle Daisy again. Inside the house, Daisy had bathed and dressed, wearing a clean set of clothes. At this time, she was sitting at the dining table. Seeing Darius come home, she smiled and said, hello. In front of Daisy was a plate with several bait pellets. She held out her purple hand to show him the pellet on it, saying, I'm making fish bait. Darius put the food basket on the table, sat down opposite Daisy, and nodded softly, saying, very good. As long as you can move your wrist again, you can do anything. He took the food from the basket one by one, opened the lid of a pot of fragrant spaghetti, and said, let's eat. Daisy looked at the rich and delicious food on the table, thinking, I don't know where he brings the food from, but it's really good. How long will I have to depend on him? She twirled a fork of noodles and put it in her mouth, slowly savoring it, thinking, Mark, after following that scoundrel to live in the north, I only ever got to eat leftovers or scraps. But now, my body is gradually recovering. I'll go find Sheila soon. Perhaps because she had remembered Mark during dinner, that night, Daisy had a nightmare. In the dream, Mark was loudly yelling at her, where do you think you're going? Daisy trembled like a leaf, tightly hugging little Sheila, who was also trembling in her arms, sheltering her. He pointed at her face, threatening, if you take another step, don't blame me. Daisy closed her eyes tightly, painfully calling out in her heart, someone please. Suddenly she woke up from the dream, still calling out, help. The nightmare from the painful memories of the past still haunted Daisy, causing her hand to shake uncontrollably. Sweat pouring from her head. Daisy sat up in bed, trying to catch her breath, thinking, why did I dream that terrifying thing? And even ask others for help. There's no one to help. At this moment, she suddenly heard Darius's voice from outside the door. He asked, are you awake? Can I come in? Daisy came to her senses, quickly replying, yes. The door opened, and Darius brought in a tray of bread, saying, I brought breakfast. Daisy's face showed a hint of happiness when she saw him. At this moment, after the dream she just had, Darius's appearance made her feel at ease and warm. Daisy used the most sincere tone to say, thank you so much. She suddenly lowered her head, pursing her lips, thinking, if Darius could help me find my sister, that would be great. Oh my God, why am I having such shameless thoughts? He didn't know the chaotic thoughts in Daisy's head at this moment, only putting the tray of bread on the table, saying, I'm going out early today, so I brought breakfast for you now. On the tray were two breads, one was the bare-faced bread, the other was the bow-shaped bread. Darius said, here's the morning bread. When she saw them, Daisy's eyes widened in an instant. She hurriedly rushed to Darius's side. Daisy's sudden movement startled him slightly. She tremblingly picked up the bare-faced bread, her face pale, stammering, this is. Seeing that Daisy's complexion didn't look right, Darius quickly asked, what's wrong? She ignored his question and hurriedly grabbed Darius's shoulders, asking urgently, where did you get the bread? He flusteredly replied, I got it from Lakshan's house. Elaz made it. Daisy was not satisfied with such an answer. She continued to press, where is that? What does it look like? Darius quickly replied, the two-story white house at the end of the road on the right. Daisy immediately ran downstairs, throwing open the door. The only thought in her head at this moment was that she had to go find her sister. Daisy ran while crying, calling out, Sheila. She dashed away like an arrow released from a bowstring, constantly calling out loudly, Sheila. Darius hurriedly chased after her, calling out, wait, Daisy. His face darkened, fearfully thinking, no, this is not good. People will find out that I'm hiding a strange girl. At this moment, in Eldon village, a piercing scream suddenly echoed in another direction. Before dawn, Kyan was running hastily on the road, running and yelling, I can't take it anymore. A few days ago, when he and Lakshan went to the city of Deva to find people, he had said to him, I'll go back to Eldon village first to tell Elaz the current situation. And you stay in Deva until you find Daisy. Kyan replied with a knowing look, I know you miss Elaz too much, so you want to go back, right? Lakshan coldly punched him, saying, "Don't joke around. Hurry up and find people," and then left. At first, there was no problem. Kayan was bursting with enthusiasm, saying, "Ah, I'm finally free." It had been a long time since he had been to the capital, and he wanted to enjoy the freedom a little, so Kayan went to a restaurant, slowly eating while listening to the surroundings. He brought a spoonful of soup to his mouth, glancing around, thinking, why isn't anyone talking about Daisy? As the spoonful of soup reached his mouth, Kayan's eyebrows instantly furrowed, his eyes widening in shock. He tremblingly looked down at the bowl of soup in front of him, exclaiming in horror, "No way. The taste of the food at this restaurant is terrible." Kayan thought painfully, the quality of the food at Deva restaurants can't be this bad, oh heavens. I want to eat the dishes Allah's makes from fresh ingredients. Therefore, he couldn't stand staying in Deva any longer and hurried back to Eldon village. At this time, Kayan was striding along the road, running and yelling. "I'm finally back. My beloved home. I've had enough." Just thinking about returning home and eating food made by Allah's was enough to make him happy enough to hum a song. Suddenly, a person in a black cloak appeared on the road. This person was Lakshan. From afar, he had seen him jumping, singing, and dancing. Lakshan frowned slightly, calling out, "Kayan." He looked at him with icy eyes, asking, "Why did you come back here?" Lakshan's terrifying aura startled Kayan. He tremblingly called out, "Lu, leader." He asked sternly, "I told you to stay in Deva until you found Daisy. Have you found her?" Kayan completely collapsed, stammering, I haven't found her." Lakshan's eyes became even more terrifying. He asked, "Haven't?" He was indescribably miserable, tears welling up, thinking in his heart, "I can't say I came back here because of the food." Kayan cried and asked in a trembling voice, "That woman named Daisy, isn't she dead?" Lakshan frowned, exclaiming, "Why would you say such unlucky things?" Kayan thought it was more and more logical, and began to explain, "Lakshan, think about it. I've asked all the nearby villages, and no one has seen her. I've searched everywhere. I even lifted the rocks on the mountain. But there wasn't a trace of her." He recalled turning over every branch and blade of grass, and even lifting a huge rock while searching and calling out, "Miss Daisy." But in the end, he only saw a snake. Kayan continued to analyze for Lakshan, "Now there's only one place left to search, and that's our village. But anyway, I've already searched the abandoned houses. And I even rummaged through the straw in Lisa's farm. The only places I haven't searched are the homes of 4 people. You exclaimed, "The 4 people you're talking about are you, Darius, Kugan and Rahman." Lakshan was also convinced by Kayan's words. He crossed his arms, sighing, saying, "You're right. Darius can't harbor a stranger." He quickly asked, "Then shall I and you go to the homes of the remaining people?" Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves rang out. In the distance, along with the sound of horses' hooves pounding on the ground, was a cloud of dust flying everywhere. Lakshan looked in that direction, softly exclaiming, "What's that?" From afar, a group of people on horseback were heading in this direction. Kayan and Lakshan tilted their heads and looked at them, secretly vigilant, thinking, even though the war between countries is over now, the war between mercenaries still happens frequently. Both looked at the man riding at the head of the group, secretly judging, the person at the head seems to be the leader. The person was indeed leading the group. He was Mark, the scoundrel who had deceived Daisy. Kayan cast a questioning look at Lakshan, asking in a low voice, "Lakshan, what should we do?" He calmly replied, "Just stay put. Let's see what they want to do first." He took out a dagger, carefully wary, sighing, "We have to defend ourselves first, anyway." Mark had approached them at this time. He dismounted, gave a polite smile, and said, "Hello everyone. I came here because I heard that Priscilla is in this village." Hearing this, Lakshan only shrugged, saying indifferently, "Priscilla? This is the first time I've heard that name." Mark's face showed a blank expression. He asked, "Really? Isn't this Eldon village?" He nodded, smiling, saying, "This is indeed Eldon village, but our village doesn't have any children with that name. What do you want with that child?" Lakshan's gaze fell on the man behind Mark, his voice also becoming a few degrees colder, continuing, "And you brought so many mercenaries here." He realized the suspicious tone in his voice, and then smiled, saying, "It seems you're suspecting me." "I'm Mark. Priscilla's older sister is my wife." Mark sighed, feigning sadness, saying, "But not long ago, the 2 of them suddenly disappeared." He patted the muzzle of the horse next to him as he spoke, and it breathed out a large puff of air. Mark continued to gush, "I've been looking for them everywhere, but I haven't gathered a bit of information about them." Kayan and Lakshan looked at him with weary eyes. He exchanged a mournful look with him, his eyes seemed to be asking, How much longer do we have to listen to his rambling? Lakshan replied with his eyes, be patient. And Mark was still talking. A few days ago in Deva, someone said that Priscilla in Eldon village was looking for her sister Daisy, so I came here immediately. He didn't mention that when Kyan offered the reward for finding Daisy, he himself was also present there. When he heard him say that, the corners of Mark's lips curled up into a sinister smile. At this time, Kyan heard him say that and burst out laughing. He flicked his chin towards the group of people behind Mark, mockingly asking, why bring mercenaries to find your wife and sister-in-law? Lakshan just closed his eyes slightly and sighed. And Mark replied without flinching, his voice was something sinister, what if there were many people who forced the two of them? Even if I have to fight, I have to bring them back. He stared at Kyan, saying, just now you black-haired guy called the red-haired guy Kyan. Is your name Kyan? He scratched his head, laughing it off, replying, no, my name is. Kyan pulled out the dagger he had prepared beforehand, pointing it straight at Mark with a challenging look, continuing, Dilababa Ulyalala. His action startled Lakshan. He supported his forehead, wearily thinking, this idiot, his second personality has appeared again. How about just making up a story like this? While Lakshan was thinking like this, at another location, Alaz, who often went to visit Lisa's farm lately, was on her way there. She was very shocked because she accidentally discovered a severed arm stained with blood lying on the ground. Rua, seeing this scene, also cried out softly in fear. Alaz raised her hands to cover her mouth, trembling, thinking, I don't want to have a conflict with these people. Back to the situation on Lakshan's side, in the midst of the tense confrontation between him and Kyan and the group led by Mark, Daisy suddenly ran past behind them. Running and calling out loudly, Shilla. She put her hands to her mouth, forming a megaphone, calling out loudly, Shilla. And Mark's face suddenly changed. He no longer had the polite, gentle appearance he had before, but revealed a cruel face like a devil from hell. And Mark stared at Daisy, calling out maliciously, Daisy. So you really are here. Hearing this, Lakshan was startled and spun around, softly exclaiming, Daisy? Kyan also turned his head to look, wondering, why is she in our village? At this time, Mark had mounted his horse, ordering the group of mercenaries, let's go. Behind Daisy, Darius was also hurrying after her, calling out loudly, Daisy. Running past the group of two, Lakshan, he startled and paused. Lakshan and Kyan also widened their eyes in shock, looking at Darius. Both exclaimed in unison with an unbelievable look, Darius. A vague call was heard, Shilla, startling the girl, and she blurted out, sister. She ran quickly downstairs and said loudly, Alaz, I just heard my sister's voice. Alaz asked in disbelief, sister? Are you talking about Daisy? Shilla nodded vigorously, yes. The girl ran outside, spreading her arms, sister, I'm here. Rua was about to fly after Shilla, but Alaz stopped it, reminding, Rua, hide your wings first. Alaz smiled as she watched Shilla's retreating back. Daisy called out with worried eyes, Shilla. Shilla said tearfully, sister. The two hugged each other happily. While hugging, Daisy asked Shilla, where have you been all this time? Do you know I've been looking for you everywhere? Alaz ran outside and saw Darius, wondering. Why are Darius and Daisy here together? Suddenly a voice rang out, found you. This voice made the Daisy sisters extremely scared, this voice. Mark? Mark smiled obnoxiously as he rode up on his horse. He reined in his horse and said sarcastically, you thought I wouldn't find you if you hid here? Suddenly, a call, Alaz, startled her and she turned around. From afar, Lakshan ran over in a panic. Sensing that something important had happened, she quickly asked him, Lakshan, what's wrong? He stopped, panting, and explained, I met those mercenaries at the village gate and was about to chase them away. I don't know why Daisy and Darius suddenly appeared together. And Mark, with a cunning face, spread his arms and spoke to Daisy, Daisy, my love, do you know how hard I've been looking for you? She trembled, hugging Shilla tightly, stammering, why? And Mark smiled lightly, why? Isn't it natural to look for a missing wife? Darius clenched his fist, thinking, wife my ass. You don't deserve to mention her. A stone flew straight into Mark's face, causing him to raise his hand to block it. Shilla was the one who had just thrown the stone. The girl was full of anger, you liar. I've heard everyone talking. You don't treat my sister as a real wife. From the wedding dress, the blue things, to the roses, you didn't prepare anything. He frowned, you annoying brat, what do you know about the meaning of a partner to a northerner? Each person only has one partner in their life. When a wedding is complete with all three rituals, anyone will feel that that person is their partner. Even when their partner is gone, they can't find another person, and if they betray their partner, they will have to receive punishment. And Mark immediately had a contemptuous thought, so why would anyone consider a girl from the Empire to be a true partner? A memory flashed into Mark's head. He was drunk at the time, talking nonsense. Daisy's assets are exhausted. There's no reason for me to keep looking for her. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. He stepped out unhappily. Who is it? It turned out to be a delivery man. The boy, holding his hat, asked, "Are you Mrs. Daisy's husband?" And Mark, holding a cigarette, impatiently replied, "Oh, yes, what's the matter?" "She's been gone for a while," the delivery man interrupted. "Daisy's relatives left her some property." And Mark was very surprised. "What? How much?" The delivery man said eagerly, "I'm not sure either. They said Daisy's relatives are quite rich. I think it's at least about 10,000 gold coins." And Mark's mouth dropped open. When preparing to leave, the boy asked, inquiring, "She has to come in person to receive this property. Where is she?" Returning to reality, and Mark spoke with a threatening expression, "Everyone who has been taking care of you all this time must be good people, right? If you don't want them to get hurt, you better come with me." His face revealed a clear look of malice. Sheila hugged her sister tightly, sobbing, "Sister, don't listen to him." Daisy gently wiped away the tears for her, softly saying, "Let go of me." Sheila looked up at her, "Sister." Suddenly the girl touched the arm that was on her shoulder in surprise. "Sister, your arm can move again?" Sheila looked towards Alaz and said loudly, "Sister Alaz, you promised me. If my sister's arm is no longer paralyzed, you will hire my sister." "My sister's arm can move." Alaz's face was full of confusion. "Sheila, I want to help you too." Kyan stood behind Lakshan, full of indignation. "Are we just going to keep watching like this?" Lakshan crossed his arms, silently, thinking in his heart, there are so many mercenaries over there. How can the three of us fight them? He turned to look at Darius, confused. "And Darius? Why is he meddling in other people's business like this? I don't know what he has with Daisy, but maybe I shouldn't interfere in this." He raised his fist towards Daisy. "Those people are just for show. Do you think they will help you two sisters?" Daisy, holding Sheila tightly, said loudly, "Don't move." "Sheila." And Mark's hand raised high. "I was speaking politely, but you didn't listen. You like me to use my hands, don't you?" Seeing the dangerous situation, Alaz rushed up. "Stop." Her eyes suddenly widened. She stood in front of the Daisy sisters, stunned. "Darius? Darius?" In front, Darius had punched a Mark, who was vomiting blood, to the ground. This is. Lakshan grabbed a Mark's collar and lifted him up. A punch from him landed straight on his face. "This is for hitting Alaz." He painfully hugged his face, sobbing. And Mark turned to look at the group and angrily questioned, "Why are you just standing there looking? There are more of us. No need to panic." After saying that, they ran away. Lakshan raised his hand, telling Alaz, "Take the sisters and hide in the warehouse." She looked at him worriedly. "But what about the three of you?" Kyan chirped in front. "It's not just 3 people." Rahman and Eden ran over in a panic. Rahman gave a smile. "There are so many visitors to our village today." A voice rang out, calling, "Rahman! Eden!" Along with the appearance of a blood-stained sword. Kugan, carrying his sword, his eyes flashing with determination. "Let's eliminate the intruders. The mercenaries." And also Kugan, the people who were there were fearfully discussing, "That sword is too big. It's the first time I've seen such a big sword." Lakshan brought the Daisy sisters and Alaz into the warehouse, gently imparting, "What are you still doing here? People are coming to help us, hurry up and go." Alaz was still hesitant, but Kyan sighed, thinking, "You're already scared just from seeing Kugan? That sword is." He imagined the images of Lakshan and Darius in his head. Lakshan, Darius, their talents don't need to be mentioned. Eden is an assassination expert. Rahman uses poison and traps to defeat his opponents. Compared to them, I'm only good at running fast. Lakshan stepped out of the warehouse and closed the door tightly. He said angrily, "Now, everyone be careful. I don't want to get dirty. But at least leave them a little intact." Lakshan's face darkened as he cracked his knuckles. Kyan put his hands behind his head and said with a laugh, "Seeing bodies lying around makes me lose my appetite." Suddenly, Alaz stepped out of the warehouse, causing Lakshan to remind, "Take the sisters and Rua and hide in the warehouse." Alaz looked at him with a worried face. "But Lakshan. Don't get hurt." Lakshan blushed and nodded. He walked to Amark's face. His face full of malice, he said sarcastically, "Humph, you really are idiots. You guys are sure to lose." After saying that, he tore the paper in his hand. Lakshan didn't understand. A magic formation appeared above Lakshan's head. Kyan was full of fear. "Lakshan." Seeing this, Amark waved his hand with great interest. "This is a magic scroll. Consider this a luxurious death for third-rate mercenaries. He clenched his fist, thinking, I didn't think I would have to use this to protect myself here. Just wait and see, I'll teach you guys a lesson. Kyan hugged his head in panic, what now? You idiot. Do you know what you just did? He bit his hand nervously. And Mark was confused behind him, what? A thought about magic appeared, Suan magic is deployed by sacrificing blood and life. It's like a barbaric way to kill people. Many of Lakshan's comrades had sacrificed on the battlefield, and Father Harkan was also seriously injured after being hit by this magic. Lakshan in armor, holding a sword. So, Lakshan really hates being attacked with magic. His eyes darkened. Lakshan looked at his hand, full of magic, and thought, Eland also thanks to that mage, my body can resist magic. Elaz told me not to get hurt. She thinks I'll get hurt if I fight with those people. In the past, this situation never happened in the north. When strangers came, people welcomed them with curious eyes. People are always willing to help those in need. By providing food for the hungry, providing a place to sleep for the tired. But since the war, the north has become a chaotic place. Since when did this land become a place where people didn't dare to walk alone? Since when did breaking into another village become a normal thing? The scene of Allah supporting Daisy and Sheila appeared before his eyes. Even though Daisy and Sheila were not from the empire, Allah's helped them with all her might. Lakshan propped his hands on his knees, trying to stand up. He thought about Allah's, like Allah's, she never cares about other people's backgrounds. Lakshan disappeared. And Mark saw this scene and was shocked, huh? What's going on? Where did that guy go? Quick as lightning, he punched him straight in the face, causing him to scream. Another punch straight into the chest made him vomit a mouthful of blood. An uppercut made him unable to resist any longer. A comrade of Amark's paled, muttering, dead? Darius punched the back of his neck. That person immediately fainted. Kugan saw that Darius didn't kill them and exclaimed, Darius, you're really kind. You didn't kill them? Darius turned his head and said, Kugan, lock these guys up. He thought in his head, I have to clean up as much as possible. Daisy will faint if she sees this bloody mess. Thinking this, Darius immediately carried the person he had just knocked out onto his shoulder. He walked and thought, I'm going crazy, why am I paying attention to other people's feelings like this? Not knowing when, Amark had run to the front door of the warehouse. He was banging on the door, thinking in his heart, no, I have to take those two sisters hostage. Open the door quickly. Lakshan's eyes were sharp as he looked at him, are you going to be a coward until the end? He said as he walked, your opponent is me. He pulled out a knife, threatening, don't come over here, or don't blame me. He grabbed Lakshan's collar. Suddenly the warehouse door opened. Allah stepped out, holding a frying pan. She shouted, you crazy man. Stay away from Lakshan. She knocked him straight on the head. He fell straight to the ground in pain. Elaz worriedly asked Lakshan, are you okay? Seeing his face covered in blood, she fearfully touched it, oh my god, blood. What should I do? Lakshan looked at her and asked, why did you come out? Her face as if about to cry, she looked up and said to him, I was so worried about you. How could I sit still? She remembered when she was inside, she stood in front of the door, holding the frying pan, protecting the Daisy sisters. Elaz said firmly, everyone, don't come out, stay here. She secretly put her ear to the door to listen. If it was Lakshan, he would knock gently and then tell me to come out. Seeming to hear Lakshan's voice, she pondered. This voice is Lakshan's, but he seems to be injured. A loud noise came out. Elaz hugged him tightly, closing her eyes. Lakshan was fighting alone, so he got injured like this. Why didn't you ask others for help? Kyan hugged his forehead, thinking, that's not his blood. 2 weeks later, due to no one being killed, the court declared this just a dispute. During his time in prison, Amark had been beaten badly and severely injured. He had been released, and acquaintances had come to take him away. But not long after he was found murdered. Among his personal belongings, all valuables had disappeared. The story was told by Lakshan to Elaz and the Daisy sisters, that's the story. Now you two sisters don't need to worry anymore. Daisy looked at the two with grateful hearts. I don't know what to do to repay this kindness. Hearing this, Elaz spoke up, what kindness? Besides, if you leave here, you will face many difficulties, so why don't you stay here until your body gets better? The Daisy sisters, Sheila, looked at each other gently. Daisy spoke softly, Elaz, Lakshan, thank you. We'll rely on you in the future. Rua flew up excitedly, startling the Daisy sisters. Daisy exclaimed in panic, it has wings? Elaz helplessly called out, Rua,